Dear Naruto Lemon fans, I'm thrilled to invite all of you to my Boosty channel, where you can enjoy exclusive Naruto Lemon scenes in a comfortable and supportive community. Choose from various subscription tiers, from Mini Lemon to God Lemon, and gain access to unique content tailored just for our fans. Plus, subscribers to over Naruto Lemon and God Lemon will receive special mentions in my videos. Support my channel and dive deeper into the world of Naruto today. Dare! Code 006 kidnapped 002. Quickly find them, we can't let them escape. We can't let him affect 002, he's our unique specimen. With tension in his voice, a small old man shouted, whose right side of his head was modernized as well as his left hand, and in general he was essentially a kind of cyborg. Yes. One of the soldiers in black gear answered. This was the standard equipment of such fighters, so 10 more soldiers who went to search for 002 and 006 were equipped with it. The fighters were actively searching for 006 and 002, but the snow and blizzard made the search much more difficult. After a couple of minutes of wandering, the group of fighters finally found the tracks that had already been slightly covered. Without wasting a minute, they immediately followed the tracks. They didn't have to search for long, after only 20 minutes of walking, they finally found them. Pressed against one of the trees stood 2 children of about 5 to 6 years old. A girl and a boy. The boy was quite cute. Light hair, blue eyes, 3 stripes on each cheek, the origin of which no one could explain, as well as a cute child's face that only emphasized his age. Pressed against the boy and slightly hiding behind his back stood a girl, but she was very different from the usual ones. The girl looked quite unusual, pink hair like a blooming sakura, green eyes like 2 emeralds, but the most unusual thing about her was her 15-centimeter red horns and also completely red skin color. Doctor, we have found the code 006 and 002. Good. 006 let 002 go. The boy did not answer because he was scared, which could also be seen on his face. Code 006, we repeat again, let 002 go. No, she is not going anywhere with you. The boy suddenly plucked up his courage. In that case, we are forced to take her at any cost, just like you. The soldiers began to slowly approach. One fighter approached 002 very closely. No. The boy rushed at the fighter who approached 002, for which he received a blow to the head with a rifle butt. Lovely. The girl cried out in tears, watching 006 fall unconscious in the snow. She spoke poorly, or rather, almost did not know how to speak at all, so no one understood what she shouted. Doctor, they are with us. We are coming back. 2 fighters approached the children. One picked up the boy who had fallen in the snow, and the other took the girl by the hands. Throwing the children over their shoulders, they headed back to the base. A week before. What's code 006? It's pretty unique, but you can't tell. The man in the white coat and Dr. Werner were talking while watching children playing behind the glass, including a fair-haired boy, code 006. Why are they looking like that? What are they discussing there? 006 thought, occasionally glancing at the 2 people behind the glass. But someone's voice brought the boy out of his thoughts. Hey, you're 006, right? 006 turned around and saw 3 guys. 2 boys and a girl. Yeah, what did you want? Well, we actually wanted to get to know you. You're always alone, so we thought it would be nice if we got to know you and get to know you a little better. The dark-haired boy standing in the center answered, looking at the blonde with curiosity. What's your code? I'm code 016. She's 015. The boy said, pointing his head at the blue-haired girl whose bangs were always getting in her eyes and she was constantly adjusting them. Then 016 looked at the boy, who also had light hair, but a little darker than 006, and he also had glasses. This is code 056. Nice to meet you. 056 extended his hand to 006 as a sign of the beginning of friendship, who, after thinking for a moment, shook it. Even from this seemingly insignificant gesture, one could tell that 056 was collected, smart and responsible, just like 016. That's great, now you're not alone. 056 added. Yes, I'm glad. After these words, there was a pause between the guys, which was interrupted by 006. What's behind this building? I want to know that too, but I can't yet. Although I read that no one lives outside, but it's quite beautiful there. 016, you know a lot, right? Yes. I often read, some books describe what's outside this building. Wow, 056. Yes, what do you want to ask? How do we appear, where do we come from? 056 and 015 were surprised by such a question because they themselves asked themselves. But they also noted that 006 was quite curious. Well, if you believe the adults, then we all descended from Dad. 056 answered. He himself did not fully understand how, but he had to explain at least something to 006. But how do we? It's time for an examination. 006 was interrupted by a man entering in the standard clothing of those who were watching them. All the children hurried to leave the room. By 006. See you 006. See you later 006. 015, 056, 016 said goodbye to 006 and then they were taken away. 006 was the last to leave, he was also taken by one of the watchers. Tell me, how did we appear? 006 asked the question but never received an answer. Where do they take some of the children? 006 I ask you not to ask any more questions, you don't need to know this yet. Then they silently walked to the place where the examination took place. There they checked the children's condition and injected yellow cells into the blood, which would later help control Franxx. Half an hour later, 006 finished the examination and headed to the room. On the way, he heard loud screams, but decided that someone was simply afraid of the examination and so was screaming, but in order not to hear them, he quickened his pace. Is someone really that afraid of the examination? As far as I've seen, no one has screamed like that even during the first examination. Maybe someone just has a different examination? But then why? How is this someone different from the others? In his thoughts, 006 reached the room. Okay, tomorrow I'll ask the adults. They should probably know. The blonde opened the door and went into the room. There were many bunk beds. There were many children, but only boys, the girls were in another room. Despite the number of children, there were still many empty seats. The thing is that some children were simply taken somewhere. The children tried to find out where, but the adults never answered. 006 walked up to one of the beds and climbed onto the second tier. He lay on his back and put his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling and thinking about something. Hey 006, what are you thinking about? 006 was brought out of his thoughts by his bedmate, who was on the first tier. Huh? No, just like that. Go ahead and tell me. Well, I don't understand why the adults hardly answer our questions. Where are they taking those kids? Well, they probably have their reasons. After all, they are adults and they know better what we need to know and what we don't. And also, I heard someone screaming when I was walking here. Usually no one screamed like that during an examination. Then who was it? Well, I found something to ask. Smiling slightly and scratching the back of his head, 006's bedmate gave him an answer. That sounds so funny face with tears of joy. Lights out, said one of the adults who suddenly entered. But really, while talking, 006 did not notice how it had already gotten dark. Everyone turned off the lights and lay down, and a couple of minutes later the room was silent and all the children were asleep. Half an hour later the room really had a night atmosphere. Moonbeams that illuminated half the room through the windows, children sprawled in different poses and complete silence. Now the children were seeing dreams, the most different dreams, but 006. He always had some incomprehensible dreams, the meaning of which he could not understand. Even now he dreamed that he was much taller than he is now, standing opposite some girl in a white robe and long white hair with a rather beautiful appearance. But there was something about her that slightly frightened him, her horns in the shape of rabbit ears and some kind of third red eye on her forehead, and her eyes were almost white, there were no pupils in them. I will take all the chakra you have inherited from you. No, I will not let you do that, Databayo. 006 could not speak or influence what was happening. He could only observe the events in this man's body. Are you ready, Sasuke? The dark-haired guy with a purple left eye and a red right eye just nodded. Sasuke and his partner rushed at the girl. They used different combinations and worked well together. A few minutes later, the girl simply grabbed the fair-haired guy in whose body 006 was. Naruto. The pink-haired woman screamed in a rather nasty voice. Naruto. The guy named Sasuke also screamed. He suddenly appeared in the air and threw his sword towards the hand holding Naruto. The girl had to let go of the hand and throw the blonde. Naruto. Are you okay? The same pink-haired girl ran up to Naruto and tried to do something. Sakura-chan. I'm fine. Naruto suddenly said. 006 was surprised in his sleep how similar their voices were even despite their age. Before Naruto could do anything, he heard a scream again, but this time from Sasuke. Naruto. From behind. Naruto turned around and saw this woman come out through some black portal and stretch her hand towards him. I will take all the chakra and then destroy you. The woman who appeared said coldly. 006 opened his eyes and jumped up, almost screaming. He was breathing heavily and was covered in sweat. What was that just now? Why do I have dreams like this so often? With these thoughts, 006 lay back down, staring at the ceiling. 006's bedmate just looked at him thoughtfully. It was far from the first night like this, so he often saw such a picture. Almost every night he suffers from such nightmares. And these words, Sasuke, Sakura, what do they even mean? I've never heard anything like this before. Tomorrow I'll definitely have to report this to the adults. Wake up, said one of the adults who entered the room in a rather stern voice. The boys were reluctant to get up, but the sun's rays still did not allow them to fall back asleep. The supervisor, having made sure that the boys had gotten up, left the room. 006 sat on the edge of the bed and sleepily rubbed his eyes. His neighbor looked at him for a long time. He could not understand what was happening to him at all. Hey, 006. Yes. What kind of strange words did you say last night? 006 got nervous, because he did not tell anyone about his dreams, because he understood that this could have very bad consequences for him. I don't understand what you are talking about. 006 answered, having already gotten dressed. I mean, Sakura, Sasuke. What is this anyway? Did I really let it slip in my sleep? Oh, you mean that? Yes, I had a nightmare, don't bother your head with it. But even if so, where did these words come from and what do they mean? Well, I was reading a book and apparently what I read somehow stuck in my memory. So what do these words mean then? 006 didn't know what these words meant and so, confident that his neighbor wouldn't check it in any way, decided to say something at random. Well, it's Sasuke. 006 looked at the blanket. Well, Sasuke is the fan's help. The folded blanket reminded 006 of a fan in appearance. And Sakura is. Naruto looked at the trees outside the window. Well, Sakura is those pink trees. The bedmate came up close to 006 and looked intently into his eyes. Are you lying? No, why would I? Just a little more and he would have seen through 006, but the announcement was made in time to go eat. A couple of minutes later, a crowd of guys followed the supervisor and went to eat. 006 breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to have passed. On the way, all the guys were talking about something. After all, they were 5 years old, so many were discussing what they would have for breakfast, what kind of dream they had, how they would play, etc. But among them, 3 stood out, the 3 that 006 met. They were a little more serious than the other kids, especially the blue-haired boy, 016 to be more precise. From his appearance, as well as from 006's appearance, you could tell that he was constantly thinking about something and wanted to know something, but he couldn't get an answer. All the guys including 006 and these 3 walked slowly along the white corridors following the adult. After a few minutes of such wanderings, they finally reached the place from where there was a delicious smell. There was no doubt it was the cafeteria. Having smelled the smell from which the guys' stomachs began to rumble, they hurried as quickly as possible to take a seat and finally have breakfast. It so happened that 006 had no choice but to sit down next to 016, 056, and 015 since the rest of the seats were taken. 006 sat down between the blue-haired girl and the blue-haired boy who was sitting in the center of this trio. Oh, 006. Good morning. Yes, and to you 056. We didn't expect to meet you at breakfast, to be honest, because I haven't seen you here before. With a slight smile that showed that 016 was glad to see 006, the boy answered. Boys, let's eat. In some kind of playful manner of order, smiling slightly, 015 said. Oh, she likes to command. Also smiling innocently and taking a spoon, 016 answered. The 4 wished each other an appetite and began to gobble everything up with incredible speed. After a couple of minutes, their plates were shining as if nothing had been put in them. All the other kids also emptied their plates at that moment. I even felt like eating myself, grinning face with sweat. The adults noticed that all the plates were empty and gave the order to go to class. After all, the kids are future parasites who will have to protect the plantations where a bunch of adults live, whom many want to be like. And so that they know basic skills, they are taught, tests are taken and yellow cells are introduced. All this is not done with care, no, all this is done with only one goal. To grow ideal parasites that will ideally protect the plantations. After class, the children went to the room where they played and spent time together. Everything seemed to be as usual, but there was something different. Children crowded around 016. The adults could watch but not hear. In general, I read in a book that people once had names. Names? 016, what are names and why are they needed? One of the kids asked. Well, names are like our codes, a person was called by name. So, is the name like our code? Yeah, I already thought of a name for myself, Hero. Hero. Oh. Cool. I want a name too. Me too. Yeah, me too. The guys obviously liked 016's idea. So 016 gave names to many guys, among them were such as Kokoro, code 556. A silent and shy girl with loose white hair and dark blue eyes. Ichigo, code 015. Code 056 Goro. A tousled and short boy, he was a little shorter than Hiro, code 666 Zorom. Code 196, a quiet girl with glasses and dark blue hair, the bangs of which reach her chin on both sides. Hiro gave her the name Ikuno. Futoshi, a red-haired, plump boy, code 214. Miku, a red-haired girl with 2 tails, the same height as Zorome and with the same character, code 390. There was also another little boy. He was shorter than everyone else and quite weak. He had tousled blonde hair, his code 326, Hiro gave him such name as Mitsuru. In general, Mitsuru admired Hiro and therefore wanted to pilot with him in the future. They were one of the few to whom Hiro gave names, and besides, they were often together. 006 became curious why 016 was surrounded by so many guys. He doubted it, but curiosity still got the better of him and he decided to approach. Hiro noticed a blonde guy approaching him. All of the guys listed above were closely examining the boy, because they had practically never communicated with him. Oh, 006. Do you want me to come up with a name for you too? A name, what is it? Well, it's a word that people call people, it's something like our codes, only prettier. And then it dawned on 006 what words he had heard in his dream. I am Kagaya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra. Come on Naruto. Sasuke. Sakura, heal him. 006 remembered this over and over again. He was finally getting closer to solving the mystery of what kind of dreams he was having. 006, should I give you a name? Hiro brought the blonde guy out of his thoughts. Hiro, my name is now Hiro. 016 smiled slightly. Hiro, can I come up with my own name? Everyone was shocked by these words. After all, it was Hiro who gave everyone their names. And here the boy wants to come up with a name for himself. Hiro was also a little surprised, but then scratched his head and said, well, if you want, then yes, of course you can come up with one yourself. 006 remembered his dream again. For some reason, he immediately remembered the passage where the pink-haired girl loudly shouted, Naruto. After thinking for a bit and realizing that he was somehow not drawn to other names, he said, Naruto. What? Ichigo asked, already confused. My name is Naruto, you can call me Naruto now. After these words, 006 smiled an Alya 32 smile. Naruto then? Which sounds good. Hiro smiled slightly. Naruto, an interesting name. Ichigo also smiled. After that, the boys played and talked for a long time until one of the adults came for them. Ichigo, Goro, Naruto, follow me. Hiro was about to leave with the three of them, but an adult stopped him by the arm. What is this 016? Hiro looked questioningly. Giving names is prohibited, you have codes that must remain unchanged, and in the future do not call each other words. But do you want to anger Dad? He gave you these codes and I think he will be extremely unhappy that you exchanged them for some names. I hope you understand 016 that you can have nothing else except your codes. Meanwhile, Naruto was walking into the room when he suddenly heard screams again. Unlike that time, this time curiosity won out and he decided to go and see. The closer he got, the louder the screams became, which scared the blonde. He slowed down, but it didn't get any better. When he got closer and looked at the room through the large panoramic glass, horror and fear seized him. His whole body treacherously shook. Behind the glass, he saw a girl lying on some table tied by her limbs in different directions. She was quite unusual, her red skin and horns were proof of that. Around her stood three scientists and the one Naruto considered a kind old man, Dr. Franxx. Horrible experiments were being conducted on this girl. Naruto himself saw how her arm was pierced through with some kind of laser, which made the girl scream even louder. To the blonde's surprise, the wound immediately healed. Not bad. Such fast regeneration. The old man said, looking the girl straight in the eyes. Dr. Franxx, she is quite an interesting specimen, but... One of the scientists did not have time to finish speaking, as Naruto accidentally hit the glass, which attracted attention to himself. Realizing what he had done, he quickly hurried to leave this place, and no matter how hard it was for him because of fear, he was able to escape in time before the scientists noticed his face. Dr. Franxx, someone was watching us. It's bad. If he tells everything he saw, there will be no end to problems. He needs to be caught before he has time to run far. Yes. 2 people in special uniforms came out. They were already ready to rush off to search, but Dr. Franxx stopped them for a short time. And one more thing. What is a doctor? If necessary, you can kill him or her. Our main task is to keep the information secret, so whoever it is, if he or she refuses to surrender voluntarily, then you are allowed to open fire to kill. Is that clear to you? Yes. The 2 soldiers immediately disappeared. Naruto sat in one of the corners and covered his mouth with his hand, breathing heavily, so that God forbid he wouldn't scream or the soldiers passing by wouldn't hear his breathing. His whole body seemed to be paralyzed when the soldiers passed by him. Dr. Franxx, we can't find him. The one who was watching disappeared somewhere, so quickly. Naruto became even more scared from these words. I see. Well, what did Dr. Werner say? He said that if we can't find him, then okay, because even if he tells, they're unlikely to believe him or they'll immediately tell someone watching, and we'll find out from them, so he'll have to keep his mouth shut anyway. Naruto was so scared that he pressed himself harder against the wall, which caused a small rustle. One of the soldiers turned around abruptly. Did you hear? What? Rustle? No, okay. You go on and I'll go check. Good. One of the fighters went further down the corridor and the second turned around and headed towards the corner where the boy was sitting. 006's heart seemed to stop with each step he took. The closer the fighter got, the more scared he became. He understood that if they found him, at worst they would kill him, and at best they would take him away and conduct various experiments like on that girl. Meanwhile, the fighter was only 5 steps away from the boy. The blonde also understood that it would be impossible to escape. There was no point in attacking either. Surrendering voluntarily would mean signing your own death warrant. The fighter was already almost at the corner. Naruto, expecting the worst, closed his eyes and his heart was pounding wildly. There was literally only 1 step left when a child's voice rang out. Uncle. The fighter turned around, but said nothing. I'm lost, can you show me where to go? We were just playing and I was so distracted that I didn't notice how I ran here. Okay. The fighter put one hand to his ear. I met a boy here, he got lost. So you continue searching and I'll take him for now and join you later. When they disappeared, Naruto exhaled. Phew, hero saved me. I already thought this was the end. But how did he know? With these thoughts, Naruto slowly calmed down, his pulse along with his breathing returned to normal. Well, we need to get out of here quickly. Naruto stood up, looked around and quickly ran into the room. Having run up, he went inside and closed the door. Hey, 006. What's wrong with you? Were you running? Why are you so out of breath? Naruto shuddered, he didn't expect there to be anyone else in the room. Turning around, he saw his neighbor downstairs. Yeah, right. What are you doing here? Naruto decided to quickly get away from this topic. Well, I just wanted to. Listen, are you okay? You've been acting weird lately. Naruto could have told him everything, but he had recently seen this boy telling everything to adults, so he realized that his neighbor was just trying to get information out of him to tell it to adults later. Naruto couldn't let that happen. Yeah, I'm fine. We were just playing and I got bored. That's 006, he's clearly not telling me something. Does he really know? No, he can't know that. The neighbor clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Realizing that he wouldn't find out anything directly, he decided to go for it. Listen, so did you eventually find out what that scream was? What scream? Naruto asked, climbing onto the second tier. Decided to play the fool. Well, remember you told me the day before yesterday that you heard someone scream, you decided not to pay attention back then. Well, how are you going to get out of it now? Oh, you mean that? No, I didn't find out. It's coming from somewhere we're not allowed to go, that's why I couldn't. He's lying, you can tell by his eyes that he's lying. Okay, because I thought it was weird that two fighters ran out of there and you weren't there at the time. Plus, you came running out of breath as if you were running away from someone, but I saw the other kids, at least no one was running, and most importantly, you weren't there. And how did it all work out? You weren't there, the fighters ran out of breath right from the direction of the screams, you came running out of breath even though no one was running. So where were you then? Well, how are you going to get out of it now? The neighbor smiled maliciously, but Naruto didn't see it because he was lying on the second tier. I was at Amela's. Naruto answered seriously. The neighbor wanted to object, but Hiro suddenly entered. He's telling the truth, we were at Amela's and just playing, that's why he's so out of breath. Well, okay, consider me believing you. The boy stood up and left the room with a dissatisfied face. Hiro looked at the leaving boy and asked Naruto. But seriously, where have you been? Just like that. Naruto, you can trust me. Naruto looked at Hiro, thinking whether to tell the truth or not. He was afraid that Hiro would also report everything. He couldn't be sure of him because he had known him for a relatively short time. Hiro, noticing his uncertain look, climbed up to the second tier and sat down next to him. You know, I understand that you are afraid to tell me, thinking that I am like your bedmate. I know that you have a lot of questions, but there are absolutely no answers, because adults do not give answers. I have the same problem, it is as if no one hears me. You know, sometimes I get the feeling that this garden for growing parasites is not what it seems. Yes, there are a lot of children here, but why do only a few have questions? I, like you, have a lot of questions but no answers. Hiro said all this in one breath, looking at some point on the bed. Naruto sighed slightly and looked out the window. Anyway, do you remember I told you about some screams? Naruto began. Well, yes. So I found out the source of those screams. Hiro looked at him in surprise. Really? Yes. Naruto then told Hiro everything that had happened to him. Wow, girl. Experiments? And it doesn't look like us either? Interesting. I thought you knew since you distracted them. Hiro smiled slightly. Well, actually, I saw you hiding in the corner and those fighters, so I thought maybe you were guilty of something. Got it. Okay, Naruto, let's go to the others. The guys went down and headed to the other children. That's how they spent the rest of the day, and in the evening, as always, the adults came for them to send them to bed. Entering the room, everyone dispersed to their beds. Naruto climbed onto his usual second tier of bed again and closed his eyes hoping to fall asleep, but for some reason he couldn't sleep today. He just lay there with both hands behind his head and staring at the ceiling. The sounds of rain could be heard outside the window. Naruto was thinking about everything that had happened to him today while listening to these sounds. But suddenly he noticed that his neighbor had gotten up and gone somewhere. Naruto became curious, so he quietly followed him. Walking down the corridor, Naruto confirmed his fears. Literally around the corner this boy was standing and reporting something to an adult, next to whom Dr. Franxx was also standing. What? It can't be. He's in cahoots with that old man who was experimenting on that girl. Having learned that his neighbor on the bed not only reports everything on him, but is also connected to Dr. Franxx, he lost trust in him completely. For 3 days Naruto acted as usual for everyone, but in fact he was collecting information and coming up with a plan to help that girl. He felt sorry for her because she was the same age as him. Besides, experimenting on such children was cruel, Naruto simply could not watch it. And now it was the morning of the 4th day. The adults came in as usual to wake them up. The children, just like all week, got dressed and headed to the dining room. For everyone it was an ordinary, no different day, but not for Naruto. Today was the day when Naruto's plan, developed over the course of 3 days, was to come into action. Naturally, this did not go unnoticed by his friends. Well, this did not interest Miku, Ikyun, Futoshi, Zoroark. But Ichigo, Hiro, Goro, Kokoro and Mitsuru were very interested in Naruto's strange thoughtfulness over the past 3 days. Naruto was sitting in the dining room, eating slowly, not paying attention to anything, when suddenly 016 or Hiro came up to him. He sat down next to the blonde and occasionally glanced at him. Finally unable to bear it, he asked. "Naruto, did something happen?" "Huh? No, I was just thinking." "You know, right now you don't look like a person who was just thinking." "Well, there are just a lot of questions but no answers. I don't know what to do with this because there are more and more questions and still no answers." Naruto decided to lie because he didn't want to involve anyone in his plan in order to avoid any deviations in it. "Well, adults are like that. No one wants to answer, so I understand you perfectly. I myself have a lot of questions but no answers, and books are also not able to give an answer." Hiro wanted to say something else but he was interrupted by a boy running up to him. "Hiro, let's go play. Remember in the future we will pilot the Franxx together, so we need to get to know each other well." Hiro was just thinking about the answer when Mitsuru pulled him by the sleeve and the only thing Hiro managed to say was, "Okay, bye. But if something happens, tell me right away." "Okay." A couple of minutes later Naruto also finished eating and left. He was heading to the garden to Amela, a large tree in the garden. Naruto walked slowly looking at the sky from where snow was slowly falling in large flakes, quickly melting and getting on the boy's skin. Naruto suddenly stopped, continuing to look up. Even though there was snow, Naruto was not at all bothered by this. He just stood and looked. His gaze was somehow uncertain, thoughtful, as if he was struggling with something and something was about to happen that would change his fate forever. And so, as if having decided, he wandered to one of the lanterns that were on the ground and illuminated the area at night. Having approached, he fiddled with it for a long time, but still, after some time, he managed to pull it out. With this lantern, 006 headed to one of the trees, leaving a trace of the wire in the snow, which was covered with snow gradually disappearing. The path was short, as a result of which he was already standing in front of a tree that was almost right next to the building. Having hung the lantern on his back and having pulled it around himself with the help of that wire so that it would not fall, Naruto climbed the tree. It turned out to be even more difficult than he had planned, because the tree was wide and there were almost no small branches that one could grab onto. But still, Naruto did not give up. He fell many times, but after countless attempts, luck still smiled at him and he finally reached that branch opposite which there was a huge glass. What Naruto saw made his heart clench. Behind the glass was a room in which there was nothing except a sink and a toilet, and also there was that girl with horns. She was in a black cloak with a hood. In her hands, as Naruto saw, there was some kind of book that one of the adults was trying to take away, but the girl literally clung to her and did not want to give it up. After a short time of such tug-of-war, the girl still managed to snatch the book and immediately crush it under herself so that they would not take it away. The adult, having lost this fight, left the room and the girl was left completely alone in an empty room that only emphasized her loneliness. Naruto was very surprised that she had such very unsuitable living conditions. He was also surprised by how this girl fought for the book, because the library was full of different books and it would seem that there was no point in fighting for one of them. In these thoughts, Naruto watched the girl for some time until she paid attention to him. He did not say anything, but only gestured with his hand for her to move away from the window. The girl did not resist and obediently moved away from the window, into which a second later that lantern flew, smashing it to pieces. When the window was destroyed, some kind of freshness and coolness burst into the room, completely unusual for the girl. Naruto climbed through the window with the help of this branch and extended his hand to the girl. She incredulously backed away, squeezing the book tighter and growling slightly. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. I just want to help you. I saw how they abused you." After these words, Naruto remembered how her hand was pierced by a laser and how she screamed furiously, writhing in pain. This made him feel even more pain. "I saw everything, and I don't want them to do this to you anymore. Come with me." There was a tremor in Naruto's voice. He put regret and a desire to care into these words. The girl only stepped back even more at his words, but then looked at him and her face reflected slight surprise. There was not a single hint of evil intent in the face of this blonde with 3 whiskers on each cheek, and tears were pouring from his blue eyes. The girl looked again at his outstretched hand and, after thinking a little, nevertheless extended it to him in response. Naruto carefully took the small red hand with small claws and pulled it behind him, but unable to hold on to the branch, he fell, and the girl fell on him after him. The blonde lost consciousness for a short time, and when he came to, he saw how this girl was running through the snow after a small white mouse. After a couple of minutes of this exciting hunt for her, she approached the boy with her prey. The whole mouse was in her mouth, only the tail was visible. "Hey, spit it out, you don't need to eat it, do you hear?" Naruto was afraid that she would eat it, but the girl was in no hurry to react to the boy's words and did not let the small rodent out of her mouth. Then Naruto stretched out his hand in the hope of taking this mouse away from her. The girl was scared when she saw the boy's hand hanging over her. She involuntarily remembered the experiments that adults had done on her. That's why she bit him. Naruto did not scream or reproach her for anything, even though it hurt him. He simply stroked her head with his free hand. From these pleasant movements, the pink-haired girl calmed down a little and let go of the boy's hand. "Don't be afraid, I will not harm you." But the blonde never received an answer. The girl only looked at him questioningly. Naruto looked into her charming green eyes and decided to ask what her code was, because he did not even know her name. What is your code?" "Avyavav Lovav. I have 006, and you?" "Wufu Iwafui." The girl was saying something that didn't even remotely sound like words. It was as if she was trying to talk but didn't know how. This is exactly what Naruto soon realized. "I see, so you can't talk and now you don't understand me. But how can I find out your code then?" The girl didn't seem to be listening to him, she was just looking at her savior with interest. She definitely liked his thoughtful look. Naruto was also examining her when he suddenly noticed a tag on her leg that said 002. "Wow, your code is 002. It turns out you're special." After Naruto again raised his head to the sky on the snow that had already gotten heavier by that time and again thought about something. Naruto stopped abruptly, causing the girl to be slightly confused. "Do you want me to come up with a name for you? I'm really not that good at it. So far I've only come up with one for myself. My name is Naruto. What should I call you?" Naruto looked at the tag for a bit and shouted. "I did, your name will be 202. Naruto then smiled like 32 and nervously scratched the back of his head. "Yeah, I should have come up with something better and..." Naruto didn't have time to finish speaking when 02 interrupted him. "Val Leva. Voluto. Val Leva, Val Leva. Voluto." She was simply glowing with happiness, pronouncing words that were, albeit not entirely correctly, important to her now. You seem to be learning quickly." But then 02 fell to her knees. "What is 02? Naruto then looked at her feet and saw that she was barefoot, she wasn't wearing any shoes. "What are you doing barefoot in the snow?" Naruto walked up to 02 and carefully picked her up. She was enjoying the moment. He was the only one who didn't treat her badly and she liked it. Meanwhile, Naruto, holding 02 in his arms, tore off 2 pieces of his robe he was wearing and tied them around the girl's legs. When he got up, he noticed that the girl had a torn knee. But what surprised him even more was the color of her blood. It was blue, not red like everyone else's. What should I do? Va. Oh, okay, I saw in a book how animals do it. Naruto sat down and began to lick her wound like dogs and other animals do. 02, meanwhile, was looking at Naruto in fascination. She noticed how the flakes of intensifying snow fell on him and did not melt only on his hair, as well as his stripes on his cheeks. No one had ever shown such care for her, and therefore Naruto certainly became something dear to her, like this book. Well, now everything seems to be fine. Naruto tore off another piece of his robe and moved his knee with it. Okay, let's go, we need to wait out the snowstorm somewhere. Voluto, Voluto, Voluto. The girl shouted joyfully. She finally found the warmth that she lacked so much, and she did not want to part with it at all. Naruto wandered off somewhere and she followed him, stepping on his tracks. In the raging snowstorm, they found a tree trunk under which they decided to wait it out. Listen, 02, for each examination they gave me something like a reward for behaving calmly. Naruto took out 2 candies, yellow and red. 02 looked at him in confusion. 02, do and close your eyes. 02, as Naruto showed her, closed her eyes and opened her mouth. Naruto took the candy out of the wrapper and gently put it in 02's mouth. You can still open your eyes. 02 opened her eyes and closed her mouth. As soon as she felt the candy, she pulled her hands to herself and began to twitch slightly. The candy was something new and incredibly delicious for her. It was so sweet that 02 couldn't hold back her emotions. Wolfa Walav la flew. 02 was shouting something incomprehensible, but only her face showed that she really liked it. Naruto chuckled slightly. I knew you'd like it. 02 ate the candy, thought for a bit, and handed Naruto the book. 02, are you sure? I saw that this book was something important to you and you just wanted to give it to me. No, I'm sorry, but I can't accept your gift. Naruto slightly pushed the book away from himself, but 02 pushed it back to him. Are you absolutely sure? 02 didn't say anything, she just nodded slightly. Well, if that's the case, then thank you. I'll take care of it. What? How did he kidnap him? Yes, Dr. Franxx. Code 006 broke the window and stole code 002. That's bad, but now we know who it was then. Dr. Franxx put his finger to his ear and announced to the soldiers. Code 006 kidnapped 002. Quickly find them, we can't let them escape. We can't let him influence 002, he's our unique sample. The most precious book for 02, which she gave to her savior. 02, although she practically did not understand anything of what the blonde was saying, still listened to him spellbound, peering into his face as if trying to remember him. She enjoyed this moment, sitting in an embrace with the boy and listening to his voice, which was like pleasant music for her. Well, that's all. After finishing the book, Naruto slowly closed it and then looked at 02 admiring him. You know, this book is about a princess and a prince. The prince was a man and the princess was not, but they loved each other and wanted to be together. Naruto noticed that the girl looked at him with some incomprehension. You don't know what love is? The girl slightly looked away and nodded. Well, honestly, I myself don't know exactly what it is, but in my understanding, love is when you promise to take care of a person and be with him, always protecting each other. As it seems to me, this is love. 02 smiled, looking into the charming blue eyes of the boy. But Naruto slightly lowered his head and became a little sad. This could be seen in his gaze. But you know, although this book is quite beautiful, with pictures, but it has a sad ending. The princess, in order to be with her sweetheart, went to a witch who promised to make her human, but in return she had to sacrifice her wings. In the end, she could not be with her sweetheart and Naruto did not have time to finish speaking when 02 interrupted him. Forked. Naruto was slightly surprised, but then he smiled easily and casually. 02, let's promise that we will take care of each other and be together forever. 02 just closed her eyes like when she tried the candy and hugged Naruto. But suddenly their faces displayed alarm when they heard the crunch of snow from footsteps heading towards them. 02, they seem to have found us. We need to leave, it is not safe here now. Naruto carefully took the girl by the hand and led her out through another passage from under the tree. As soon as they were outside, they immediately felt the intense cold and the endless stream of snow that, as luck would have it, was flying straight into their faces, hitting them and melting, which created the feeling as if many scratches were being inflicted on their faces. In order to quickly hide from this cold wind and snow, or as it seemed to them, cold sharp needles, they ran behind one of the large trees. Phew, it seems we got away. Looking back, Naruto said, holding the girl's hand with one hand and wiping the melted snow mixed with sweat from his face with the other. Naruto and 02, already relaxed, turned around and their hearts simply stopped for a moment. In front of them stood 8 fighters in black uniforms. They had been trapping us from the very beginning by sending those 2 and then going around them themselves. Flashed through the blonde's head. One fighter put his finger to his ear and said, "Doctor, we found code 006 and 002. The blonde and pink-haired girl were lying on beds that were next to each other. At the moment, they were unconscious and had black helmets on their heads that looked somewhat like very advanced virtual reality glasses. There were also 2 scientists in white coats around the children. One of them was sitting behind some equipment and the other, apparently, was monitoring the well-being of these 2. In the middle of these beds stood Dr. Franxx himself, with a face that at the moment expressed nothing. "Doctor, we have everything ready. We can launch," said the one sitting behind the equipment. Werner first looked at Naruto and then at 02. After thinking for a second, he replied, "Okay, you can launch. Just don't erase all the memory, just delete the moments about the abduction and about knowing each other. If you don't do this, the situation may repeat itself." "Okay, Mr. Franxx." Memory processing started. A monotonous robot voice was heard. "Memory processing is 5% complete, memory processing is 7% complete, memory processing is 9% complete." "Doctor." A girl appeared in the room. Her face, like the others, was almost completely closed, only her mouth was visible. She was breathing quickly, which meant that she was in a hurry and the information she wanted to convey was really important. "Doctor, aha." Because of her shortness of breath, she could not speak normally, so she spoke intermittently, in parts. "In the blood, aha. Bodies and DNA particles contained in the blood of code 002 were found in the blood of code 006. What? Impossible. There can't be a mistake, Doctor. Code 006 somehow came into contact with the blood of code 002. Mr. Franxx." Werner turned around and looked at the scientist sitting at the equipment. "We found this moment." "Okay, reproduce it." The scientist pressed something and a huge hologram appeared with Naruto's memory right at the moment where he licked 02's knee. "So that's where he took her blood." "Okay, remove it." The scientist pressed something again and the hologram disappeared. "That's bad. With mixed blood, he's no longer fit, but I think we should leave him for the experiment. How's the memory processing going?" "Mr. Franxx, the memory of code 006 has been successfully changed, although some other events have been deleted, and we also accidentally affected other parts of the brain, which may make it less susceptible to emotions, but that's okay. But as for the memory of code 002, it's more complicated. Something is blocking the complete rewriting of the memory and preventing certain moments from being erased. It's as if something is stopping us." Werner didn't answer, but just looked at 002 with the same cold-bloodedness and indifference and noticed how she bared her teeth and growled slightly like a wild cat, and she also clenched her small red fists with rather sharp nails so hard that they dug into her fingers, releasing droplets of blue blood that slowly dripped, coloring the sheet the same color. Okay, then try to rewrite the memory as much as possible, but you shouldn't do it forcibly if some areas are not deleted, so we can touch the wrong parts of the brain as with 006, but the consequences can be much sadder, even fatal. Okay, doctor, we understand you. Franxx again with the same face full of indifference lowered his eyes to the bed where 002 was lying. Watching how she resisted the memory rewriting, he thought about what to do with 002. On the one hand, 006 had already influenced her, just as she had influenced him, and there was no point in her if there was already a boy for the experiment. Miko, have you seen Naruto? No, how would I know where he is? Huh? Zorome, maybe you saw him? I don't know where this Naruto went either. Hiro, asking about Naruto, noticed that Zorome and Miku had similar characters that they might need in the future. But despite his observations and well-hidden emotions, he was still very worried about Naruto. Ikyun? The girl in glasses turned around with an imperturbable face, slightly adjusting her bangs. What do you want, Hiro? The girl in glasses asked without a single emotion and in a monotonous voice. Have you seen Naruto? Hiro asked, waiting for an answer with notes of hope, but in response he only received an indifferent face that turned away and a short negative nod. Hiro also asked Goro and Ichigo, but they also had no idea where this blonde was. However, they agreed to help in the search. I wonder where he is? I hope he doesn't get into trouble. Flashed through the blue-haired man's mind. Where are you, Naruto? Everything flashed through Hiro's head over and over again, as well as his companions Goro and Ichigo's. Where could he be? Yes, Hiro, Ichigo is right. We would have found him a long time ago if he was in the usual places for us, but he is nowhere to be found. I don't know, the last time I saw him was in the cafeteria. Hiro is clearly not telling us something. Flashed through the friends' heads at once. With such thoughts, they ran along the corridor for a very long time, looking into all the places, but in the end not finding what they were looking for. We checked so many places and still haven't found it. Goro said quietly and calmly. Yes, it's strange. Hiro answered somehow lostly, looking at the floor, because of which he did not notice how he bumped into one of the adults. Code 016, 015 and 056. What are you doing here? Excuse me, but haven't you seen Naru? Oh, that is, the code is 006. You are not supposed to know about this, go back to the room right now. But... Before Hiro could say anything in response, 3 people in black combat uniforms approached and took the 5-year-old children and headed with them to the room. Having brought the children to the room, the fighters released the boys and closed the door, and led Ichigo to another one, to the women's room. What are we going to do now? With the same calm and with a hint of curiosity, Goro asked, sitting on the bed with Hiro and adjusting his glasses. Now that we are here, we have nothing left to do but just wait. Believe me, Goro, we are simply not able to do anything now. Even if we go out the door, there are most likely either a couple of fighters or a couple of adult observers who will simply not let us leave here. You're probably right. Goro answered, thoughtfully looking out the window. So thinking about their own things, they did not notice how they fell asleep leaning on each other. Each was fast asleep and had their own dream, so they did not notice how night fell and all the guys came who did not pay much attention to them and soon went to bed. The blonde with the blue-haired could have stayed in such an atmosphere until the morning, but their sleep was interrupted by a long, drawn-out creak of the door at 2 a.m. Both barely opened their eyes, staring at the door. They did not really understand what was happening, maybe it was a dream at all. However, all their doubts and drowsiness instantly disappeared when a figure of a man appeared in the doorway. Hiro and the blonde in glasses could not yet understand who it was, but as he walked further and got under the moonlight, their mouths opened in surprise. Naruto. The blonde just continued walking towards them without saying anything, and his eyes were pleasantly illuminated by the moonlight, which made them seem even more beautiful, but they seemed to have some kind of coldness. Only when he came close enough to his friends could they feel his coldness that his gaze conveyed. Naruto, are you okay? Hiro was worried about his friend, and therefore, as a friend, he was obliged to ask this question. I'm fine. The blonde answered unusually coldly, passing by them and continuing on his way to his bed without turning around. The moonlight shimmered on him because of the shadows of the beds, and his steps echoed throughout the room, making the atmosphere even a little creepy. Naruto, are you sure you're okay? Goro's voice already echoed slightly throughout the room. Yes. The blonde cut him off coldly, showing his reluctance to continue the conversation. Naruto, I can see that something is wrong, you can tell me. Remember? We said that we would tell each other any problems. So what is this? I said, everything. It's fine. Interrupting Hiro and slowly turning his head, the blonde stopped by the bed and growled like a beast. When the friends saw his face, or rather his eyes, because right now he was standing in the shadow of the bed and only his eyes were clearly visible. Seeing them, they couldn't even move, they seemed paralyzed and goosebumps spread across their skin. The reason for their fear was his eyes. They were red with an elongated black pupil and were very clearly visible in the shadow. They seemed to glow slightly. Hiro, what is that? Goro's voice trembled and his face reflected inimitable horror. I don't know. Naruto looked at them, quickly climbed up to the second tier and went to bed. Hiro and Goro sat on the bed and looked at each other in horror. It seemed that now they could calmly read each other's thoughts. Hiro, what was that? Afraid to make an extra loud sound, Goro asked in a whisper, taking off his glasses and wiping them and his face from sweat. I don't know. 016 also answered in a whisper. Enough, Hiro. Putting on his glasses and confidently whispering, Goro said, looking straight into the eyes of his interlocutor. Hiro's eyes widened in surprise. He could not understand whether his friend had really begun to guess something. Stop lying to me. Goro, I'm telling you the truth. I don't know what happened to Naruto. And I think you're lying to me, Hiro. You know, before this I still believed you, but after what I saw, I can no longer believe your nonsense that you don't know. Of all of us, you communicated with Naruto much more often, and you were also the last one to see him before he disappeared. I can't believe that he didn't tell you anything. Hiro realized that he couldn't hide it from Goro at least any longer. Hiro lowered his head and peered at one point. It seemed that he wanted to find answers to all his questions there. The moonlight illuminated the blue-haired man's head, casting a shadow on the wall. There was a deathly silence in the room, broken only by the snoring of the boys and the whispers of Hiro and Goro. Okay, I'll tell you everything I know myself, but you must promise that you won't tell anyone else. Hiro raised his head and looked at Goro with a look full of confidence and determination. Goro only nodded slightly in agreement. Hiro began his story, which lasted a very long time. He told how Hiro first met that girl and how he came up with a plan. He also told what Naruto was thinking then and what problems he had. In general, he told everything. What did they do to him? You noticed Hiro's change in character. Some kind of cold and gloomy aura was directly felt from him. And his eyes, I don't even know what it was. Did they really catch him and experiment on him? Yes, I noticed all of that. Most likely, they really did something to him, because after what he did, they simply couldn't leave everything as it was, and his eyes. He had eyes like a beast. Honestly, then I felt something similar to the thirst for murder. I don't know how else to explain it. Yes, I felt the same. But what did they do to him? Hiro, promise me you won't tell Ichigo anything for now. But she's ours. Hiro. Hiro lowered his head, staring at the floor. Okay, fine, I promise I won't tell Ichigo anything for now. I'm counting on you. Now let's go to sleep, we'll figure out the rest tomorrow. Goro climbed onto the second tier and Hiro lay down on the first. Naruto climbed into his place and quickly fell asleep and had this dream again. Naruto, come on. Okay, Sasuke. Something resembling a blue shuriken formed in the blonde's hands. Wind element, Rasen Shuriken. The blonde shouted and launched his technique at the white-haired goddess with horns similar to a rabbit's. Amaterasu, flame control. The black-haired Uchiha activated the purple Susanoo and launched an arrow of black fire. These two techniques almost caught up with the newly revived goddess, but she simply disappeared into a black portal and they flew past, while she herself appeared in another place. I will take your chakra, you are unworthy of it, all the chakra is mine and belongs only to me. I will take what you got from me. Kagaya said in a calm and monotonous voice, not showing a single emotion. You fought well, now you can rest. Carrying Naruto on his back, the ash-haired man said. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto closed his eyes and laid his head on his shoulder. When they got there were a lot of people in front of them and everyone was clapping, smiling, shouting and whistling. Yeah. We believed in you, Naruto-kun. You tried hard. Well done. Hiro. You are the best. Well done, Naruto-kun. People were grateful to Naruto for defeating pain. You were hated and despised since childhood, but you continued to fight. You never gave up or complained, but just continued to train hard and go towards your dream. You wanted everyone to recognize you and now this day has come. You are great, Naruto. Thought Hatake, looking with concern at the load on his back. What do you want? The mask seller shouted angrily, looking at a blonde boy of about 5 to 6 years old. I just wanted to buy a mask. A mask? Yes? Take it and get out of here. I don't want me to see you here again. The man shouted at the boy and then threw the mask at him, which made him fall on his ass and glanced at everyone around him. Everyone was looking at him the same way. With horror, contempt, hatred, and fear. What did I do to you? What? You'll see, I'll become Hokage and then you'll have to acknowledge me. The boy grabbed the mask and ran away, pushing aside the crowd of people. Who is this boy? Asked a girl of about 5 to 6 years old with a duck haircut and lavender eyes, hiding behind the back of her nanny, whose hair ends were slightly green and had the same Byakugan. Hinata, please never mess with this boy. The girl said, looking towards the running blonde. Dr. Franxx stood with 2 scientists and listened to one adult. Dr. Franxx, one of the boys, reported that Code 006 was acting very strangely. Is this the same boy? The person opposite Werner only nodded. It looks like we damaged the part of the brain responsible for emotions much more than we thought, and most likely we affected the other one as well. And also. What else? According to that boy, at one point he gave off some kind of unpleasant aura, and his eyes turned from blue to red with an elongated pupil. What? What is this? We will have to conduct a full examination of Code 006 for any changes. After that, everyone dispersed. It looks like Code 002 somehow affected him. Things are taking a very dangerous turn. Werner thought, looking at his feet. Wake up, said the adult who came in, and without even bothering to make sure whether the parasites had woken up or not, he simply headed towards the exit, each step echoing slightly. The parasites didn't really want to get up, but such beautiful and at the same time annoying sun rays forced the children to wake up. Hey Hiro, how did you sleep? Rubbing his eyes with one hand, Goro asked as he descended from the second tier. He stood like that for a couple of seconds, then yawned and sat down next to Hiro, who, like him, was squinting from the sun's rays and rubbing his eyes with his hand. Huh? How did you sleep? I said. I think I slept fine, really, you know. I still can't forget about yesterday. You know, I can't just throw it out of my head either, but I think it's not worth pretending that we know something better. Goro spoke as always, calmly considering the situation as a whole. His eyes, Goro, what was wrong with his eyes? Dressed hero turned his head to the interlocutor and looked into his eyes as if trying to find an answer in them. I don't really know, but I have an assumption that they injected him with something. Maybe it's from that sh. Hello everyone, why aren't you going to eat? Naruto looked at the guys with a smile, Allah 32, throwing his hands behind his head. Naruto. The blonde was very surprised by the fact that the guys' faces were literally in horror, which was evidenced by their wide-open eyes and mouths. Hey, why are you staring like that? Is something wrong with me? Naruto, how are you feeling? Hiro at the moment did not understand at all what was happening to his friend. Yeah, seems fine, but what is it, Hiro? Naruto looked at Hiro in confusion. Naruto, what is the last thing you remember from yesterday? It seems like I'm starting to understand little by little what's going on, Goro asked, adjusting his glasses with his index finger. Well. Naruto looked at the ceiling that cast shadows from the morning sun from the windows. I remember walking down the hallway and came here, you asked me something but I don't remember what I answered. Then I walked past you and I don't remember anything else. I see. You know, really. Goro and Hiro looked at Naruto in surprise, each remembering his red eyes with elongated pupils. I have a feeling like I have something important and I lost it. I don't know what it is, but it's a pretty strange feeling. Naruto scratched his blonde head and looked at the floor and gave out his thought. Well, let's go, they already have won. Hiro brought everyone out of this tense state and, stepping forward, turned to the guys as if calling them to follow him. Yes. Let's go, Goro. Okay. The two blondes approached Hiro and stood at the edges and went to breakfast, meeting Ichigo along the way. After a couple of minutes of wandering along the long white corridors, the four friends finally felt this blissful smell of food, which meant that they had finally arrived. They practically did not talk along the way. Each was thinking about his own and about what happened yesterday. In such thoughts, they entered the dining room and sat down next to each other, the four of them. The guys' voices, the appetizing smell of food and such bright, blinding sunbeams gave some special mood. It seemed that something very good would happen today. But from the guys' faces one could tell that they clearly did not think so. Finally, Ichigo, unable to stand this silence and slowly gobbling up breakfast, asked. Naruto, so where were you yesterday? We looked for you for quite a long time but never found you. Naruto looked at Ichigo and guiltily scratched the back of his head. You know, Ichigo, but I don't really remember. How? You don't remember what happened yesterday? Well, I only remember bits and pieces and not even that much. You'd better ask Hiro and Goro, they should remember more than me. Ichigo looked at Hiro and Goro and peered intently into their blue and green eyes, coaxing an answer. But the boys didn't know what to say, because last night they had promised each other that they wouldn't tell Ichigo what really happened. Goro decided to start, because he was calm, and they would believe him more. Well, Naruto came, we asked where he had been and if everything was okay with him. He told us that he didn't remember where he had been, but otherwise everything was okay with him. After that, he just went to bed. Hiro, was that really true? Ichigo looked sternly at her friend, causing everything inside him to pound and shake. He tried to pull himself together and, gathering his last bit of strength, answered. Yes, that's how it was. Goro isn't lying. Really? Ichigo moved her face even closer to Hiro, looking straight into his blue eyes, seeming to penetrate him. Why, yes. Why would we lie to you, Ichigo? Hiro turned away slightly because he felt that he couldn't stand such a look for long and would blurt out. Well, okay then. Ichigo looked into Hiro's eyes for a little longer and then simply left. It's all somehow strange. Naruto is okay, you can still believe that he doesn't remember, you can tell by him. But Hiro and Goro. They are clearly hiding something. Just what? And what's the point of them hiding it? Did something really so terrible happen yesterday that they don't want to tell me? With these thoughts, Ichigo reached the exit and, taking one last look at her friends, left the dining room. Phew, I think I got away with it. Hiro said, wiping sweat from his forehead. Okay, it's time for us to leave. Goro adjusted his glasses again and then stood up and left the dining room with the other two, heading to the playroom. The sun's rays no longer illuminated them along the way. Firstly, there were few windows, and secondly, the sky was covered with clouds and at the moment a snowstorm had started again. Meanwhile, the boys were already sitting on the multicolored cubes watching the other children. While they were being watched from behind the glass. Naruto? Goro asked, who was sitting just above Hiro and Naruto. Yes. Tell me, do you remember anything about the little girl with horns? Do such things even exist? Just try to remember and tell me whether you remember or not. Anything, even the smallest thing. Naruto stared at the ceiling and began to remember everything he could. No, I don't remember any such girl Databeo. Hiro opened his eyes wide and stared at Naruto. What did you just say? Naruto looked at Hiro with confusion, because he seemed to have spoken clearly. I said that I don't remember. No, and after that? I don't think I said anything after that. You said Databeo. What does that word mean? I've never heard that word. Me either. The blonde guy in glasses agreed with his friend. Well, I don't know, it just kind of slipped out. It's all somehow strange. He doesn't remember that girl, he doesn't remember what happened yesterday, and on top of that, that incomprehensible word. What's happening to you, Naruto? Goro noticed Hiro's thoughtful look and guessed what he was thinking about. After that, the guys didn't discuss anything important anymore, they just played with the guys, and 2 hours later, one of the adults came to them. For an examination. After that, all the guys left the room and followed the adult. Naruto walked last and looked at the walls, ceilings, floors, in general, he tried to occupy himself with something. But he was distracted by someone putting a hand on his shoulder. Naruto turned around and saw one of the fighters in a black uniform. Goro and Hiro also turned around, noticing that their comrade had stopped. Code 006, you will come with us. Naruto himself did not know why, but he was very scared of him. I do not know who you are and I will not go with you. Naruto broke free and started to run. Who are you? Why do you need Naruto? What is going on? Code 056 and 016, you do not need to know this. Code 006, you better stop moving, otherwise we will have to take you by force. Naruto did not react to this in any way, but only sped up his run. The fighter, realizing that this blonde could not be stopped with words, aimed at him. No! What are you doing? Hiro was shocked. He did not understand why they needed Naruto so much that they were ready to take him by force. Don't interfere. Solat fired and a capsule with some liquid pierced Naruto's neck and after its contents hit the boy, it fell. No, Naruto. Goro and Hiro looked at Naruto, who had simply fallen. What are you doing to him? Before Goro could finish speaking, the same ones flew into their necks and they also fell to the floor. Dr. Franxx, we have code 006, but they tried to stop us. What should we do with them? Take code 006 to me and the rest for a routine examination. Yes. 3 soldiers took the boys and went in different directions, 2 in one and 1 in the other. There was a blonde man hooked up to some equipment in the room. An old man stuffed with hardware was standing next to him. There was also a scientist sitting behind equipment that was beeping rather unpleasantly. "Mr. Franxx, we have completed a full examination of code 006. "And what does he have?" "It turned out that we damaged parts of the brain more than we thought. Because of this, he could change a lot, become less emotional and cold-blooded." "That's what I thought. But that's not all." "What else?" "We found some unknown cells in his blood. In addition to the code 002 cells, he also has others that are completely unknown to us. They contain a huge amount of energy. At the moment, they are in a kind of dormant mode, that is, they do not come into contact with anything, but when they are activated, this energy is released from them, improving his body and abilities. But they are like a separate organism, so we cannot understand their nature, how they appeared in him and under what circumstances they are activated. It's much more complicated than I expected." Veriner looked at the lying boy and thought for a moment, then added. "He can't live with ordinary parasites anymore. We'll have to take him for an experiment and find out his abilities. Now he's not a simple parasite like everyone else." The old man put his finger to his ear. "Take the things of code 006 and tell him that he won't live among the others anymore." "Yes. Let's see where this leads us." Hiro and Goro returned to the room after the examination. Imagine their surprise when there were no things in Naruto's place. They understood what this meant. Many children were simply taken somewhere and no one returned. Because of this, quite a few beds were already empty. And now Naruto's place was also empty. "Did you notice, Goro?" "Yes, Naruto's place is empty." Both immediately remembered how one of the fighters shot a capsule into Naruto's neck and he simply fell. The same thing happened to them later. They woke up already during an examination where, as always, they were injected with yellow cells that are needed to control Franxx, which is what the future parasites will actually do. It seems they somehow found out what happened at night. "Yes, Hiro, it seems so. But how did they find out, because Naruto only crossed paths with us that evening?" Hiro thoughtfully looked out the window, beyond which the weather was cloudy and it was snowing again. "His bedmate could also have found out. As far as I know his code is 072. He seemed to be constantly watching Naruto. And once at night I saw him leaving the room. Perhaps he was watching Naruto's every step and went to report at night. Let's ask him about it," Goro suggested, adjusting his glasses. Hiro and Goro slowly approached the place where Naruto and code 072 were. Coming closer, they were also surprised. There were no things of code 072, as well as Naruto's things. The bed where Naruto and 072 were was completely empty. It even seemed as if it was abandoned and no one had used it for a long time. Also, this rather eerie atmosphere was absorbed by the cloudy weather. Because of the gray snow and gloomy clouds, the room was a little dark. "Goro?" The blonde in glasses looked at Hiro with a questioning look. "I have one plan." Hiro and Goro moved away from Naruto's place and sat on the bed, just like that night. "Anyway, when everyone returns from the examination and goes to bed, we will wait until about the time when Naruto came." "And then what?" "We will quietly leave the room and try to find that old man and, if possible, eavesdrop on his conversation. He will surely say something about Naruto." "Hiro, aren't you afraid that we'll get caught?" "After all, if we get caught, I'm even afraid to imagine what will happen to us." "Calm down, Goro." Hiro put his hand on his friend's back as a sign of support. "Even if they notice us, they'll most likely send us back to the room. It's unlikely. It might work during the day, but at night when everyone is asleep, just saying that we're lost won't work. Then they might take us away and torture us like that girl Naruto told you about." Goro tried to speak calmly and even maintained his calm appearance well, but there was still a tremor in his voice, which naturally didn't escape the blue-haired man. "Don't be afraid, if anything happens, we'll run away." "Hiro, are you serious? They'll just shoot us with those capsules. Like they did then." If we even meet them. What do you mean? Since they have now taken what they wanted, namely Naruto, most likely they will not be here at all, since there is no point in them just walking around here. After all, they are a special squad that is sent on especially important missions, but they are not patrolmen. Goro glanced out the window at the gray clouds and then looked Hiro in the eyes again. You know, there is some truth in your words. So what? Do you agree, Goro? Goro looked at the floor, lost in thought. On the one hand, this was a good chance to find out what happened to Naruto. But on the other hand, if they are noticed, it is even scary to imagine what will happen to them, although Hiro seemed to explain that this is impossible. After thinking a little, Goro looked into the eyes of his interlocutor and answered in a confident tone. Okay, I agree. What about Ichigo? Most likely, we will not take her. Firstly, many people are not very good, there is a chance that we will be noticed, and secondly, we simply will not be able to discuss this with her in any way. And if someone follows us, have you thought about that, Hiro? It will be late, everyone will be asleep, so everything will be fine, no one will follow us. Okay. The boys' conversation was interrupted by the creaking of the door. It turned out that the rest of the parasites had already arrived. They came in a noisy crowd discussing something. Goro, like Hiro, noticed that there were far fewer of them now than before. All the parasites had scattered to their places. Goro also climbed onto the second tier, preparing for the fact that an adult would come in any minute and announce the all clear, and as if by some magic, an adult actually came into the room a few minutes later and gave the all clear command. The hubbub ended abruptly, and after half an hour it was completely replaced by the snoring and snoring of parasites. It was very dark in the room, so much so that if you put your hands in front of you, you simply would not see them. For the same reason, the beds with parasites were not visible. Goro thought about it, he lay and thought it over again. He might have wanted to sleep like Hiro and the other parasites were doing now, but the upcoming task simply did not allow him to do this. He was tormented by doubts, what if something went wrong? In an attempt to calm himself, he immediately remembered Hiro's words, since now they took what they wanted, namely Naruto, then most likely they will not be there at all. This calmed him down and the doubts gradually went away, but then, after some time, they came back like something annoying, something that is hard to drive away. And again Goro remembered Hiro's words. He lay in such thoughts for quite a long time. Trying to fall asleep, he lay for another hour and then realized that the time had come. Putting on his glasses and sitting on the edge of the bed, he peered into the darkness trying to get used to it, because he didn't want to hit his forehead on something at the wrong moment. When he finally could see something more or less, he went down. Looking at Hiro, as he wrapped himself under the blanket, he realized that he was fast asleep. Goro was amazed how the blue-haired man could sleep so calmly when he had a difficult and dangerous task ahead of him that might not bring what they wanted to know. Looking at this sleepy body for a little longer, Goro touched his shoulder and began to shake him. Hiro didn't react at all, which angered Goro a little and he shook him even harder. He again didn't react at all, but only rolled over onto his back with a rustling blanket. Goro's patience snapped, which served as the subsequent slap to his friend. Hiro immediately jumped up with a cry as if stung and tried to find the one who broke his sleep. Quiet, you'll wake everyone up. Who is this? It's me, Goro. Hiro, come on, get up, have you forgotten? No, I remember. Where are you? I'm standing right in front of you. Hiro started waving his arms in the air, trying to find his friend, but alas, to no avail, because unlike the blonde guy in glasses, Hiro didn't have time to look so closely into the darkness. So he couldn't see anything at all. Hiro, I'm here. The blue-haired guy turned to the source of the voice and stretched out his arms to feel for him, but he didn't take into account that Goro wasn't standing right next to the bed, so he stretched out his arms and leaned over a little, and fell to the floor with a thud. Is he kidding me? Hiro. You'll wake everyone up. Oh, sorry. It's just too dark, I can't see anything. Hiro mumbled sleepily as he got up from the floor and rubbed his bruised area. So, are we moving, Goro? Goro nodded in confirmation. He can't see. Yeah. Just don't bump into anyone's bed on the way. Okay. Without saying another word, the boys slowly approached the door in a half-squat. Are you ready? Hiro asked, stopping at the last bed. Yeah. The boys were about to leave the room when someone put their hands on Goro's shoulders. At that moment, he almost lost consciousness from fear. After all, the situation itself was already quite alarming. Goro turned around in fear and saw a disheveled Maka. Who are you? Heh, scared? Zorome? Hearing a voice behind Goro, Hiro asked in surprise, turning his head in his direction. Well, yes, Goro, you even flinched when I touched you. Zorome giggled cheerfully because he was very amused by this situation. Zorome, what are you doing here? Goro asked, having calmed down a little. I heard everything. How? Hiro asked, no longer able to bear it. I was walking into the room and wanted to go in, but I heard conversations. I decided to stand outside the door and listen. That's how I heard your plan and then decided to go in with the others. And now, hearing the rumble, I realized that you started to act. Well, I can't stay on the sidelines when they are planning such a thing here, heh. Zorome, but we don't want to recruit a lot of people. Goro, don't worry, I won't bother you. Okay, good, let's go then. The boys slowly approached the door in complete darkness. When they were literally a couple of steps away, they heard a loud knock on the bed and a short "oh." It was Zorome, who, due to complete darkness, did not see the bed and hit his forehead. Zorome, you promised. Sorry. It happened by accident. Okay, let's go. Having opened the door, the boys slipped out into the white corridor and slowly headed to the turn, meeting the rooms in which they played during the day along the way. Walking one after another, they only occasionally exchanged short phrases. Also, all three of them at the moment were not very comfortable looking because of the light that hit their eyes. Their eyes had not yet had time to wean themselves off the darkness, so they could not open normally. Having reached the first turn, they stopped. Hiro was first, Goro was second, and Zorome was the very last. Hiro cautiously looked around the corner and, making sure that there was no one, showed with his hand that they could continue on their way. Goro, can you go faster? You're crawling like a snail. I can't. If we go faster, they might notice. Zorome didn't answer this, but only sighed pitifully. No one forced you to come with us, if you make noise, you'll come back. Yes, I understand. Sure. The boys stopped around the next corner. What's wrong, Hiro? Hiro didn't answer, but only pointed to the snow-white wall on which a moving shadow was clearly visible. The boys froze, their hearts began to beat faster. The trio sat motionless, even afraid to wipe the sweat from their foreheads. They were already prepared for the adult to appear at any moment, but suddenly they heard the sound of an opening door and then the shadow disappeared. Phew, that was a relief. Zorome said with relief. The boys moved towards the adult and realized where he had gone. He entered a room with a large glass opening onto a corridor similar to the ones in playrooms. The parasites decided to crawl right under the window. Hiro, moving slowly, suddenly stopped and raised his head to see who was there. Hiro, what's the matter? That old man in this room is apparently talking to the one who just came in. So what should we do? Hiro didn't answer, but just put his ear to the wall. Zorome and Goro repeated after him. What about code 006? That old man asked. Oh, it looks like they're talking about Naruto. We're just in time. Zorome supported Hiro. Code 006 is in a stable condition. What about those cells? We only managed to find out that when they activate, his eyes change. They look like red ones with an elongated pupil. Hearing this, Hiro and Goro's hearts sank. They immediately remembered that night and those scarlet eyes. Hm. Werner looked at the wall as if thinking about something. It seems we can't guess what will happen to him next. If the experiment with him fails, we'll have to get rid of him. Plus, he won't be able to be an ordinary parasite and pilot with others anyway. So what should we do then? Continue the experiment. Goro, Hiro, and Zorome's jaws dropped in surprise at these words. An experiment? Cells? They were shocked and afraid for their friend. We need to leave before they notice us. Hiro started to back away, Goro too. But Zorome reacted late and saw a leg in front of him and dodged, but not having calculated his strength, he dodged too much, due to which he hit his head on the wall. Dr. Franxx and the scientist, of course, heard this and turned to the source of the noise. There is someone behind the door. Werner put his finger to his ear. Sector 4, Room 2. There are strangers here. Detain them. Yes. Zorome. It. Goro and Hiro looked angrily at Zorome. There were a lot of people in the large area of one of the huge structures that looked like a UFO, and in the center there were 10 kids about 15 to 16 years old. It was clearly an important day for everyone, because everyone was wearing beautiful formal clothes. In the center there was a man in a white and red suit, a mask, and an upturned headdress. It was Papa, who, one could say, was in charge of everyone. He and his assistants were in space, but he decided to come personally to watch the show fight of the experimental parasites. Also, closer to the parasites stood Dr. Franxx and the red-haired girl Nana. Oh, I'm a bit worried. Zorome, are you scared? No, it's just an important day. I can see that you're scared. Miku, I said no. You're starting again. How I've gotten on your nerves. Hey, you better calm down or you'll ruin everything. Yes, Goro is right. I'll support Hiro and Goro too. Adjusting her glasses, as always, with an unperturbed look, she decided to support Ikuno. The rest, namely Futoshi, who had grown a little fatter, Kokoro, who had become even cuter, Mitsuru, who was glowing with happiness that he was piloting with Hiro, and Naomi simply remained silent and decided not to get involved in this argument. Naomi is also a member of the 13th squad, her code is 703, she is quite beautiful. She has curly brown hair reaching her shoulders and brown eyes. What is Hiro? Ichigo asked, somehow worried and curious. I thought that Naruto could be standing here with us now. Ichigo said nothing, but only looked sadly at the ground. Perhaps they would have indulged in memories, but they were interrupted by Papa, who began to speak. You have been preparing for this day for a long time. The moment has come for you to become real parasites and stand up for the defense of your city. You must fight bravely and be ready to give your life for your city. And now, to prove it to us, you will show us what you are capable of. After the words of the little old man in a red and white robe and a mask, all the stands applauded loudly. Everyone was also in similar clothes as the Pope himself. So prove to us that you are capable of defending your city, the 13th plantation. The Pope continued after the stormy applause stopped. 5 hatches opened right in the plantation, presenting everyone with 5 francs. By the way, these were large robots, much larger than people. The first was a Franxx named Delphinium. Delphinium has light blue eyes, with pinkish red hair that covers his right eye, which is a reference to the straight hair that covers Ichigo's right eye. Delphinium has 3 sharp blue fins on the top of his head. And wears a white and pale blue helmet above it that covers his hair. Delphinium's chest area is mostly pale blue with a red and orange crest. His torso contains numerous arrows that are colored white and dark blue. There are 2 red and blue stripes on his right leg, and his feet are designed to resemble pumps. Delphinium wields two spear-like swords that contain orange magma energy, which he can use to smash the cores of the Revizors. The second was Argenta. Argenta has a pink and white coloring and 3 claws on each hand. This is something like a unique weapon for each of the Franxx, like Delphinium has spear-like swords. The next Franxx is Janista. This Franxx is black, with a trim of light green elements. We can see not the whole face, like the other Franxx's, but only part of it. 2 blonde strands fall on the Franxx's chest. The weapon is massive, taller than the Franxx. The fourth Franxx is Chlorophytum. Chlorophytum has a white-purple color, the legs after the knee joint are painted gold. The weapon is part of the hand, located along the wrist, and has the function of a gun. And the last is Salfin. Salfin has 2 wavy strands of hair that just do not reach the neck. Franxx is white and green, or more precisely, green stripes diverge throughout the Franxx. Salfin has a unique weapon similar to a dagger on a chain or a reaper. Delphinium was controlled by Goro and Ichigo, Argenta Zorome and Miku, Janista Kokoro and Futoshi, Chlorophytum Ikuno and Naomi, and finally Salfin Hiro and Mitsuru. All the Prazits slowly left the square to put on a special uniform and proceed to the Franxx. Everyone, despite the indifferent faces of some, were incredibly happy about this day. Ah, it's been 10 years and I still remember Naruto. It's normal because he was your friend as well as ours, and if he hadn't been taken away then, maybe he would have piloted with you or someone else. Goro decided to support his friend by putting his hand on his shoulder. He didn't want Hiro to be sad at such a moment because it would affect the connection and it would be worse. Hiro seemed to listen to his friend and his face changed a little in a positive direction, but still did not say anything in response. In such silence, they continued their move until a female voice broke the silence. What will happen if we don't live up to Dad's expectations? Naomi looked worriedly at her teammates who were distracted from their thoughts by her question. Nonsense. Throwing his hands behind his head and closing his eyes with a slight grin, Zorome objected. We prepared so much and we can't show a bad result. Even if we do, we can't know for sure. What if something doesn't suit Dad? Naomi, well, you and Ikuno may fail, but we'll definitely live up to expectations and Dad will believe in us, and then we'll grow up and live in the city. Zorome continued to speak with the same grin. Zorome was definitely the most self-confident and a little arrogant, which irritated Naomi and Miku quite a bit. Enough, Zorome, what are you saying? We're still one team. PFF, Miku, we can handle it without them, we'll still have to save them. Zorome looked around with a grin at everyone around him, but it seemed like no one except Naomi and Miku was listening to him. Zorome, how annoying you are, why am I piloting with you? Miku crossed her arms and puffed out her cheeks in indignation as she looked at Zorome. You're the one who's annoying, why do I pilot with you? Isn't there someone better? What? Oh, you. You're an arrogant turkey. It's hard to convey Miku's state. She was simply bursting with anger. It seemed that in her thoughts she had already killed her partner 200 times in every possible way. And you're a crazy hysterical woman who does nothing but pester me all the time. Zorome's mocking face changed to anger. Yes, you. Miku wanted to throw another barb at her partner, but a strong earthquake prevented her from doing so. All the guys stopped at the entrance to the large hangar. What was that? Ichigo, what do you think? Ikuno asked with some kind of indifference. Riva's over. Yes, it's quite possible, because they haven't appeared for quite a long time. Goro guessed, adjusting his glasses. All hangars are damaged. The short-haired man said to Dr. Franxx, looking at the equipment. I see, there are so many Hachis. Mr. Franxx, there is one Mahorovich-class Revizor heading towards the 13th plantation. The old man didn't answer, but just thought. What happened? The out-of-breath and returning parasites asked. The Revizor is approaching the plantation. We could send you but the hangars are damaged. Nana tried to stay calm, but the parasites could see how hard it was for her. While everyone was in a panic, the Revasor was approaching the plantation, and the cloudy weather made the situation even worse. This black and blue creature, somewhat similar to a dinosaur or dragon, had already approached the plantation. Everyone could see its size. It was huge, and with its roar alone it almost blew people away like grains of sand. Looking at this, the parasites felt some horror because they could not even do anything. Are we really going to die like this? Everyone had the same thought, and everyone was ready to die when suddenly, right in front of the Revasor, some white and red mechanical beast appeared and stopped the Revasor's blow to the plantation. At first, when they saw it, they couldn't even really understand what it was, but Dr. Franxx, seeing the silent question in their eyes, decided to explain. This is Strelitzia. At the moment, she is in a rampage mode, which is noticeable by her form. Now she looks more like a beast. Franxx takes this form when the pistol and stamen cannot be combined and one of them takes control. Franxx also takes this form when the negative emotions of one of the parasites take over him. Mr. Franxx, as far as I know, this Franxx is controlled by code 002? Yes, that's right. This is code 002, and it looks like she killed the parasite again. It can't be. Ichigo raised her hand to her mouth and looked at her teammates in horror. What is Ichigo? I heard that code 002 kills its parasites. Once with her and Franxx and you're dead, but there were also cases when someone managed to pilot with her as many as 3 times. Kills? Parasites? The members of the 13th squad were shocked. Meanwhile, the Revasor swung its horn or something like that to leave a hole in the plantation, but Strelitzia jumped on its head, clawing at its eyes. As a result of their fight, a lot of dust was filling up, which significantly blocked the view. In this impenetrable fog, only slightly glowing blue stripes of the Revasor and orange lights of Strelitzia's eyes were clearly visible in the form of dust. Judging only by this, the light source could tell that they had an active fight, although Strelitzia moved much more often than the Revasor because she was much more mobile. Everyone watched this fight with fascination. It was definitely surprising. After all, 002 in Strelitzia fights very well, and they are still far from her level. Meanwhile, the dust cleared and everyone saw how Strelitzia was running at the Revasor, preparing her tail with a sharp magma tip. The Revasor stood motionless, which alarmed everyone, and it was not for nothing that in the end the fears of the Pope and the parasites were confirmed. The huge creature began to transform into something incomprehensible. It was clear that he collected energy from his body and turned it into some kind of huge blue ball that made a strong hum and wind. Strelitzia meanwhile ran up to the Revasaurus tightly and was preparing to strike straight at the head, but she was thrown back in a second by this projectile. Strelitzia, having flown a decent distance in somersaults at incredible speed, crashed into the plantation with a roar, leaving a strong dent and causing strong shaking inside the plantation. The shaking was so strong that the parasites and everyone else could hardly stand on their feet, and many fell. No, it can't be. Hiro rushed toward Strelitzia. Hiro, no. Hiro, what are you doing? The whole team did not understand why he rushed there. Help 002. But she will kill him. Hiro ran up to Strelitzia. Strelitzia's face opened and a large-built man's corpse fell out, and then a pink-haired girl in a red tight-fitting suit that emphasized her perfect figure came out. So Ichigo was telling the truth, she really is killing her partner. Hiro thought, looking at the man's corpse. The girl in the red suit leaned against the wall of Franxx. Her pink hair swayed easily and casually in the wind. Small 6-centimeter horns were also visible, blood flowed down her head, reaching her chin and slowly dripping onto the ground, forming a small puddle of blood. 002 looked at Hiro with her charming green eyes. What do you want? Have you come to finish me off? No. I would like to help you. I don't need your help. I can handle it myself, alone. I'm always alone. Hiro could have listened to her and left, but he couldn't, he was already enchanted by her. Wait. 002. She turned around and gave him her look. Take me with you. I want to help you defeat this Revasor. Knowing who I am, aren't you afraid? You know, maybe I like you. 002 grabbed Hiro by the hand and dragged him inside Strelitzia. A second later, a bright flash illuminated everyone and the blow of the Revasor to the plantation was again intercepted by Strelitzia. What is this? Naomi asked excitedly. When the stamen and pistil become one, the Franxx gains its true power and blossoms in all its glory. And indeed, in front of everyone stood no longer a mechanical beast, but like all the others, a human-like Franxx. Strelitzia literally glowed, holding back the attack of the Revasor with her spear. Dr. Werner. What if Code 016 can't handle it and dies? Don't worry, Nana, I have a special parasite for this case. Strelitzia held the Revasor so that it would not destroy the plantation. After a minute of such a confrontation, the Revasor used its tail and knocked Strelitzia off its feet. Strelitzia found itself in an open position in front of the enemy. Realizing this, she quickly got down on one knee and rolled right behind the Revasor, and it was not for nothing that a second later the Revasor's horn pierced the place where Strelitzia lay, causing a small earthquake and again raising a lot of dust into the air, once again cutting off the parasites and the rest of the view of the ensuing battle. When the dust settled, everyone could see how Strelitzia took advantage of the situation and was preparing to attack him with a spear to break the core. Strelitzia had already aimed at the head and would have chopped it off by jumping from behind, but to her misfortune, it was at that moment that the Revasor was able to remove the stuck horn and raise its head. At the last moment, the monster intercepted Strelitzia's spear with its mouth and threw it with incredible force into the plantation. Strelitzia had already made a second dent in it and caused another shaking of the plantation, only this one was much stronger and the parasites could not resist. Wow, how hard he threw them back. Either to herself or to the parasites, Ichigo muttered in surprise. Meanwhile, Strelitzia had already recovered and rushed at the Revasor with incredible speed, maneuvering left and right to confuse it, and she succeeded. Having gotten close to it, she hit it with her hand with an accelerator. As a result of this blow, the Revasor fell with a roar, causing a small earthquake and raising a little dust. Strelitzia could not miss such a chance to win and threw again a spear with a large hose. Sorry, I just don't know what to call it. It's not a pipe, through which the magma fuel was actually transmitted, with the help of which it is possible to destroy the core of the Revasor. Strelitzia was sure that she had defeated her enemy, but when the dust cleared, she, like everyone else, saw that the Revasor had defended itself by exposing its tail and hind legs to the blow. The spear pierced them through and got stuck and never reached the core. Dashed it, why can't you just die? How much longer? I'll kill you. I'll destroy you all. The white and red Franxx screamed, but since everything Franxx says is said by the stamen, then we can say that it was 002 who said it. Strelitzia jerked the spear sharply, which in turn dragged the Revasor straight to Strelitzia, who was already preparing another blow with an accelerator. The Revasor almost came very close to Franxx and everyone was sure that here it was, finally victory, but the next second something happened that no one expected. The black and blue monster used its horn and cut off the arm with the spear of the war machine. There was pure shock on the faces of the parasites at that moment. Even Dr. Franxx, who was calm throughout the entire fight, was slightly shocked, which was evidenced by their wide-open eyes. Hero. Ichigo babbled in a trembling voice, tears involuntarily welling up on her face. I'm afraid to imagine the pain they are experiencing now. After all, any injuries to Franxx are reflected in the parasites controlling him at that moment. The red-haired girl thought to herself in the hope that Code 016 would still remain alive. How dare you? I'll kill you. The red-white Franxx hissed with indescribable anger, again turning into a mechanical animal with red eyes, but without a tail with a spear and a back left leg. Dashed it seems she lost control. Doctor, what are you talking about? The old man looked at Naomi or code 703 who asked him, and after a couple of seconds of some thought, he answered. If Strelitzia turns into a beast again, that is, goes berserk, then it means that most likely because of the severed arm, 002's anger increased, breaking the connection. Following from this and knowing code 002, I can say that it is most likely code 016. The old man waited a short pause, looking at the stunned faces of his teammates, and then added. Most likely, code 016 is currently dead. No, no. No, this can't be. Hero. Ichigo fell to her knees in tears, repeating over and over again, no, no. It can't be. Hero. Goro sank down to her and wordlessly hugged her shoulder, thus expressing support. He also felt very bad at that moment, because he and Hiro had been through a lot, and then he literally died before our eyes. Even the eternally self-confident Zoroark and the always calm Ikuno were either in shock or somehow lost or something. Hiro, why did you go? You knew that she would kill you, why? Ichigo didn't care who was looking at her and that she was the squad leader, she was just screaming hysterically. Mitsuru, who was Hiro's partner, was also depressed. He stood and constantly wiped his tears with his elbow, remembering how he, as a child, dreamed of piloting with Hiro in the garden for growing parasites, and it seemed like here it was, the dream came true, but without even letting him enjoy it, it broke like a porcelain vase right in front of poor Mitsuru's eyes. Meanwhile, while everyone was mourning Hiro, Strelitzia on 3 legs, making a roar mixed with a scream, tried to rush at the Revizor, but the lack of a leg did not allow her to do it so easily. She ran a couple of meters and fell. At the moment, Strelitzia could not even get up, let alone continue the fight normally. Alas, but anger overwhelmed 002, so she desperately tried to get up, but this did not give any result at all, on the contrary, it only aggravated the already not the best situation. Seeing that Strelitzia was in this position, the Revizor approached her on his front legs, dragging his back legs, which had been previously wounded by a spear. Having approached closely, the Revizor did not hesitate and simply began to trample the Franxx into the ground, raising a lot of dust and creating a small earthquake with each new advance. The 13th squad, seeing their comrade being trampled into the ground, was in deep shock and horror. They also understood that in addition to the death of their comrade, another disaster awaited them, namely the destruction of the 13th plantation, since Strelitzia was defeated and there was literally no living place left of her. The parasites were in despair because of the understanding that the Revizor had killed their friend and teammate and was about to destroy their home, the 13th plantation, and they would still be unable to do anything. I didn't even think that she would lose. Looking at the Franxx in the ground, the old man thought. Are we finished? There was a tremor in Naomi's voice that clearly revealed her state, namely fear and despair. Everyone understood that it looked like their end had come. None of them could have imagined that everything would end like this. After all, they had trained and prepared so much to become parasites in the future and protect the 13th plantation from the Revizors, but in reality they were just standing there, unable to do anything. It looks like we're finished. Goro said, taking off his glasses and looking at the ground. What are you saying? We can't die like this. I haven't become an adult yet. I don't want to die like this. Maybe there's something else we can do. Zoroark, stop it. Miku? Are you really going to die like this? I don't want to die either, but what can we do now? Even if we hide in the plantation, sooner or later he will destroy it. Miku pointed at the Revizor and then continued to yell angrily at their teammate who was trying to cheer them up. Dr. Franxx, what are we going to do now? We can't let the 13th plantation perish, but we don't have any active Franxxes left, and even if we ask other plantations for help, their Franxxes won't get there in time. We're not in a position to fight back the Revisaurus. Nana, it seems you've forgotten what I told you. What are you talking about, Mr. Franxx? Nana, I told you, but I'll repeat myself. I have a special parasite. Special? Nana looked at Werner in surprise, because the 13th squad was already experimental, which meant they were special, and is there really anyone else even more important than them? Exactly. Looking at the surprised Nana, the old man said in an indifferent tone. Let me know what's so special about this parasite that you value it so much? Nana folded her arms across her chest and again looked in surprise at the old man who was staring at the cloudy sky as if pondering an important question. One of his features is that he is able to control Franxx alone. Werner glanced at the red-haired interlocutor for a second and then again stared at the sky and then at Franxx, who seemed to have finishing off Strelitzia and was now slowly heading towards the plantation on his two front legs. Pause, but still the lack of hind legs greatly hindered him. Alone? But how? Not a single parasite is capable of this? Even your unique squad can't do this. Neither can your other experimental 13th squad. How is this possible? He has a power whose origin even I can't figure out. Dr. Franxx was silent for a bit, listening to another roar of the approaching Revizor, and then added. Sometimes it seems to me that his power is as if not from this world. As long as I've lived, I've never met anything even close to this. Unique power? But even if he is so unique, he won't be able to get here in time. Nana still didn't stop looking at the old man with a look full of surprise and questions. Don't worry about that. The Revizor finally got close enough to the plantation to finally punch a huge hole in it. He was about to touch the wall of the plantation but stopped. He was attracted by the increasing hum in the sky mixed with some strange ringing sound. Everyone was surprised at what it was because this hum was getting louder and louder. Even the parasite's mourning hero's death were distracted by it. What is this? Naomi asked in a surprised and slightly frightened voice. After all, she thought that this was another attack of the Revizor. Nana slightly turned her head and looking first at Naomi and then at the squad, who also did not understand anything, gave an answer. It looks like this is a special parasite of Dr. Franxx. Special? But what kind of parasite is this? Is he alone? Is it him? And what? Nana turned away without saying anything, and the endless stream of questions was stopped by Miku, who hit her partner on the head with her fist. Ow, that hurts, Miku. Miku looked away from Zoro with a displeased look and her cute red ponytail swayed slightly. Don't pounce on me with questions when you don't know anything anyway. I'm tired of it already. Don't yell at me, Miku, you're always making a scene. If only someone weren't so. Miku was ready to spill out all her discontent, but at that very moment the hum became so loud that they simply couldn't hear each other. For a second the hum disappeared and then a bright red flash rang out, blinding everyone, followed by a bang and a shock wave that knocked everyone in the square off their feet. When the dust cleared, everyone was a little shocked. There was literally nothing left of the Revizor. The entire plantation was covered in the monster's blue blood, which was why there was a not very pleasant smell in the air. On the only remains of it, Black Franxx was sitting on one knee with red eyes and various red stripes all over his body. Franxx's left hand was on his standing left knee and in his right was a sword that was stuck into a blue thread with a yellow substance inside, that is, into the core of the Revizor. Also, unlike other Franxx's, his face was not human but fox-like or something. It would be more correct to say that the shape was fox-like, but there was no mouth or nose, just black in red stripes with fox-like. I don't know if such a word even exists. Face with tears of joy, faces, in addition, pure red eyes without pupils and other things. What is this, Dr. Franxx? This is a special parasite. Is that him? Yes, Nana. He is a special parasite that has never been defeated. You could tell from Nana's face that she was very surprised by this information. How is that? He pilots alone and hasn't been defeated yet, that's amazing. Not defeated yet? Who is he? The 13th squad had already joined the conversation. Franxx didn't answer, but only looked with his cold, thoughtful gaze at Franxx, who was rising. Dr. Franxx looked at the depressed squad, thinking about something. You will have time to find out who he is. Really? Goro was a little surprised. It seemed strange to him that Werner would let them find out this special parasite that he apparently treasured. Yes, considering the situation that happened today, I will leave him in the 13th plantation for now. In case of a repeated attack, considering that you are still inexperienced in Code 002 will need some time to restore its strength and condition, this parasite will temporarily guard the 13th plantation. The entire squad, hearing this from Werner, was a little in anticipation because they were interested in getting to know this parasite. Nana looked at the parasites and then came close to Mr. Werner so that they could not be heard. Doctor, are you sure? We don't know how he will behave with other parasites. No, Nana, I am not interested in his connection with other parasites, although they can change him a little. But I am still interested in how he will behave with Code 002. Besides, if they get along a little, then we can try to make them pilot together. Code 002. Are you sure? She can kill him. Oh, Nana, you don't know this parasite, that's why you say so. He's not as easy to kill as it might seem. The proof of that is at least the fact that he pilots Dalginium alone without a single defeat. Nana remained silent. She decided to agree, because she herself was interested in who he was. Nana looked at the doctor affirmatively with her green eyes and turned around and left the square with the 13th squad. Dr. Franxx stood looking at the black and red Dalginium and then also turned around slowly, giving each step a small thud, left the square and a huge compartment similar to those that opened at the Franxxes slowly descended, gradually closing the square. Hey girls, wake up. The cute blonde was shaking each girl, saying the same thing in a cute voice. Ichigo was the first to open her eyes. Huh? Kokoro? Get up, we're going to be late. Have you forgotten what Nana told us yesterday? Ichigo sat down on the bed, sleepily rubbing her eyes and wincing from the morning sunlight that had long since penetrated the room and was so annoyingly shining straight into the girl's eyes. Huh? What is it? Why so early? Miku, who had already woken up, said discontentedly, pulling herself up. What are you talking about? Naomi, who was pushing her curly hair out of her face, also mumbled sleepily, with a hint of discontent. Miku, Ichigo, Ikuno, what's going on? Why did Kokoro wake us up earlier than necessary? I don't know myself. Ichigo was already sitting on the bed and it seemed that she was the most collected. What were you saying there, Kokoro? Have you forgotten? Yesterday Nana told us to come to the Franxx earlier today. There they will tell us about the Code 002 and Hero and also introduce us to the parasite who saved us from the Revasor yesterday. Have you really forgotten? Kokoro babbled again in a quiet and sweet voice. I remember something like that. Putting on her glasses, Ikuno said in her indifferent tone and with the same face. To drag myself out at such an early hour to see this special parasite. After these words, Miku immediately felt Ichigo's very unkind gaze on herself. What about Hiro, huh? Ichigo got out of bed and slowly approached Miku. Isn't he a member of our team? Do you really not care about him? Do you still care that he took a risk knowing what danger awaited him and went to save the 13th plantation? Ichigo was already standing close to Miku and angrily looked at her with her dark blue eyes, one of which was covered by her bangs. Everyone was a little scared and didn't know what was going to happen, so they didn't even dare squeak. Why, yes, I understand. Ichigo turned around and headed towards her bed. I thought she was going to kill me. Hey, what's wrong? Don't fight. Kokoro said this in her characteristic quiet voice, LOL, the second Hinata grinning face with smiling eyes. After Kokoro's words, the girls began to dress silently and only Ichigo did not stop looking angrily at Miku, who looked away just to avoid meeting her gaze. After getting dressed, everyone tidied themselves up. Ichigo put on a hair clip so that her bangs wouldn't fall over her other eye, Miku braided her gorgeous red hair into 2 ponytails, Ikuno wiped her glasses, Naomi combed her curly hair and Kokoro just waited all this time. "Well, are you ready?" the blonde asked again, barely audibly. "Yes. Yeah. Ready." The 13th squad lined up in front of Werner, the red-haired girl and the almost bald guy with a frowning face who was called Hachi. The parasites, unlike yesterday, were no longer in a bright dress uniform, but in a regular one. Girls and boys had almost the same gray-blue uniform, only the girls had loose skirts and the boys had trousers. In addition, there was another difference, namely their red ties. The male parasites had them in the shape of a Y, and the female parasites in the shape of an X. If you do not count these 2 differences, their shape was the same. Even though the parasites were in their regular uniform, they still stood the same as yesterday. Motionless, looking clearly at those in front of them. So, now, as you already know, you have gathered here for a reason. What Dr. Franxx is about to tell you may not be very important, but it still won't hurt you to know. Yes, children. Kachi said everything correctly. You shouldn't ignore information just because it's not that important. So listen carefully to the professor. The old cyborg cleared his throat a little and then, looking at the parasites as if they weren't there at all, began his speech. As you all remember, yesterday the 13th plantation was attacked by a Revisaurus. You could not repel the attack due to damage to the compartments. You also remember that Strelitzia intervened in the battle. Your comrade, Code 016 went into battle to help Code 002 win, but as a result of the battle, Strelitzia was badly damaged and lost her left arm. I want to tell you that at the moment, Code 002 is undergoing treatment and will return to duty in 2 days, but Code 016. The old man paused. Really? He died? What did I expect? After all, he controlled the Franxx with 002, which already led to death, and also received serious injuries in the battle. Hero, I never told you that Ichigo's sad thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Werner, who spoke again. Code 016 hospitalized. I'll be honest, he's in a serious condition. Concussion, 3 broken ribs and left arm, bruises, cuts and contusions all over his body, and a pretty bad burn in the neck area. But even despite all this, he's still alive and with continued treatment, he'll fully recover and be ready to pilot the Franxx in at least a month. Thank God, he's alive. But he won't be able to pilot the Franxx for a whole month. Who will pilot it with Mitsuru then? Well, that'll be decided later. The most important thing is that he's alive. I'll visit him. Ichigo's face changed quite noticeably from sad and cold to more or less cheerful. Phew, he's alive. Although the chances of survival were very slim then. After these thoughts, Goro remembered the moment when the Revisaur trampled Strelitzia into the ground and also when he tore off her arm. And who was that parasite? Futoshi was curious about who this mysterious stranger was who killed the Revisaur in a second. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by Dr. Franxx speaking again. He didn't speak very loudly, but because of the large room, each of his words echoed slightly. This echo brought all the guys out of their thoughts, just like the ringing of an alarm clock tears you out of the kingdom of Morpheus. And now I think you will be no less interested in finding out who that parasite is. Ichigo, having cleared her head of bad thoughts, finally thought about who he was. Due to the fact that there is a threat of a repeat attack by the Revisaur and considering that your comrade was badly injured, Code 002 is also not in the best condition yet, although not for long, and you do not have enough experience, I decided to leave Dalginium here for a while so that in the event of a repeat attack he can protect the plantation. Dalginium? Futoshi did not understand a little. After all, there is no such name among their Franxxes. Yes, Dalginium is the name of the Franxx of that parasite. It is similar to yours. PFF, we can protect the plantation ourselves. There are 4 of us anyway, we are unlikely to lose to one Revisaurus. And this special parasite of yours is definitely some kind of upstart pretending to be a hero. Me. Miku growled angrily, reddened with anger, but Naomi's hand on her shoulder made her calm down, although it was difficult for her. What if there is more than one Revisaurus? Code 666, did you take that into account? Then you won't be able to cope without his help. Besides, you forgot that if it weren't for him, your house would have been destroyed. Any other questions? Zorome, realizing that Werner was right, blushed a little and lowered his eyes, and Miku closed her eyes and grinned triumphantly. So, when there are no more questions, I will perhaps introduce you to your new teammate for a while. The old man, along with Nana and Hachi, turned towards Dalginium. The parasites were also looking intently, waiting to see who would be there. Everyone was literally bursting with curiosity, though only Zorome pouted. He didn't want to admit that this someone was better and stronger than him, it could seriously hurt his self-esteem. Come on, who will be there? A thought flashed through Miku's mind. Is he really strong? Ikuno, as always, was cold-blooded and didn't show a single emotion other than indifference. The same thoughts were running through all the parasites, although they all showed it in different ways. Dr. Franxx looked at the parasites again and then brought 2 fingers to the device in his ear, and after a couple of seconds a fox-like face opened in the area where the mouth should be. And here he is. The old man said, and after his words, a second later, a man appeared in the open Franxx as if in the mouth. He had a rather non-standard form compared to the others. It was black with thin red stripes running all over it. He slowly approached the edge and stopped, looking at everyone gathered. No, it can't be. Ichigo literally expressed the thoughts of all her teammates. Even the calm Ikuno opened her mouth in surprise, and Goro's glasses fell off. Well, how is it? You know him, right? I think you haven't forgotten him yet. Okay, although there is no need for this, but I will introduce him. This is Code 006, he is the special parasite who saved the 13th plantation, he also pilots the Franxx Dalginium. The blonde came closer to Werner and now everyone could clearly see his appearance. By the way, he was a blonde man of the same height as the other parasites. Like in childhood, he had blue eyes and 3 stripes on each cheek. Of the changes, only that his gaze was cold and indifferent, his face was the same, also it is worth adding to the changes that he had a scar passing through his left eye, in short, like Kakashi. Naruto? Is it really you? Goro still remembered him, but he himself did not know why he asked this question. Goro, Ichigo, Miku, Futoshi, Ikuno, Zorome, Kokoro. Naruto said their names in a cold tone, looking at each of them, his gaze stopped on Naomi. Who are you? Naruto's tone surprised everyone quite a bit. He was no longer cheerful and carefree like in childhood. Now his tone was calm and cold, his face did not display any emotions except indifference. These changes immediately caught everyone's eyes. Code 006, this is Code 703. She was added to the 13th squad 5 years ago. That's why you don't know her. Werner decided to explain to Naruto who she was. Naruto continued to drill a cold gaze into the poor girl. She tried to look him in the eyes, but she couldn't. She was even a little scared by his cold expression. Is this the Naruto I was told about? He doesn't look like the kind and inquisitive type at all. I'd say he's the type of person who can kill someone without batting an eye. Why is he looking at me like that? In his mind, he's probably already finished me off. I need to stay away from him. That's what Naomi was thinking at that moment as she looked at the cheerful Naruto. Naruto's indifferent expression was replaced by a fleeting look of surprise. Where's Hiro? Naruto's tone was practically forcing Werner to tell him what happened to him. It was a tone that didn't tolerate objections. Code 016 was seriously injured in the last battle. Weakling. What? Naruto, how can you talk about hero like that? He's your friend and he's always supported you no matter what situation you were in. How can you talk about him like that? He knew he could die, but he still went to Strelitzia. Ichigo literally screamed. Goro agreed with Ichigo's words but decided not to speak out loud. He couldn't defeat such a Revizor, although I beat him in a second. If you are the same as him, then the 13th plantation is doomed. You are a bunch of ignoramuses who decided to play heroes, but in reality, you are nothing. I am disgusted just by the thought of having to work with you and protect you. You weaklings are not worthy of protection. Do you even realize that Hero was piloting with 002? He knew she could kill him and he went anyway. Miku had already joined the argument. I don't care who he was piloting with. Besides, don't open your mouth unless you're asked to. Miku was simply furious. She had never been so angry even at Zoro, who always irritated her. What is the doctor counting on? They're unlikely to get along. Looking at Naruto's indifferent face, Hachi thought. 006, let me tell you that they don't have the same power as you, so they're weaker than you. You shouldn't judge them like that just because they didn't get that power. Werner, do you think I'm happy about that power? Yes, they don't have that power, but they're a whole squad. I can destroy more than 10 Revizors on my own and they're unlikely to be able to deal with even one. 006, keep in mind that they couldn't fight together then. And Code 016, he was lucky to be alive at all. You know Code 002 and what it does with its pilots? This squad is inferior to you in skills, but they don't have the same strength as you. Besides, they are beginners and they haven't had a real fight yet. 006, isn't that why I put you there? So that you would protect them because at the moment they are weak. As soon as they gain at least a little experience and skills, I will immediately remove you from this plantation, but for now you will stay here. I didn't hire myself out to them as a nanny. I only helped repel the attack of the Revizor, but I didn't agree on that and also protect them. Naruto's tone changed from indifferent to irritated. Everyone looked at him in surprise. No one could understand what happened that changed him so much, and most importantly, what kind of power he was talking about. 006, this is not up for discussion. That's it. The old man looked at Naruto affirmatively with a look that would not tolerate objections. Okay, but keep in mind that I am not going to protect them forever, and I will not risk or even sacrifice my life for these weaklings. I hope this is clear to you. Naruto looked at the old man with a look that would send shivers down your spine, but unlike everyone else, Werner was used to this, so his face was calm and such a look did not affect him, which could not be said about Hachi, Nana, or the 13th squad. They were clearly starting to be afraid of him. The old man glanced at the blonde and only said a short, okay, and then turned around and headed towards the opening compartment with Hachi. As soon as the compartment opened, the room with the Franxx was immediately filled with bright light, casting long shadows from everything possible. From the light, one could tell that it was already noon, which meant they had been standing here for several hours. In this light, two silhouettes were clearly visible, moving further and further away. Naruto looked at them with a cold gaze reflecting the sun's rays. But despite his seemingly lifeless gaze, when the sun hit his blue eyes, they were even more beautiful, like sunbeams illuminating the surface of water. But then the compartment closed and the room was again deprived of sunlight, and Naruto's eyes lost that mesmerizing shine. Code 006, please follow me, I will show you where you will live. 006 He didn't answer anything, but simply went somewhere. Nana, where did he go? Well, Naomi, he won't go in pilot's clothes. He'll be back soon. The waiting time was not long, but the 13th squad did not utter a word. No one began to discuss Naruto yet, although everyone was thinking about his behavior. Everyone was interested in the question of what happened to him. They were distracted from their thoughts by footsteps. Looking at their source, they saw the same blonde, but he was already in a more casual black uniform. Naruto slowly, with his hands in his pockets, approached the squad waiting for him and Nana. They left this room and were already walking through the forest. The sun's rays only briefly fell on them. All thanks to the fact that the tree crowns did not let them through, creating such a pleasant coolness. Birds singing and the murmur of various insects were heard everywhere. Naruto was very surprised by all this. Somehow he could not even think that there was such a thing in the plantation. And this transparent dome, it is almost invisible, which creates the feeling that they are really in the open air. While Naruto was examining all this, the members of the 13th squad occasionally threw short glances at him. It was in this environment that they walked for several minutes and then the rustle of leaves from their feet rolled, which meant their stop. In front of them was a fairly large wooden two-story house. Well, here we are. You will take the place of code 016 for now. After these words, Nana turned around and hurried to leave the parasites. Naruto, come with us. Goro thought that maybe he could still establish contact with Naruto, otherwise everyone would feel rather uncomfortable in such an environment. Naruto nodded and followed Goro. There were two staircases leading to the second floor in the house, one to the left and the other to the right. The male parasites, including Naruto, went to the right and the female parasites to the left. Goro and the others showed Hiro his place, but for now it was his place. This was the bed that stood opposite the two-tiered one. There were also two more beds. There was a table near one row and a closet near the second. The toilet was one common one, the girls had their own, the boys had their own. While Naruto was getting ready, it was already evening. The room had become quite dark and all the parasites had gone to bed. Naruto lay down and immediately turned to the wall, but someone's voice prevented him from falling asleep peacefully. The blonde turned around and noticed that it was Goro. Naruto? Naruto just looked at him with an indifferent look. Tell me what happened today. I remember that you were far from like that. Do you want to seem cool? You weren't like that before. You answered your own question. What do you mean? I was like that before, that doesn't mean I'll be like that all my life. Naruto looked Goro straight in the eyes. The blonde's eyes were still cold. Can't you behave differently with your friends? I see you're also sissies. I called you weaklings once and now you're wiping your snot. You really are weaklings. That's not what I'm talking about. You weren't even happy when you saw us. And we haven't seen each other for 10 years. I don't care if you're my friends or not. I wasn't eager to drag myself here and help you, much less hire myself out as your nanny. What made him like this? It's like he's not the same Naruto I remember. Goro thought as he looked at the blonde. What? Nothing to say? Then. Off already and let me sleep. After these words from the blonde, Goro turned away. A few seconds later, Naruto also stared at the wall. Only Futoshi, who had heard the entire conversation, still couldn't fall asleep. Naruto lay there for a bit and then finally fell into the realm of Morpheus. Naruto, come on. The brunette with the Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye and a 6-volume Rinnegan shouted. Naruto, hearing this, made more than 1,000 clones that instantly rushed at Kaguya. It's useless. The goddess barely audibly uttered. She easily dodged all the clones' attacks at the same time, getting closer and closer to the original. The great goddess had almost caught up with her target when suddenly she heard Amaterasu from behind. She was enveloped in black flames in a second. But to Naruto and Sasuke's surprise, she simply absorbed it as well as Sasuke's Susanoo chakra when he flew at her in the hopes of cutting her in half. What should Sasuke do? I don't know yet. The Uchiha answered in his calm tone. Meanwhile, Sakura and Kakashi had no choice but to simply watch them and be ready to provide support in time. While they were watching, 2 Naruto clones were flying from both sides at Kaguya. When both clones touched her, suddenly instead of the clone that touched the left side, it was Sasuke. Thanks to his Rinnegan, he switched places with the clone. Kaguya stretched out her arms and tried to go up, but Sakura was there who hit her on the head, not giving her a chance to escape. Naruto and Sasuke finally touched her and the seal was activated, indicating the closing of the third eye. It seemed that the war was over. But then Naruto noticed something strange. He began to disintegrate into small pieces. After examining himself, he noticed a wooden pin in his stomach. "Naruto?" Sasuke asked in a frightened tone. "Naruto, what's wrong with you?" Sakura had already screamed, tears welling up in her eyes from the realization of what was happening. Kaguya, at the moment when Sakura hit her and the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura put their hands on her, gathered her last strength and released that very pin from one hand. Bright rays persistently shone in the boys' faces, forcing them to wake up. "Oh, good morning!" Zoroark shouted joyfully. "Good." Mitsuru, Goro, and Futoshi answered. Naruto alone didn't answer and didn't even look at them. He fearfully felt his stomach and then, having made sure that it was a dream again, calmed down, but this didn't hide from his teammates. "Are you okay?" Futoshi asked in a kind tone. Naruto didn't answer the question and only silently put on his suit, squinting from the sun. "Hey, Naruto. Did something happen? Tell me." Goro had already supported Futoshi, but Naruto again didn't answer. "Naruto, maybe that's enough already? What did we do to you that you treat us like this?" Raising his voice, Goro, who had already dressed like everyone else, continued to question. Naruto, while putting on his shoes, suddenly stopped abruptly and slowly raised his head to the blond man in glasses standing in front of him. His face did not express anything, only his eyes conveyed some kind of anger. Goro, seeing this look, to the surprise of his comrades, stepped back. No one knew the reason for this, but it was that Goro remembered those red eyes with an elongated black pupil. Back then, he had exactly that look. "Goro, what's wrong?" Approaching the blonde and putting his hand on his back, Mitsuru asked. "Huh? No, nothing. I just remembered something." Continuing to look at the blonde with a frightened look, Goro muttered. Naruto, however, only smiled faintly at these words with the corner of his lips, or to be more precise, it was no longer a smile, but rather a smirk. "Okay, let's go. Naruto will catch up with us." Goro looked away and hurried out of the room. Everyone else followed suit, closing the door with a creak. "Goro, what was that?" Mitsuru asked as they walked to their morning meal. "What are you talking about?" Goro tried to regain his composure, but his trembling voice betrayed the fear he was feeling. "Don't lie, Goro." As if noticing this trifle, Futoshi said in his characteristic kind tone. "I'll tell you later." Okay. Mitsuru agreed, and Futoshi simply nodded. Then they simply walked slowly to the dining room, correct me if that's not what it was called there, talking about other topics. As they went down the stairs, a slight stomping sound was heard from them, and then they appeared on the threshold of the dining room, where, to their surprise, the female parasites were already having breakfast. The guys slowly walked past and took trays of food and sat down near the girls. "Well? How's Naruto?" Ichigo began. "He is no longer the Naruto we remember." Stirring the porridge and making a light knock with a metal spoon on the plate, the blonde in glasses answered with a downcast look. "What? Is it that bad?" Kokoro asked barely audibly, looking at the boys with regretful eyes. "He doesn't even want to talk to us. Who does he think he is? He thinks we are weaklings." Zoroark couldn't stand it and with a displeased face, clenched his fist and lightly slammed it on the table. "But it's true, yesterday he called us weaklings and said that we are not capable of anything." He doesn't know what we are capable of and called us weaklings." Naomi Ikuno supported him. Yeah, he destroyed a half-dead Revasor and thought that he was invincible. Zoro muttered discontentedly. If you think about it, then maybe he really is strong. Remember what Dr. Franxx said yesterday. But Goro is right. Dr. Franxx said that he has a special power and Naruto himself said that he can stand alone against 10 Revasors. Eating porridge like everyone else shared her opinion with Ichigo. Zoro opened his mouth to say something but immediately closed it hearing footsteps. Naruto slowly, putting his hands in his pockets, entered the dining room not paying any attention to the parasites staring at him. For him, it was as if they did not exist at all. Taking a tray, he sat down away from them, pushing his chair back with a creak that echoed throughout the room. Finally, he looked at the squad looking at him with eyes that the parasites had already seen yesterday. A look of complete indifference, indifference. What are you staring at? Have you never seen living people? Sighing, Naruto began to eat porridge and the squad silently turned away. Only Zoro barely restrained his anger, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. So they ate in complete silence. After breakfast, Naruto got up and left the dining room with a slow, relaxed step last. The blonde decided to just go to his room and read. Having gone up to the second floor, he creaked the door open. The sun's rays immediately rushed out of the room, slightly blinding the blonde. Covering himself from the annoying light with his hand, he sat down on the bed and took out a green book from under the pillow. Leaning his back against the wall, Naruto began to read. This book was a little different, not like the one in the library. It had pictures. They perfectly conveyed the atmosphere of the book's plot. Actually, the plot was about how a little boy was abandoned by everyone, no one wanted to have anything to do with him. He was disliked by many, but even despite this, he did not lose heart, but continued to train to become stronger and gain recognition from people. Naruto did not like that the hero in this book was too naive and kind. But he really liked watching him grow and become stronger as he read. Gaining recognition. Naruto also did not understand self-sacrifice for the sake of someone. It seemed stupid to him to give his life for someone. But even despite such shortcomings, he still liked the book. After all, he drew parallels and found something in common with this hero. Naruto was completely immersed in the book and was forced to break away at the moment where his friend sacrifices himself for him. The reason for interrupting the reading was Goro, who entered. Entering the room, he simply sat down with Naruto without saying a word. Naruto looked at him with the same look. They sat in silence for only a few minutes, but for the blonde in glasses it seemed like an eternity. What did you come for? If you have a question, ask, and if not, get lost. Slowly and in the same indifferent tone, Naruto said. Naruto. Goro raised his head and looked into the blue eyes of the blonde opposite. What kind of power do you have for which Dr. Franxx values you so much? So that's what it is. And why did you decide that I would tell you everything? What, you believed in yourself? Naruto said this in a slightly raised tone, closing the book and putting it under the pillow. I'm just curious. After all, thanks to this power, you pilot alone and are so strong. Only because you have this power do you look down on us and even refuse to remember what happened between us in childhood. After all, we were friends, and you just took and abandoned it because of your power, becoming arrogant. So you're saying that without this power I am nothing. Is that so? And you are a pretty impudent bastard to dare to tell me such a thing. Even without this power, I am stronger than you. Therefore, if you piss me off, I will not stand on ceremony with you. I will not care that you or your gang are special parasites. I will beat you so much that you will not be able to go to the Franxx for a year. That's what I'm talking about. You want to kill us even though we should be working as a team. Where does so much anger come from in you? Naruto, can you tell me? After these words of Goro, Naruto moved closer to him and stared straight into his eyes. At that moment Goro could see all the anger in his gaze, although his face remained calm. You. Shut your mouth. I don't care what happened once. Now I'm not the one you once knew. I don't care about your lives and what happens to you. I didn't hire myself as a nanny, so I won't coddle you and even more so open my soul. Understand? Naruto stood up and grabbed Goro by the scruff of the neck. No matter how Goro tried to remove his hand, he couldn't. The blonde in glasses was surprised at how strong Naruto's grip was. I would kill him, it's a pity I can't. After these words Naruto threw Goro like a little dog on the floor and left. Goro thought about everything that the blonde told him. He was in shock and fear. Goro began to be afraid of the blonde because he could have killed them if not for the order of Dr. Werner. Catch Mitsuru. Zoroarm kicked the ball to Mitsuru, who caught it safely and hit the ball a couple of times with a futoshi. It was already evening, but the guys didn't care. Yes, maybe they were a little sad that they hadn't been given any assignments all day, but now they were involved in the game and forgot about it for now. Here the ball returned to Zoroarm again. He did everything like then. Caught it, hit it and passed it to the guy next to him. Only this time he missed and the kick was stronger. The ball flew into the head of the blonde guy who was coming out. The kick was so strong that he fell down. Zoroarm, how could you miss? Mitsuru asked, closing his eyes and clasping his hands. What's going to happen now? The chubby red-haired guy asked, a little scared. Oh, come on, nothing will happen, don't be afraid. Meanwhile, Naruto slowly stood up, looking with all his malice at the shorty in the center, who in turn looked at him with a smirking look. You'll only see your legs again in your dreams. The blonde said in a cold, eerie voice. Is this a threat? Are you completely insane? I got here by accident and you already want to beat me up? Naruto continued to get on Zoroarm's nerves, smirking even more. The blue-eyed man didn't say anything in response, but simply continued on his way. Are you leaving? Are you acting tough again? This is so annoying. The smirk had already disappeared from Zoroarm's face. Now indescribable anger was visible on it, and his fists were clenched with such force that it seemed like he was going to break them himself. After those words, Naruto stopped and turned to Zoroarm. I thought I warned you, right? You should have just shut up and waited for me to leave. Naruto growled like a beast. There are 3 of us and only one of you. What are you going to do to us? Maybe Zoroarm doesn't need it? Yes. Zoroarm, stop. The teammates tried to calm down their comrade. Are you like challenging me? Naruto asked with a grin. Are you scared? Code 666 said with a grin, casting a long shadow from the evening sun. Tempting. Well, let's have some fun. Call all your worm representatives. I'll only use a stick. Naruto picked up a stick from the ground that seemed to be lying right under him. With the stick in his hands, he shortened the distance to Zoroarm and looking him straight in the eyes added. Well, I'm waiting. Zoroarm shouted loudly and a couple of minutes later the entire squad gathered in front of the house. What are you yelling about? Miku asked angrily. No time to explain. In short, we are all against him. Zoroarm pointed his finger at the blonde standing in front of him. Zoroarm, maybe you were talking too much. Goro did not let him finish when the blue-eyed blonde approached them and confirmed Zoroarm's words with the same face. Like he said, you don't have time to talk. Wow, so fast. Do we even have a chance against him? Kokoro was a little scared. Well, I'll show you my strength. Naruto swung his stick and hit the unexpected red-haired chubby guy on the head with all his might. Futoshi instantly fell unconscious. Naruto then hit the cute blonde in the stomach with the end of the stick. After tripping her, he finished her off with a blow from above with the stick. She also fell unconscious. -2. You really are weaklings. Oh, you. With a scream, to everyone's surprise, Miku rushed at the blonde, for which she risked getting hit with the stick as well and might have gotten it if Zoroark hadn't blocked the blow with his left hand. This is getting more interesting. Naruto was clearly enjoying the heated battle. Don't you dare touch Miku. Zoroark growled. A second later, Goro, Ichigo and Mitsuru blocked Naruto's limbs, and Zoroark meanwhile let go of the stick and hit the blonde in the face with all his might, then added a kick to the stomach. This is for Futoshi and Kokoro, freak. Naruto flew back a couple of meters from such a blow. You'll regret it. You'll get it worse than anyone, said Naruto, standing up and leaning his hand on his knee. His tone changed dramatically, everyone became terrified of him, but it was too late to retreat. Naruto slowly got up and shook himself off, rushing at Zoroark, swinging his stick to hit. Only because he put his hands out in front of him like a shield did the stick not reach him, but his hands were still in pain. Do you like it? It will be even better now, the blonde said with an evil grin, looking at Zoroark, who was gritting his teeth in pain. Naruto wanted to hit Zoroark again, but unexpectedly jumped back, and a second later Ichigo flew past Naruto with the clear intention of hitting him. Too slow. After these words, Naruto quickly approached Ichigo from behind and kicked him in the back. The blue-haired girl fell to the ground and Naomi rushed after Naruto, but he simply moved sharply to the side, putting his leg out. Naomi did not have time to react and fell because of her outstretched leg. Is that all? Of course, I knew you were weaklings, but not that much. I'm disappointed. Oh, you. Zoroark clenched his fists, drilling an angry look into Naruto's, who looked at them with the same evil grin. Okay, -1 more. Naruto raised his stick to finish off the lying Naomi, but the blow was blocked by Goro, who appeared. The blonde in glasses immediately made a sweep, but Naruto's reaction was not so bad, so he jumped up and dodged it without difficulty. Goro did not hesitate and turned around and raised his leg in order to hit the blonde at the moment of his landing, but his blow was blocked by the stick. Oh, it looks like there are those among you who are at least capable of something. But alas, this is not enough to defeat me. Naruto, why do you need all this? What do you want to prove with this? That you are stronger? Why fight like that with your comrades? Goro asked the question, looking at the grinning face of the blonde opposite him. Comrades? I don't care. Zoroark came up to Goro and stood next to him. Oh, my friends are uniting against me, Naruto said in the same indifferent tone. Well, we'll see. Naruto suddenly rushed at the two guys, swinging a stick at their legs. Zoroark jumped up and Goro came up from behind and raised his hand to strike. Naruto dodged Zoroark's counterattack and blocked the blonde's hand behind him. Zoroark took advantage of this situation and tried to kick Naruto in the stomach. The blue-eyed boy abruptly let go of Goro's hand and stepped aside, allowing the enemy's attack to hit his comrade. Zoroark said, watching his comrade writhe in pain, that was his fault. You don't value your comrades at all. You'll kill each other like that and I won't even have to do anything, Naruto said with the same grin. I hit Goro. It will be hard to defeat him alone. With these thoughts, Zoroark looked straight into the eyes of his opponent. Suddenly, unexpectedly for Zoroark, Naruto raised the stick up and then, still without taking his eyes off, with a quick movement knocked out the sneaking Miku with a blow to the forehead with the stick. The red-haired girl also fell unconscious. What? Does he have eyes on the back of his head? Oh, you. How dare you hit Miku? Zoroark rushed at Naruto. The blonde wanted to make another blow with the stick, but suddenly it was knocked out of his hands by a kick to the arm from behind. Zoroark quickly threw the stick away, but Goro from behind was not so lucky. After that, Naruto turned around sharply and knocked him out with a strong blow, breaking his glasses as well. Third or fourth, I lost it. Again, the blue-eyed one sneered sarcastically. Then, abruptly changing his expression from mocking to cold-blooded, he added. Took away the weapons? That won't help you. Naruto abruptly rushed to the two girls standing to the side, who apparently wanted to do something but were afraid. Dash! Ichigo, Naomi. Don't you dare touch them. The blonde-haired one shouted in rage, but the blonde only chuckled slightly. The girls, seeing Naruto, tried to hit him by standing on the left and right, thinking that this was the right tactic, but in fact it was their mistake. Naruto jumped up and hit them on the head with a split. KRCH is the signature blow of the Uchihas. Those who understood, grinning face with smiling eyes. -2 more. Die like flies. Zoroark could no longer say anything. He was simply overwhelmed with anger. Without thinking twice, he rushed at Naruto, actively attacking him in hand-to-hand combat, trying to combine punches, kicks, and unexpected attacks. But even that didn't help him. The blonde deftly parried, but suddenly he received a kick in the side and a fist to the face. Mitsuru, Ikuno. Will help. The girl in glasses answered coldly, examining her unconscious comrades. Cough, cough. It even hurt. He said, wiping blood from the face of Naruto as he rose. The trio, without any expectations, rushed at the blonde, attacking him in combination. It was difficult for Naruto, but he still managed to parry their attacks and even sometimes make counterattacks. I think it's time to fight seriously. Naruto said with indifference in his voice. Well, try it. Having said this, Ikuno hit the blonde with all her might in the stomach, Mitsuru hit him in the legs and knocked him down, and Zoroark jumped up and with a strong kick hit the blonde in the face, literally slamming him into the ground. Naruto's fall was accompanied by a small bang and the rise of dust, which was no longer particularly visible since the sun had set behind the horizon and it was starting to get dark. This is for Miku and all the guys. Zoroark shouted in rage and hit him in the stomach as well. Naruto cringed from this blow and spat out blood, which got on Zoroark's clothes. He's down. Ikuno said with her characteristic indifference, wiping her glasses from dust. Yes, we defeated him. It turns out his strength is not that great. He is only slightly stronger than us, but together we can defeat him. Mitsuru said with a hint of joy. Yes, but how many did he knock out? We were able to defeat him with the last of our strength. But still, he got what he deserved, freak. Zoroark looked at Miku and clenched his fists until his bones crunched. Zoroark rushed to Naruto and, sitting on his torso, began to beat his face with his fists. I will not forgive. How dare you? How dare you hit Miku? How dare you treat the other girls and all the guys like that? Freak. Zoroark, furious, beat his face harder and harder. Zoroark, this is too much, you won't leave a single living place on him. The guys tried to pull him away by the hands, but he simply brushed them off. Stop. You say stop. Look at what he did to our comrades and you say stop. Zoroark, yes, he acted very badly, but you don't have to be like him. Revenge breeds revenge. If you follow his lead, you'll get bogged down in it. Ikuno was calm as always, but Mitsuru was a little surprised that the usually silent Ikuno said such a thing. You made me angry. Zoroark looked at Naruto and then the blonde hit him with his head right in the forehead. Zoroark fell clutching his nose and a second later, red liquid, blood, began to seep through his fingers, but it was not visible because of the evening darkness. I was playing with you and I admit I underestimated you. Now I will fight seriously without a hint of mercy. The three of us will defeat you. Zoroark shouted. I warned you. Naruto's tone became even colder. Zoroark, Mitsuru and Ikuno even doubted their words. After all, Naruto really seemed to have changed and become more serious. The guys stood in silence, only looking at each other and as if waiting for the signal to start. The moon dimly illuminated the guys who were standing opposite a two-story house, and the wind increased for a second, carrying green leaves from the trees past the parasites, which served as a signal to start. The three parasites did not even have time to understand anything as Naruto appeared next to them. "Wow, he's really fast," flashed through the parasites' heads. Perhaps this was the only thing they had time to do, to think. Naruto immediately struck Ikuno in the head. The girl flew back a pretty decent distance, which indicates the force of the blow. Also, in flight, her glasses fell out and she herself did not rise again after falling, only the dust that rose from the fall was visible in the moonlight. After this blow, a second one followed, this time in the stomach and from the leg, and then in the head, also from the hand. Mitsuru was also now lying unconscious like Ikuno and most of his teammates. Zoroark took advantage of the situation and struck from behind. Alas, but this blow did not reach the target. Naruto simply moved his head to the side and in response hit Zoroark in the neck with his elbow. The poor guy did not pass out, but it still hurt. Naruto, slowly, with slow steps leaving behind a small knock, approached the code trying to get up. 666, Naruto came close. Zoroark looked at Naruto and panicked. His heart was pounding wildly, it seemed like it would just jump out of his chest. Zoroark sweated from fear. Looking at the blonde's emotionless face, he understood that now he would be knocked out just like the others. He knew that Naruto would not hesitate and his hand would not tremble. Here he sees how the blue-eyed man swings for a blow, but a millimeter from his face the fist stops and Naruto himself holds his head with his free hand. His face now does not depict composure at all. Now his face depicts physical pain. "Naruto, Naruto. Are you okay?" The blonde's head began to ache violently, as if thousands of needles were piercing it. In place of Zoroark, a black-haired girl with lavender eyes and a purple-white sweater appeared. It was she who said his name twice, and it was she and the pain that caused the blow to stop. "Naruto, Naruto. Don't die. Are you okay? Naruto." This voice was driving him crazy, because with every word spoken, the pain intensified. Hinata only smiled sweetly, as if mocking him. Zoroark was shocked that the blonde stopped the blow and then, screaming, fell on his knees, clutching his head with both hands. Even after moving away, Zoroark noticed that the blonde was looking in the direction where he had been a second ago. Naruto seemed to see someone he had not seen. He was even more frightened when Naruto carried something incomprehensible and screamed loudly. "No. Don't. Stop. Go away. Enough." The sweet girl seemed not to notice all this and continued to speak. "Naruto, Naruto. Why did you die? You couldn't save the world, me and Neji. You don't deserve to live. Are you okay? How are you?" With all this, the girl continued to smile sweetly as if she was talking about the weather or something good and carefree, but for Naruto she was talking some incoherent nonsense from which he seemed to be losing his mind. What's wrong with him? He's like a psycho. Maybe he's sick. Looking at the blonde screaming into the void and writhing in a headache. Flocks of birds immediately flew into the sky from his screams. The atmosphere itself was quite eerie, which frightened Zoroark. He didn't know what to expect from the blonde. "No, stop. Stop saying this. Enough." Naruto screamed louder and louder at Hinata, who was visible only to him. Zoroark was so scared that his legs literally buckled from fear. "I have to knock him out now. He knocked out my comrades and now something is happening to him. Bastard, I'll knock you out and finish this. Scum, I'll knock you out and maybe I'll be able to live with the adults in the city. What if this is my chance? Wait, what about Miku? She'll be left here alone. Although, oh well, she annoys me as it is, it will only get better." Zoroark looked away at the unconscious Miku. No, she's annoying me, but I can't do this. What if something happens to her? She often annoys me, but still she's dear to me like everyone else. What should I do? Okay, I'll knock out this psycho and then we'll see. While Zoroark was deep in thought, Naruto continued to scream. His screams echoed around the perimeter of the transparent dome, causing all living things there to shudder. Finally deciding, Zoroark approached Naruto from behind. His legs and arms were trembling treacherously and his heart seemed to speed up every second. He was afraid, but he understood that he had to do it. A second and the screams stopped. Zoroark knocked out Naruto by hitting him on the neck with the edge of his palm. But he himself was also very exhausted, so almost reaching home he collapsed, losing consciousness from exhaustion right in front of the door. Morning, but the annoying sun rays do not get into the eyes as always. Today it was cloudy. Clouds covered the sky and it seemed that it was about to rain, but so far this has not happened. Naruto opened his eyes and felt a slight pain in his head that did not terrorize him for long and stopped after a minute. Where am I? What happened to me? Did those bastards really defeat me? But how could this happen? Remember. I remembered, I almost finished them off and was the last one left when suddenly. But what was that? Who is she? It seems I saw her a couple of times in a dream. Did I have a hallucination? Why at that moment? Trying to mentally answer all the questions tormenting him, the blonde did not dare to get up yet. Naruto heard the creak of the opening door. Having got up, he turned around and saw a red-haired girl entering. Oh, you're already awake. Well then, let's have breakfast and then get ready, we'll head to the city. Why? Naruto asked coldly. Well, for starters, at least check on your comrades. Almost everyone has a concussion. And some even have broken ribs. Is this your doing? Naruto said nothing. Don't you understand that you can't do this to your comrades? Dr. Franxx warned you, didn't he? They're not my comrades. Since you have to fight side by side with them, it would be better not to spoil your relationship with them, otherwise the outcome of the fight will be much worse. I was sent to protect them. I can do it alone. I have no desire to start any kind of relationship with them. Even if that's the case, you still need to at least leave them whole, otherwise they are not combat ready. Relying on your strength can cause you to lose your humanity. Think about what I told you. The green-eyed girl turned around and left, closing the door behind her. By relying on strength, I can lose my humanity? What kind of nonsense are you even talking about? Are you in cahoots? After all, Werner said something similar. 006, let me tell you that they don't have the same strength as you, so they are weaker than you. You shouldn't judge them like that just because they didn't have that kind of strength. Naruto clenched his fist and gritted his teeth as he stared out the window. Nana and Naruto were going down the elevator into the depths of the plantation, where the city was. Yes, in these flying saucers, there were cities where adults and the top brass lived. The elevator had a large glass, so Naruto clearly saw the city, the appearance of which caused him mixed feelings. On the one hand, it was completely in orange shades, there were many orange details, the color of lava or magma. There were a lot of tall buildings, factories, and in the center was the largest. Of course, it all looked quite unusual, something like a city of the future. But on the other hand, this city was empty and monotonous. There was no vegetation or transport, and there were almost no people. Occasionally you could meet 2 to 3 people. Looking at all this, Naruto did not notice how they got to one of the buildings and entered it. It was a hospital. Nana and Naruto walked the whole way in silence along the white corridors. Listening to the echo of their steps, Naruto noticed that even here there was not many people, and also these white corridors reminded him of the corridors of the garden for growing parasites. The blonde began to remember how he often walked along similar corridors. He remembered how often they returned to Lights Out with Hiro and Goro. Remembering all this, he still did not leave the feeling as if he did not remember something very important. We have arrived. Nana's voice interrupted these memories and did not let Naruto remember what was important that he did not remember. The door opened and entering the room they saw how all the guys with bandaged heads crowded around the bed. Coming closer, Naruto glanced at the room. Nothing special, a spacious white room with a panoramic window overlooking the city. There was nothing superfluous here. Coming closer to Naruto, everyone turned around. They had a mixed look. It was fear, and surprise, and hostility, and anger. All this was read in their eyes. Looking at their facial expressions and gaze, Naruto briefly saw a picture in his head where a little boy with yellow hair stands wiping away tears with his hand and around people who have exactly the same look as this squad now has. This picture disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Naruto did not even have time to really understand what happened. Who is this? Naruto asked dryly, looking at the lying brunette with an oxygen mask and an N4. Don't you remember, Naruto? Have you really forgotten what Hero looks like? Goro asked without taking his eyes off the brunette. So it was him. Naruto looked at Goro and he looked at him. When their eyes met, Goro remembered for a second the moment when Naruto interrupted their comrades and then he himself received a powerful blow from the blonde. Remembering this, Goro hurried to look back at Hiro. He felt somehow uncomfortable. Hiro, you will recover. Yes, Ichigo is right, you will recover and we will pilot together again. He got it bad then. After Zoroark said this, everyone remembered the moment when the Revisor literally trampled Strelitzia into the ground, and if Naruto had not appeared in time, Hiro would not be alive. Yes, this is code 016. He fought in Strelitzia together with 002 and you came to his aid. Nana decided to explain everything so that the blonde finally understood. So it was I who saved him? True. Nana nodded her head and confirmed. Okay, since you have all seen your comrade, now I will introduce you to another one. She was piloting then together with code 016, and if it were not for her, your plantation would now be in ruins. Is it her? Miku asked with some irritation in her voice. Yes, that's right. This is code 002 and for now she will be with you temporarily for support. The door slid to the side and a girl in some kind of red and white coat or raincoat appeared on the threshold of the ward. It was hard to say what kind of clothing it was. On her shoulders there were something like shoulder straps and an orange tie was tied on the collar. Her rather beautiful pink hair reached her waist, but still some curls fell on her shoulders. Small red horns were also visible. Her face was quite cute and her eyes seemed to be lined with red. Depicting something like a small grin, she looked at everyone standing, from time to time taking a lollipop out of her mouth and returning it back. She? Ichigo asked with irritation in her voice. She just kills us, she can't be trusted and even more so transferred to our squad. Glancing at the unconscious Hero, then at the pink-haired girl standing in the passage. She will be temporary, and we will make sure that she does not kill anyone. Nana said looking into Ichigo's eyes, in which hatred for their new teammate was currently burning. The rest just remained silent, not wanting to interfere. They understood that if this is what Dad decided, then it was useless to argue. Yeah, you are so afraid of me. 02 said with a kind grin. Ichigo, with difficulty suppressing her anger, turned away. 02 slowly approached the squad, examining each of them, and her gaze stopped on the blonde who seemed not to care at all about what was happening. You remind me of someone. Someone very important, as it were. The blonde didn't even look at the girl standing in front of him, he just stared out the window as if he didn't notice anything. Meanwhile, the entire squad was looking at these two, because Naruto was the only one with whom 02 spoke and even said such a thing. The next second, the faces of his teammates expressed shock, and Naruto himself jerked and almost hit 02. The reason for this was that 02 licked Naruto on the neck. You have a very strange taste. The taste of loneliness. 02 said as if trying to taste the taste on her tongue. I don't care what kind of nonsense you're talking about, but if something like this happens again, I can't guarantee your integrity. Naruto said with a monotonous face and in a tone that made you shiver. The entire squad stood and watched silently, waiting for what would happen next. They knew Naruto's character and understood that if this continued, then in the end, the same thing would happen to 02 as happened to them yesterday. However, knowing who she was, the parasites were in no hurry to interfere. And you're so angry," the girl said barely audibly with a smirk. Naruto just kept silent. "Not only do I have to guard them, but they also assign me this crazy woman. How you piss me off. Okay, let's go, Hiro needs rest to recover faster." Following the red-haired girl, all the parasites left the room where Hiro was. They always quarrel. "Naruto, why are you so angry? We didn't do anything to you." Walking along the white corridors and looking at Naruto and 02's backs, Kokoro thought. You can't trust her, and neither can you. Yes, he saved Hiro, but he's still not in the mood for any kind of communication with us. Ichigo thought, remembering how she passed out yesterday from a blow to the head and how 02 licked Naruto's neck. Does she really eat her comrades? I'd like to scare Zoroark so that he doesn't bother me. Miku's face was filled with some kind of satisfaction from these thoughts. It's strange that Naruto didn't react to Hiro. Does he really not remember some moments? We spent so much time together. Maybe we need to help him remember and then he will become the same. After all, it all started after that incident. Goro again remembered that look in the night, those red eyes with an elongated pupil like an animal. Remembering this, Goro involuntarily began to tremble a little from fear and goosebumps spread across his skin. What was that then? Is he even a human? Okay, that's not important. We need to help him remember everything and then maybe he will become the same. Living in these thoughts, Goro almost tripped over his own foot. Naruto was not interested in anything now except the girl walking in front of him. He kept glancing at her and waiting for her further actions, because considering the episode with the neck, one could say that she was absolutely unpredictable. He is always alone and does not let anyone near him. We probably even look alike. Thinking about this, 02's gaze became somehow indifferent and slightly sad at the same time. She looked at the floor and then glanced at Naruto walking behind her. Of course, out of the entire squad, she was the only one interested in him and she herself could not understand why. There was something very familiar about him. The girl had a feeling as if she had found something she had lost again, but she also could not understand what it was, what was so special about him. With these thoughts, the squad reached the elevator and then the parasite garden. Nana only showed 02 her place in the room and left. Futoshi, what do you think was that today? Oh, Zoroark, what are you talking about? Are you only thinking about food? I'm talking about the prank of that new girl that everyone is afraid of. Continuing to kick the ball and passing the ball from time to time, Futoshi asked Zoroark. Well, I don't know. She's probably weird. Receiving the ball and despite his plump physique, skillfully stuffing it, Futoshi answered. I noticed that too. The guys turned around and seeing Goro, passed the ball to him. What do you think about this, Goro? Futoshi looked at Goro stuffing the ball with interest and waited for an answer. Yes, Goro. What do you think? Zoroark supported his friend. To tell the truth, I don't know. I heard that she ruins every pistol, and then there's that prank with Naruto. Why him? There's a lot I can't understand. Having said the last sentence, Goro remembered how Naruto and Hiro always tried to find out something in childhood, but no one gave them answers. Goro, having dabbed the ball on his knee a couple of times, passed it back. It's strange that she licked him. After all, Naruto is the most incomprehensible of us. He doesn't even consider us people, and then he beat us. I would like to say that I will take revenge, but I'm afraid I can't. He is much stronger than me. Zorome took the ball and began to dab as well, but his own words made him angry. This could be understood by the expression on his face and clenched teeth. Yes, he hit Kokoro, and I couldn't even do anything. Don't worry so much, Futoshi, we all lost yesterday, but I can't forget that Naruto almost knocked me out, but suddenly grabbed his head and fell to his knees, stared into space, and then started talking some nonsense. Zorome passed the ball to Futoshi. Zorome, can you tell me what he said yesterday? Do you remember? Goro stared at Zorome. There was a pause between them. They seemed to be enjoying the singing of birds, the sun's rays, the sound of the ball bouncing on Futoshi's knee and a light breeze, but Zorome still interrupted this pause. I remembered. He said, no, don't. Go away. Hinata. Leave me alone. Go away. Well, something like that. Wait, what did you say? Goro, are you deaf? No way, I'm not going to repeat everything a second time. Yes, no. I mean that word. Zorome raised his head and rubbed his chin as if remembering what he said just a few seconds ago. Well, Hinata, I think. Hinata? Yes. And what is this Hinata? Futoshi intervened in the conversation, passing the ball to Goro. A strange word. I don't remember ever hearing it. Although as a child I remember Naruto saying some words. It seems, Sakura, Sasuke, Kagaya, Rasengan, Amaterasu, Sharingan. A lot of such words, but I only remembered these. I still couldn't understand what kind of strange words these were and where he got them from in his sleep. By the way, after this nonsense, he usually woke up in the middle of the night all in sweat as if he saw something abnormal. Goro continued to hit the ball while expressing his guesses. Wow, by the way, this word is similar to the ones you said. Why didn't you tell us about this? The red-haired man asked. Well, I somehow didn't take it into account, I didn't consider it important. However, you remembered these words. Zorome said, slightly squinting, in a tone as if Goro was hiding something. I remembered these words because he said them very often. By the way, if you think about it, you say that he looked into the void and said this word. And this means that for him there was someone there, and most likely that word, Hinata, can be a name. Goro passed the ball to Futoshi and stared at Zorome, waiting for him to say. Perhaps, but does this mean that he is hallucinating and he sees some people and hears voices? Horrible. Zorome hugged himself and showed that he felt uneasy about this. Yes, I agree, maybe he is sick with something. That's why he is so angry and says strange words. Passing the ball, Zorome said to Futoshi. This may well be the case if you consider that he was taken somewhere in the parasite-growing garden, they could even have taken him by force. So either he knows something or there is something unusual, unknown in him. Having said this, Goro again remembered how the air that evening seemed to become heavy and his eyes were terrifying. Yeah, I don't really want to fight the Revizors with him. Plus that girl with the code 002. She's kind of weird. Yeah, Zorome, you're right. I thought so too. Why lick a person's neck? Futoshi asked and took the ball from Zorome. Maybe she's checking if her victim is tasty? Oh Futoshi, if she licks you and she likes you, you'll be like a big treat, and you won't be able to run away either. Ha ha ha. Zorome laughed. Goro also let out a light chuckle. Well, Futoshi is right after all. Why lick a person? It looks weird. Stop. Do you remember what she said after she licked him? Huh? Zorome and Futoshi, who was throwing the ball, looked questioningly at the blonde man adjusting his glasses. Licking it, she said, a strange taste. The taste of loneliness. I think that's what she said. Exactly. Yes, that's right. The guys agreed with Goro. While they were chatting, they didn't notice how it started to get dark. Now she's creepy too. I don't want to beat the revisors next to these two. One will kill her comrades, and the other sees nothing but evil. Come on, Zorome, it's not that bad. Besides, Nana said that she wouldn't let Naruto or 002 kill us or harm us in any way. In that case, 002, like Naruto, would have to answer to Dr. Franxx, and that would be the best case scenario, and the worst case scenario would be Papa. Goro tried to cheer Zorome up in his own way. Even if that's the case, we knew Naruto as children, and we know what he's really like. We just need to help him remember. But I don't even know who 002 is or what's on her mind. Maybe she'll eat us while we're sleeping. She's probably not even human. People don't kill their own comrades. Not a human then. Quite quietly and to herself said the pink-haired girl sitting on the second-floor windowsill in a white robe for sleeping. She sat there for quite a long time and heard the whole conversation from the very beginning. No matter how much I pretend, I will not become a human. From these words, 02 nervously bit her thumb, the nail on which was pointed like on all fingers, like an animal. Her look became both sad and angry. Angry at herself for not being like everyone else. 02 woke up at night from strange sounds, as if someone was whispering. The moon was bright and so looking at the floor she saw two shadows. From them it was possible to understand that two girls were sitting opposite each other on beds and talking about something. Sleep suddenly left and 02 with a sly grin decided to lie down and listen to what they were talking about. Naomi, do you really think that not all is lost? Ichigo, remember what the boys said today. That he needs help to remember and then he will become the same. I see, 006. So he forgot something? Or maybe his memory was forcibly erased. Naomi, do you really believe this? He was not even happy that Hiro was alive although they were friends. You could even say best. Naomi, he is no longer that kind boy who worries about others. Ichigo. How can you do this? I haven't been in your squad since the beginning, but I believe that not all is lost, and you should believe it even more. 02, listening to their dialogue, was surprised that they hadn't woken anyone up yet. Hiro, he was the one with me then. Is he his friend? I believe, but... At that moment, 02 felt hot and she was all wet. To solve this problem, she partially threw off the blanket, pretending to be asleep. With this gesture, she interrupted the dialogue between her teammates. Did she wake up? Looking at 02 with blue eyes that reflected the moonlight so beautifully, Ichigo asked. No, she just rolled over. By the way, she was the one piloting with Hiro then, she almost killed him then? Ichigo asked a little angrily. Yes, if it weren't for Naruto, they both would have died. Yes, you're right about that, Naomi. No matter how nasty he was, it was Dalginium who killed that revisor that Strelitzia couldn't handle. 02 bit her nail nervously because of that. Her face expressed a little anger, but then it changed to surprise. Dalginium? It was him? Flashback. A huge flying object was in the sky. 02 was sitting in it, wearing some kind of headdress, looking down through the glass. From a bird's eye view, everything seems so small, so insignificant, that you involuntarily think about how insignificant your problems are compared to this world. Her partner, all bandaged, was sitting next to 02. She only glanced at him briefly, taking out a lollipop, and then turned away, putting the delicious lollipop back in her mouth. God, how ambiguous it sounds, face with hand over mouth. Dr. Franxx, so it turns out that Strelitzia is the strongest of all the Franxxes? A girl sitting in front of her asked. You could say that. Yes, she is stronger than all the Franxxes, but... At that moment, 02 looked at the old man, taking out the lollipop again and waiting for him to say. But? The woman asked again, looking at Werner. There is one Franxx that can compete with her and maybe even win. It is Dalginium. Dalginium? She asked again, adjusting her glasses. Yes, a Franxx that is controlled by one parasite. What? One? How is that possible? To be honest, I myself have not yet fully figured it out. Werner looked away from his interlocutor and thoughtfully looked out the window, at the sky, at the clouds that were carefreely floating across the sky. This world is full of mysteries. But not everything is given to us to know. Some things our consciousness simply cannot comprehend and accept. The old man paused and then added. Maybe the power of this parasite is one of them. What we are not given to understand because we are not able to comprehend it. After the doctor's words, 02 again stared out the window, but still there was some surprise on her face, and surprising 02 is not such an easy task. Alone? What kind of power does he have? It turns out he's very similar to me. No, he's practically the same as me. Also always alone. The girl's expression changed from surprise to barely noticeable sadness. End flashback. So, it turns out that he is the one who pilots Dalginium? 02 briefly remembered the blonde's indifferent face, which still seemed familiar to her. She felt that there was some kind of connection between them, but she couldn't remember anything. Naomi, you're so worried about Naruto. Maybe you feel something for him? Moving closer to her friend and looking into her face, Ichigo asked sarcastically. What? No. Of course. It's just that he's your former comrade and I want the 13th squad to be in full force. The girl objected, turning away from her friend so that she wouldn't see her blush of embarrassment. And anyway, let's go to bed already. Naomi quickly jumped under the blanket, turning away from the blue-eyed girl. Well, in a way, I can understand you. Ichigo sat back down on the bed and stared at the floor with slight sadness. I really can't understand what interested you so much in him. You know him very little and his character is not very good. He's evil, he doesn't let anyone near him, and he beat us up back then, and judging by Zorome's stories, he's not all right in the head either. The blue-haired girl quietly rattled, lying down on the bed and covering herself with a blanket. You're strange. She added at the end. Not all right in the head? Is she talking about that incident that Parasite told us about? He controls such a powerful Franxx alone and with some kind of force. It's not surprising that he might have health problems. Looking at the ceiling illuminated by the light of the moon, 02 thought. Then, without thinking twice, she stood up and, trying to walk as quietly as possible, left the room. Walking down the corridor and going down the stairs, she reached the steps in front of the entrance and sat down on them. And yet, what is this feeling? I can't remember. It's like it's pressing from the inside. Maybe he's not human either, but just like me, he's trying to pretend to be. Lie to himself that you're human and believe your own lie. That's what he's trying to do. 02 watched the full moon in fascination. The blue moonlight that permeated everything around and penetrated into the most hidden places. Suddenly, a barely audible creak of the floor was heard from behind. 02 turned around and saw Ichigo slowly descending the stairs and then came up and sat down next to her. What are you doing here at this time? The blue-haired girl asked in an indifferent tone, also looking at the moon. 02 didn't answer. What do you feel when you kill them all? What do you feel when you take the lives of those who are ready to fight to the last? Ichigo changed her tone from indifference to slight anger. She only glanced at the pink-haired girl with horns and stared at the moon. Unfortunately, 02 still didn't respond. I didn't expect to hear an answer from you. You almost killed my comrade if it weren't for Naruto. Yes, he is cold, but he protected Hiro. You understand that you are not his equal and if you meet in battle, he will not leave you a chance. What do you want to tell me? Looking at Ichigo, the girl asked with her own eyes. No matter how cruel and cold Naruto is, he is much more humane than you. How disgusting it is to realize that behind this mask of an innocent girl hides a demon who imagines himself a man, but in fact, without hesitation, takes the lives of his own comrades. You disgust me, and I sincerely do not want you to be part of our squad. Ichigo stood up and was about to leave when she heard the crazy voice of 02. Human, huh? What does it mean to be human? Do I lack humanity? Do you think you're better than me just because you pretend to be the main and good one? You also wear the mask of a responsible squad leader, but who are you without it? Just a worthless empty shell. Then why should I tell you about humanity? 02 looked at Ichigo from under her forehead and slowly moved towards her, while she backed away. Once in the shadow, it seemed as if her horns and pupils were slightly glowing red, which added horror to the already rather scary situation for Ichigo. What is humanity, tell me? Pretending to be kind, you do and say bad things behind the backs of your comrades. Is this humanity? Should I behave the same way? To become human? 02 continued to move towards Ichigo, while she backed away until she fell. 02 hung over her, staring intently with a mad look into her eyes. Show me what humanity is. Isn't the species enough? Are you a monster? You're not a human and you will never. Do you hear, never become like us. A human. If being human means being like you, then I'd rather refuse. After these words, Ichigo 02 gathered her last strength and ran upstairs. Human this, human that, you will never become human. Humanity. Leave me alone. 02 literally growled to herself, clenching her fist and driving her sharp nails into her hand, slightly baring her fangs. The next day everything went as usual. Wake up, then breakfast. All the guys enjoyed the food. 02 poured honey on the food and gobbled it up, leaving everyone in surprise except Naruto, who was indifferent to what was happening, and Ichigo, who looked at 02 with fear, remembering her red eyes, fangs, horns, and how and what she said yesterday. After eating, Nana called them. It turned out that the activity of the Revizors was noticed in the mine for the extraction of lava fuel. Correct me if that's not quite what it's called. Naomi, Ikuno, Zorome, Miku, Ichigo and Goro were sent there, but they ended up in the underworld. Shouldn't we send reinforcements to them? The red-haired chubby guy asked in a rather excited tone, even with some trembling in his voice. We can't lose another Franxx. Nana snapped. But they will die and then you will lose 3 Franxx and so we have a chance to get them back. As always, Kokoro said in a sweet and quiet voice. Nana nervously looked at the large orange-tinted screen and behind her on the step sat parasites. The room was also white. In this environment, Nana thought for a bit and gave an answer. Okay, but code 002 and 006 in Strelitzia will go there. Phew, they are saved. Flashed through the minds of Futoshi and Kokoro, but then something happened that they did not expect. I refuse. The blonde sitting behind everyone said coldly and barely audibly, looking from Nana to 02. What? Nana thought she misheard and asked the question again. I will not pilot with her. If you have to send someone, then send me alone. I can handle it easily. Naruto, what are you talking about? The red-haired man asked, looking at the blonde man in surprise. But if you don't go, they will die. The cute blonde supported her partner, pressing her hands to her chest. So what? I don't care about their lives. Meanwhile, 02 looked at Naruto with a look that mixed composure, anger, disappointment, and surprise. She didn't say anything, but simply looked at him. 006, didn't Mr. Franxx instruct you to look after the squad and save them? The red-haired woman also looked at him with a little surprise. Werner, what were you counting on? I knew from the start that I shouldn't expect any teamwork from him. Do you really believe in him that much? For what purpose did you order me to make him pilot with 02? Yes, that's true. I have to protect the 13th squad, but I agreed that I would be the only one monitoring their safety, and there was no talk of piloting with someone. I'm not breaking my promise. I repeat, you can send me alone on Dalginium, but I will not accept other conditions and therefore I do not intend to pilot with anyone. Naruto said this slowly, in one breath, with composure and without hesitation, as if he had prepared this speech in advance. 02, like everyone else, looked at Naruto and couldn't understand why he didn't want to pilot with anyone. She didn't wonder why he refused to pilot with her because she guessed that he had repeatedly heard what happened to her pistols and most likely didn't want to be among their ranks. Well, we don't have time to put forward conditions and think about anything. Delphinium, Argenta, Chlorophytum are in danger. We can lose 4 Franxx, which will be a serious problem for the 13th plantation. Therefore, since Code 006 refuses, then one of the remaining ones will pilot with her. Are there any volunteers? Nana looked at all the guys, namely the remaining 3. Among them, there was only one raised hand. It was the hand of a boy with a fashionable hairstyle. Mitsuru, are you sure? Kokoro asked excitedly. Yes, if I save them then the 13th plantation will be out of danger and Hiro won't die in an attack by some Revasor. Mitsuru said with a slight tremor in his voice. But you can die. Don't. I have to. Save Hiro. Save the guys. Save everyone. Then let me pilot Mitsuru with you. Kokoro had no desire to see Mitsuru in the hospital bed as well. The person she had feelings for or at least tried to understand why he was dear to her and she was ready to give her life for him. She did not know the concept of love, but she had feelings. She clearly felt it but did not know how to explain it. It is impossible, if he pilots with you, you will not cope. Strelitzia is much stronger than Janista. Nana said in a tone that did not tolerate objections. But. So the code is 326. Do you agree? Nana interrupted Kokoro's objections. Yes. Mitsuru answered with confidence looking at Nana. Well, good. Mitsuru and 02 left the room, and Naruto and the others stayed. Dressed in their pilot uniforms, they headed to the Franxx. Mitsuru had a standard black uniform like all the pistols, but 02's was different. If all the stamens had white ones, then hers was red. This uniform hugged her, which emphasized her figure well. An ideal waist with smooth curves, also ideal-looking breasts of size 3 to 4 and a protruding but that was not too big to seem disgusting, but not too small, as if it did not exist at all. It was somewhere in the center and therefore seemed ideal. 02's magical image was perfectly complemented by silky, pink curls reaching her back. In general, looking at her, one could say that she was ideal and would suit any guy's taste. 02 and Mitsuru were already in Strelitzia and were heading south where their comrades were. Wow, I can feel Strelitzia's power. It's amazing. Mitsuru spoke with delight. The parasites on the plantation heard all this. They could also observe their condition on the large screen next to which Nana was standing. The level of yellow cells is stable. Their connection is 67%. So far, everything is pretty good. Without taking her eyes off the screen, the red-haired girl informed the parasites. A few minutes later, Strelitzia reached her destination. The mine looked like a cylinder going deep into the depths, from which tubes go to the surface, transferring magma fuel. We are here. Let's begin the operation. Mitsuru shouted and Strelitzia jumped down. Be careful, Revasors most often appear at fuel extraction sites, so there may be many more of them there than we expect. Good. 02 answered. Strelitzia found 4 Franxx standing in the center defending themselves from rather small black and blue creatures on 4 legs similar to spiders, attacking from all sides. Yes, perhaps they did not seem so frightening, but that was not the problem. The problem was that when they were hit, they divided, and there were more and more of them. Well, let's go, let's kill them all. Let's have some fun. With some note of madness and insanity, 02 shouted. Come on, I feel like my strength is overflowing. These Revizors have already blocked the Franxx legs and one of them was already flying straight into Delphinium's face. Be careful. Argenta shouted. Delphinium noticed this small Revizor too late and of course she didn't have time to do anything. He had almost caught up with her when suddenly he was sharply pierced by a spear and then pulled back with him. Strelitzia appeared in front of the Franxx. Strelitzia? Delphinium asked in surprise, looking at the red and white Franxx with a spear on a hose. Yes, Nana sent us to help. Mitsuru? Chlorophytum asked with slight surprise. Yes, I'm with 002. What? Do you understand how much you're risking? Argenta shouted worriedly. Yes, but there were no others. Mitsuru said. Retreat, we will cover you, said Strelitzia, that is, 02. But. Delphinium tried to object, but was interrupted. Faster, we will delay them. Strelitzia shouted again. The Franxx began to leave, and Strelitzia stood between them and the approaching Revizors, of which there were a lot. Are you ready? Let's kill as many Revizors as possible. Strelitzia said. The next second, dozens of Revizors began to pierce the spear. Strelitzia actively moved, not allowing herself to be caught, and well repelled the attacks of the creatures jumping on her. The red and white Franxx killed them over and over again, but there was something strange. Now, after the injuries, they did not divide, but grew. Now there were a lot of such Revizors that had already reached a height slightly more than the Franxx's belt. Accordingly, it was becoming more and more difficult to fight back. Okay, the Franxx got out. Strelitzia, you can retreat. You're not thinking of retreating, are you? Let's kill more, even more. Destroy them all. Let's have some real fun. 02 said to Mitsuru. Ignoring the order, Strelitzia rushed around even faster and her blows became stronger and unpredictable. However, no matter how hard they tried, there was no result. The Revizors were getting bigger and bigger. Where are they? Delphinium asked. The Franxx got out and were already waiting for Strelitzia on the surface, but she was still not there. Are they okay? Argenta asked worriedly. Maybe. Chlorophytum added coldly. The Franxx stood and waited, preparing for the worst. That's it. This is bad. The level of yellow cells has sharply increased and the level of their connection is 43% and continues to fall. Strelitzia, quickly return. Nana commanded, but Strelitzia seemed not to hear her. What is this? Is Mitsuru really going to die? You could tell from the expression on the chubby guy's face that he was really worried about him. 002 will kill him? Kokoro asked fearfully. Come on, more. We need to kill more Revizors. 02 didn't calm down. She blindly attacked the Revizors, missing the fact that her Strelitzia attacks were useless and the creatures were only getting bigger. This was her mistake. At one point, Strelitzia began to move with difficulty and then stopped altogether. Come on, are you out of breath already? Come on, we haven't killed them all yet. 02 screamed like she was going crazy. The synchronization level is 0%, the level of yellow cells is rapidly increasing. Delphinium, Argenta, get her out of there quickly. You could tell from Nana's face that she was nervous, and very nervous. It looks like letting Mitsuru pilot with 02 was a bad idea. Kokoro and Futoshi looked at the screen with anxiety, praying that their comrade would survive. Naruto didn't show any emotions. It seemed to him that he didn't give a whether Mitsuru would survive or not. This is how it happens. Flashed through the blonde's head. Come on, get up. 02 was already screaming in a rage. Franxx's eyes turned into red crosses, which only meant that 02 was trying to take full control and was losing control, going into a rampage mode. She would have lost it any minute if Delphinium and Argenta hadn't descended from above and pulled Strelitzia out. Once on the surface, Strelitzia simply passed out, standing motionless in one position. Mitsuru, Mitsuru! Argenta screamed. We need to go back immediately. Delphinium commanded. Will we be able to? Chlorophytum said, turning around and forcing the others to turn around. When the Franxx turned around, they were simply in shock. They suddenly lost hope for salvation and fear appeared. Hundreds of rather large revisors on 4 legs jumped out of the mine, flying over the heads of the Franxx and blocking their path. The Franxx didn't have time to say a word before all the jumped-out revisors merged and formed one big one. What should we do? Looking at her comrades and the disabled Strelitzia, Argenta asked. Argenta, take Strelitzia and retreat to the base, and Chlorophytum and Delphinium stay. What? But we won't be able to defeat such a revisor together. Delphinium responded. You don't need to. Your task is to hold him back so that he doesn't head towards the plantation. Nana explained. Okay. Chlorophytum answered coldly, and Delphinium just remained silent. The next second, Argenta picked up Strelitzia and rushed away. The remaining Delphinium and Chlorophytum tried to attack, but all the wounds healed quickly. They would not have had time to get to the core. And in such a colossus it is not so easy to find the core. But still, as they were ordered, they did not let him take a step towards the base. Argenta reached the 13th plantation with Strelitzia. Having put Strelitzia on her feet, Argenta walked away. In the huge compartment where the Franxx were, it was quite light due to the lighting, but deserted. Only 4 people were near the Franxx. Strelitzia's face opened and a girl with horns and sakura-colored hair came out limping. From her appearance, one could tell that she was very exhausted and tired. She literally could barely stand on her feet, and blood was dripping from her forehead, gradually moving to her cheek and then onto her chin. 02 came out alone without Mitsuru. Why is she alone? Argenta asked with a note of concern. Yes, Mitsuru was piloting with her. Futoshi supported the question. It can't be. Kokoro said in a trembling voice, raising her hands to her chest. Tears threatened to leak out of her eyes, but the blonde held them back as best she could, because she thought it would be embarrassing to just burst into tears. The next minute, a team of people in white suits appeared from behind the parasites. They climbed up Strelitzia and carried out an unconscious Mitsuru on a stretcher, with blood on his head and something that looked like suffocation or burn marks on his neck. Behind the medical team, 02 walked, limping and holding her right hand to her left, drilling the floor in front of her with an indifferent gaze and making a small thud with every step. Futoshi and Kokoro were filled with rage. She had maimed their comrade and there was not a drop of remorse or regret on her face. Kokoro and Futoshi had no choice but to watch the departing medical team with Mitsuru on a stretcher and 02 following them. How so? With tears welling up in his eyes, Futoshi hissed through clenched teeth. Why did you let him pilot with her? You knew that this would turn out. Why? Gradually raising his tone, Futoshi expressed his dissatisfaction with Nana. Because Code 006 refused and there were no other candidates, and Code 326 volunteered himself. We didn't have time to think. Nana said in a calm tone, but in her eyes one could still see a little regret. Futoshi, calm down. Kokoro said timidly. It's because of you that he's in this state. If you hadn't refused to pilot with her. Futoshi angrily looked at Naruto, holding back tears and continuing to clench his teeth tightly. The blonde looked at him with a cold gaze. It seemed to him that everything didn't matter and, as he said, he wasn't interested in the lives of the 13th plantation team. Do you even care? How can you be so inhuman? Hearing this word, 02 turned around in slight surprise. Futoshi, calm down. Kokoro did not want further conflict, but it was too late. The red-haired man swung at the blonde standing in front of him. The first attack failed, the blonde simply moved his head to the side and the blow missed. Futoshi. Kokoro said barely audibly with a tremor in her voice. Code 214 and 006 stop this, now is not the time. Nana tried to stop her but nothing worked. Futoshi continued to attack and Naruto only slightly retreated back, leaning his body in the opposite direction from the blows. I wonder what he felt when they said that he was inhuman. Maybe the same as me? Looking with a slightly interested look at the dodging blonde, 02 thought. You bother me. Naruto said, and once again moving his head to the side and missing Futoshi's blow, he hit him in the shoulder with his elbow. Futoshi bent over from this and received a blow to the stomach from the knee. Futoshi. Kokoro blurted out in fear. Inhuman then. And what are you suggesting to me? That I die instead of him? I have no desire to give my life for you. Didn't I tell you that? He's probably already dead. Weren't you warned about such outcomes? You parasites should be prepared for such an outcome. But what about the reality? You want me to acknowledge you, but instead of maintaining your sanity, you whine like weaklings. Aren't you disgusted by calling yourselves parasites? Looking at Futoshi, who was on his knees trying to catch his breath after the blow, Naruto said in a cold-blooded tone, looking down at him. Then Naruto leaned over slightly and added so that only Futoshi could hear. If this happens again, you won't get off with just bruises. Then Naruto stood up and looked at Nana. And you trusted the life of the plantation to them? Do you really think that they are capable of protecting it? Killing one of them can disable the entire squad. Don't you understand that they are weak both physically and mentally? It's futile to place any hopes on them. This is Dr. Franxx's decision. The red-haired one answered, also looking at the blonde. What was he thinking? They themselves need to be protected. Are they capable of protecting the plantation? I doubt it. He apparently doesn't feel anything, so it's impossible to hurt him with anything. 02 thought and turned back and continued on her way. Meanwhile, Miku was holding Zorome inside Franxx. He saw everything and really wanted to support Futoshi. Miku, let me go. I'll go out and hit him. You won't defeat him, fool. Maybe you've already forgotten that you only got away with it that evening thanks to his hallucination. Understand, we can't defeat him. Miku screamed angrily. Zorome calmed down a little from these words. He also realized that he had no chance in a fight against the blonde. So, Argenta and Janista, move out. Nana commanded. What about Dalginium? Kokoro asked, looking at the red-haired girl. He will stay here. The four of you can handle it. Besides, Mr. Franxx instructed him to intervene only in critical moments. But isn't it like that now? The blonde did not calm down. There are four of you. If you are not afraid, you will defeat this Revizor, so I do not see the point in assigning Dalginium here. The blonde, having heard this, turned around and simply left. Why do we need him in the squad at all? Asked Zorome from Argenta. Dr. Werner assigned him to protect you and so that the situation at the initiation would not be repeated. If it were not for Dalginium, the 13th plantation would most likely have been destroyed. But... Futoshi began but was interrupted by Nana. Hurry, otherwise your comrades will die. Kokoro and Futoshi, remembering that Chlorophytum and Delphinium were still left, rushed to quickly dress in a special suit. A few minutes later, Janista and Argenta were heading towards that Revisaurus at full speed. When they arrived at the scene, they found Chlorophytum sitting on one knee. Coming closer, they noticed that she was holding Ichigo in her hand. What happened? Janista asked. We tried to find the core, but in the end, the Revisaurus just exploded. The last explosion somehow threw delphinium inside that Revisaurus. Ichigo pointed forward and the parasites saw that delphinium was indeed inside the Revisaurus, but she couldn't move. The core was nearby. Ichigo, shouldn't you be with Goro? Argenta asked. At the last seconds, Goro catapulted me and remained inside himself. Ichigo looked sadly at her feet. We have to save him. Futoshi, hearing this, involuntarily remembered Naruto's words. Is he really right? Flashed through Futoshi's head. Okay, we'll save him. Miku and I have a plan and we don't know if it will work, but if it does, we'll kill two birds with one stone. The next moment, Argenta picked up Ichigo and, together with Janista, rushed towards the Revisaur. The black and blue giant tried to stop Argenta, but Janista was shooting at him from a large barrel. Having climbed to the right place, Argenta made a hole in the Revisaur with the help of claws that were located on her hands, 3 pieces each. While the giant did not have time to regenerate, Argenta threw Ichigo into it and hurried away. A couple of minutes later, the wound healed. What was that? Chlorophytum asked in her usual calm tone. We threw Ichigo inside the Revisaur. Since Goro is there, she will find him and together they will destroy the core from the inside. Argenta explained, looking at the Revisaur and Chlorophytum. Risky. Chlorophytum said. We thought so too, but Miku insisted. Janista supported her. Yes. I was also against it, but Miku didn't even listen. Zoroark said, crossing his arms and closing his eyes contentedly. What? Actually, you were the one who suggested this idea and now you've decided to push it all onto me? What a nasty guy. Miku was indignant inside the Franxx, but everyone could hear it. It's not true, it was your idea and you forced me to accept it, and you yourself are disgusting. I just said that it was an option. I didn't insist on it. It was you who said that we had no other choice. You're annoying me, you always piss me off. Miku was literally seething with anger and could barely restrain herself from standing up and punching her teammate in the face. Maybe you could at least turn off the connection? Chlorophytum insisted with slight displeasure. Argenta followed her advice and turned off the connection, but judging by the fact that the Franxx literally couldn't stand on his feet, one could say that the argument only intensified. Meanwhile, Ichigo held her breath and swam deep into the Revisaur to her comrade. It wasn't dark inside, but it wasn't light either. It was dim, but the Franxx's silhouette was clearly visible. Having swum to it, Ichigo opened the compartment and went inside. The Franxx wasn't flooded from the inside because the water had been pumped out. It turned out that Ichigo got to it just in time, because he was going to blow himself up and would have done it any minute if it weren't for her. Ichigo, why did you come? Goro spoke slowly and heavily. It was pretty stuffy in the Franxx and the air was running out. Save you, isn't it clear? The blue-haired girl said as she approached Goro. I specially catapulted you so that at least you would survive, but it turns out that my sacrifice was in vain and we will die together. I don't cling to my life, but I don't want yours to end. Don't talk nonsense. We'll get out of here together and there's no other way. Neither you nor I will die. Please don't, Ichigo. You have to survive. But why are you so worried about me when you should be worrying more about yourself right now? Ichigo shouted angrily. I don't know how to explain this, but I'll try anyway. I'm not asking you to understand or accept everything I say. I just have to tell you this and get this burden off my chest. Just listen to me. Goro, what are you talking about? The green-eyed girl asked, a little confused. In general, I don't know what to call it, but since the time when we were in the parasite breeding complex and when you protected me from those 3 guys and said that if we can't do it alone, then we'll do it together. Then I was too proud and didn't understand the full extent of your words, but after being with you for a while, I slowly began to realize what you meant. I had a desire to help you and a feeling of wanting to always be with you. You really didn't share this. Watching you, I saw that you felt something similar towards Hiro. Then I thought that I wouldn't interfere with you, but would just watch from the side and protect you. Over time, this feeling only grew stronger, just like yours towards Hiro. I know that you don't share this, but please think about it. I will accept any answer, no matter what it is. In general, that's it. My soul just felt better. Goro spoke, looking at the floor. Ichigo, meanwhile, was listening to him, arriving in shock. She could not even imagine that he felt something like that for her. Thanks to what she felt for Hiro, she perfectly understood what Goro was like now. She would not have had the courage to just go and tell Hiro everything she felt. Ichigo did not know what to answer him, she was at a loss, but time was passing and she needed to answer at least something. It's all so unexpected, I can't just go and decide like that. Ichigo said in a quiet tone, looking Goro straight in the eyes. I'm not asking you to decide this right now. I'm ready to wait for your answer even if it's my whole life. As I said earlier, I will accept any answer because I perfectly understand your feelings for Hiro. But then okay. I need to think about it. Ichigo said, trying not to look her comrade straight in the eyes, adjusting the bangs falling over her left eye. Goro immediately noticed this gesture. Ichigo, where is your hair clip? Huh? Ichigo felt her hair. Indeed, it is not there, it probably flew off when I swam here, I will have to find it. Ichigo, come here. The girl came closer to Goro. Now, close your eyes. What? But why? Just asking you to close your eyes. Okay. Ichigo closed her eyes and felt a light touch on her forehead. Goro, what's wrong? Opening her eyes, the girl with the bob asked in surprise. Then, noticing that her hair was not falling down, she felt her hair and found the hair clip and looked questioningly at Goro. Back then, in the complex. Hiro and I wanted to give you a hairpin. It just so happened that he gave it to you first, so I kept this one with me in case it got lost. Smiling slightly and sitting down at the control seat, Goro said. That's how it is. Ichigo also sat down in her seat. She was embarrassed and all the thoughts in her head were mixed up. Now she definitely had no time for a fight, but she still needed to get out. How long have they been there? Chlorophytum asked. I don't know. Maybe they didn't succeed? Janista asked, looking at the Revisor. They probably. Before Ikuno could say anything, she was interrupted by an explosion and a pile of blue blood. When everything cleared, Delphinium stood in front of them with a broken core. Hooray, they did it! Argenta shouted cheerfully. The others simply nodded silently. You did well. Go back to the plantation. Nana's voice was heard inside the Franxxes. Yes. All three answered in chorus. Janista, Delphinium and Argenta hurried to leave the plane with the lingering clouds. All the Franxx gathered in the huge room. The parasites left them and went down and saw the rest. Nana, Naruto, and Hachi who had appeared. You did it. Nana said with a slight smile when they came closer. Yeah. Nodding her head, Miku happily agreed. The parasites went a little further and stood in front of Naruto. Hachi and Nana were watching what was about to happen. I didn't expect you to be able to defeat him. You can consider that in my eyes you have risen from useless weaklings to weaklings who are capable of something. Having said this, as always with an indifferent face, Naruto put his hands in the pockets of his black pants and left. All the parasites grinned contentedly. He finally began to recognize us. Yes, Goro, now he doesn't consider us useless weaklings. The green-eyed girl with a bob supported her. But still, despite this, I can't just forget that evening. Folding his arms across his chest and turning his head away in displeasure, Zoram said. Well, Who knows? What if he changes and asks for forgiveness? Ikuno, do you really believe that? It's still possible, Zorome. But you know, Zorome is right about something. Miku joined the conversation. Maybe he'll recognize us completely someday and then we'll all be one squad. Naomi added. You did well, you can go rest. Hachi interrupted the group conversation. Good. Kokoro said softly, and the entire squad, maintaining the conversation on the previous topic, slowly moved away from the girl and the guy. Did you manage to combine code 002 and 006? Hachi asked with an unperturbed look. No, he just refused to pilot with her. Nana shook her head. I see. Dr. Franxx gave us this task, we can't disappoint him. Looking at the Franxxes, Hachi said slowly. Yes, but it won't be easy to put them in one Franxx. It needs to be done gradually. Yes, you're right, Nana. However, I still wonder why Dr. Werner needs this. Hachi, we are not given to know everything. Hm. The two also turned around and left. All the hatches closed and the light went out, leaving the combat vehicles in complete darkness. The night was quite dark due to the lingering clouds. It was pitch black everywhere. Everything was quiet as if waiting for something. Also, all the parasites were already asleep. All except one. It was 2 o'clock on the clock, but Naruto still could not sleep. The blonde was lying on his back with his hand behind his head and staring at the ceiling, thinking about something. The blue-eyed man was remembering everything that had happened to him. Lost in his thoughts, he lay awake for another half hour. Realizing that he probably wouldn't be able to fall asleep, Naruto got out of bed, put on his slippers and left the room. He walked quietly, trying not to creak or wake anyone. It was dark everywhere and to his surprise, only one room had a light on. Walking past, Naruto saw that in the dim light of the bulb, 02 was sitting on the windowsill, biting his nails and looking into a hand mirror. Where did she dig up such a mirror? Flashed through the blonde's head. He didn't have time to see much because he didn't stop and therefore saw it on the go. The young man didn't attach any importance to it because perhaps she couldn't sleep either. Once again immersed in his thoughts, he went down the stairs and walked to the exit. The blonde wasn't going to leave, he just sat down on the step in front of the entrance to the house and peered into the dark sky as if trying to see at least a ray of light. They are studying and soon I will leave here. But what will happen to me? Will I become like before? After all, they somehow influence me. And what happened to me then? This girl, Hinata, why did she appear then? Stop, she was in my dream. Yes, I definitely remember her. It turns out that I have hallucinations from my own dreams? Or maybe this? Although no, it's nonsense. A person is simply not able to remember a past life and it is unlikely that it existed. And if we assume that this is true, then everything that I saw in a dream and these hallucinations is my past life? No, rather, I have simply gone crazy. Naruto grabbed his head with both hands and ruffled his hair. At first, it seemed to him that he heard distant sounds reminiscent of a creak. Again a hallucination? Flashed through the blonde's head. Meanwhile, the sounds seemed to be getting closer and closer, while they were coming from the direction of the stairs. Then Naruto realized that he was not imagining things and that someone was really coming here. When there were about 7 meters between him and this stranger, he made out a black silhouette in the darkness. Having roughly guessed who it was, he turned away. A couple of minutes later, a girl with hair reaching her back and horns clearly visible in the darkness sat down next to him. What did you come for? The blonde asked coldly. I can't sleep, just like you. 02 answered, also looking at the sky. What was that today? Without changing his tone, after a couple of minutes of silence, the blue-eyed man asked. What are you talking about? Turning to Naruto, 02 asked. Naruto, preparing to answer, unconsciously noticed that 02 smelled quite nice. I'm talking about that battle. You were even worse than those weaklings. In my eyes, you've fallen a lot. I just wanted to kill as many Revizors as possible in order to become human and return to my beloved. That's no reason to give in to emotions. You put those weaklings in a rather difficult situation. They defeated that Revizor only by a miracle. If they hadn't ended up inside Delphinium, they would hardly have been able to destroy that Revizor. Because of your delirium, you endangered an entire plantation and also killed 2 parasites from Werner's experimental squad. Code 002, right? Who do you think of yourself? You put your delirium above the task. 02. What? My name is 02, it is the memory of my beloved. He gave me this name and I will never change it or take another name. 02. I see he doesn't shine with originality. Even if that's true, 02, who gave you the right to kill parasites? Even I am not allowed to do that. It's not my fault, the first one came on his own and the second one is your fault. It's easy to say I'm not guilty and make me guilty. However, it was you who killed them. I need their life force. As if you don't understand me. I don't like people. But I still don't kill them. So no, I can't understand you. But you're the same as me. You're not human either. The same? No, I'm far from being like you. Yes, I have a power whose origin no one knows anything about, but I'm not a monster. At this word, 02 clenched her fists until they bled and gritted her teeth hard, but the blonde didn't see it because it was night. You kill your partners, taking their life force in order to pilot alone. I don't even try to pilot with someone. Because these people die almost instantly. I don't take lives for the sake of stupid nonsense. I have no one but him. I don't care about others. I will become a human and find my loved one. And you say you don't take lives, but you yourself pushed Mitsuru to his death. 02's tone was clearly dissatisfied, which meant that the blonde had made her very angry. I told these degenerates at the beginning that I was not going to give my life for them. I preferred to send him to his death than to die at your hands myself. From these words, 02's eyes widened in surprise for a moment, but again, because of the darkness, they were not visible. It was a little painful for her to hear all this. She was once again convinced that she was a monster and all that drove her was to become a human and find her loved one. Without this goal, she clearly would have lost herself long ago. Also, you won't last even 10 seconds in my Franxx. My power will instantly kill you. The blonde added. I see. I told you, you are the same as me. 02 said in a slightly sad tone and looking at the ground. What are you talking about? You're also always alone. You also feel loneliness. We're similar. You feel it too, right? To this question Naruto barely audibly inhaled air and then looked somewhere towards the forest, although there was nothing to see. After staying in such silence for about 5 minutes Naruto gave an answer. Don't talk nonsense, I don't live with such nonsense as you, so I don't feel anything like that. After these words Naruto slowly stood up and went back to the room, and 02 looked into the dark, thick curtain and thought about all the words Naruto had said to her. Attention, now you will go to intercept the Revizor. It is heading towards the 13th plantation, it is very large. Argenta, Delphinium, Chlorophytum and Genista will go there. Nana commanded the parasite standing in front of her in a serious tone. Dr. Franxx and Hachi with his imperturbable face stood next to her. So. The short-haired one began. Your task is to stop it at any cost, otherwise it threatens the complete destruction of the 13th plantation. Is it clear to you? Yes. The parasites answered Hachi's question in chorus. Move forward. The red-haired one said again. The parasites quickly dispersed to the Franxx. When everything was ready, the compartments opened and the morning sunlight entered the room. It seemed that nothing foreshadowed trouble. A blue, cloudless sky with a bright morning sun and slightly cool air, singing birds and boiling animals. Everything seemed to indicate that the day should go perfectly, but no. At about 9:33, a huge revisor was spotted near the plantation. Because of this, it was necessary to urgently gather the parasites, who were currently heading towards the threat, and Naruto and 02 remained, so decided Dr. Franxx. Because of him they woke us up so early. I would prefer to sleep than fight him. Argenta or Miku, who was in her, muttered discontentedly. This is probably one of the few times when I agree with you, Miku. Zoroarm supported her in the flying Franxx. Well, he probably really is a threat since there is such alarm. It was heard from Janista. It's strange, isn't it? What is Ichigo? Naomi and Ikuno, who were flying in chlorophytum, asked. Dr. Franxx was present today, and he rarely shows up. And 02 and Naruto stayed behind. It's strange somehow, said Goro from Delphinium. Or maybe they just decided to watch how we would deal with him and become the heroes of the 13th plantation that everyone would revere? The short, fair-haired man from Argenta said in a rather self-confident tone. Aha, Zoroarm as always. Janista laughed. Well, that can also be true. Zoroarm, although this is not really similar, it is interesting. However, I think that the doctor left these two for a reason and clearly planned some kind of experiment of his own or something like that. Yes, Ichigo. You're right. This is more like the truth than Zoroarm. I heard it from chlorophytum. Hey, why didn't you like my guess? Zoroarm asked indignantly. Heh, Zoroarm, no offense, but it really doesn't sound very similar. Futoshi responded, flying with Kokoro. What? Futoshi, I didn't expect that from you. I thought you would support me as a friend. Zoroarm, calm down, stop embarrassing us. What, how am I embarrassing us? Actually, I was proving my point. Come on, I doubt anyone has heard anything more stupid than that. At this statement by the red-haired girl, all the Franxx giggled, and Argenta began to fall and rise. Zoroarm was seething with rage inside. Guys, calm down. Chlorophytum said, pointing somewhere into the distance. The Franxx turned around and saw a huge revisor in the distance. Outwardly, it looked like a mix of a dinosaur and a bull. In width, it was like 4 Franxx in a lying position, in length 8, in height 9. Wow, it's huge. Well, let's go. Let's show it to him, guys. Zoroarm shouted encouragingly. Yes. They all answered and picked up speed. Doctor, are you sure they can defeat him? Nana asked, looking at the situation directly from the Franxx cabin. They should try. The old cyborg said, looking thoughtfully at the huge screen. They still don't really know how to fight, and we immediately dumped such a giant on them. I have a feeling this will end badly. What is the doctor thinking? Dalginium should have been sent. Why was it necessary to send them? The Franxx approached the Revisaurus and began to act. Janista shot at the eyes. Then Chlorophytum and Argenta took advantage of his blindness and climbed on him and began to inflict many blows, or rather cuts. Up close, he seems even bigger. Yes, Goro, you're right. I didn't think he was so huge. The blue-haired girl supported him and then their Franxx climbed onto his back and, sticking 2 spear-like swords into his back, turned on the accelerators and moved along the monster, cutting it. All the Franxx landed not far from the black and blue giant, who now simply froze in place, emitting a quiet roar and bleeding blue blood. He looks defeated. Yes, Ikuno, you're right, we did it. Now we are heroes. Zoroarm, you can't be sure. Shut up already. Miku, don't ruin this moment with your tediousness. Yes, you yourself. But Miku was stopped from getting indignant by a very loud roar from the Revisaur. Everyone turned around and saw that he had regenerated. He stopped. What should we do? Goro asked, backing away to think about the situation. It's boring of course, but we'll have to repeat it. Zorome, do you think it will be that easy? Chlorophytum asked. Yes, it's as easy as pie. Code 666 grinned. Come on, Janista. Yeah. The black and green Franxx with a massive headdress began shooting the Revisaur in the eyes again, as a result of which he went blind again. Well, let's go. Argenta rushed towards the giant hoping to do what she had done before. Having practically approached closely and about to climb up, she received a strong blow to the chest. Revisaur released a huge number of something like tentacles, one of which hit Argenta. The pink and white Franxx flew a couple of meters tumbling and then fell. Revisaur took advantage of this chance and tried to finish him off, but his heading tentacles were quickly cut by Delphinium and Chlorophytum picked up Argenta. This is bad. Ichigo said tensely, looking at the Revisaur approaching them. Be careful. Janista shouted. The Franxx looked up and saw a huge paw, right above them, which was rapidly descending. All the Franxx jumped in scattered order, creating a lot of dust. The paw descended, but because of the dust, the giant did not see anything. Therefore, he did not notice how Argenta and Delphinium came up from behind, but his tentacles moved as if on their own. Come on, we will clear the way. Argenta shouted, cutting all the tentacles heading towards Delphinium. Good. Delphinium abruptly rushed at the Revisaur using accelerators. Having flown up to the hind legs, the Franxx used his swords to cut them off, and so that he did not have time to regenerate, Chlorophytum and Janista shot at the body and hind legs. After a few minutes of such shooting, the Revisaur lost its hind legs, remaining only on the front ones. Did it work? Ikuno and Naomi asked, slightly surprised. Unlikely, he's a tenacious bastard. Argenta answered with displeasure, and indeed, many threads crawled from his severed legs to the lying limbs. They pulled them almost instantly, and then regeneration helped. We'll never defeat him like that. Ichigo, we can't give up. Ikuno supported her. Yes, that's right. Argenta added. Meanwhile, tentacles appeared from the Revisaur again, but they were larger and faster. Let's try something else. Janista said. All the Franxx did not need to explain anything. They understood everything without words. All as one circled around the Revisaur, cutting the tentacles like some kind of ropes. With each circle, the speed became greater and greater. In the end, it came to the point that they were almost invisible. Moving at this pace, they began to inflict precise, strong and fast blows on the Revisaur, and Chlorophytum and Janista found time to shoot at these wounds in order to slow down the regeneration of the monster. After a short time of such an operation, they disbanded, standing in two ranks of 2 Franxx. While the body of a simply huge giant was badly damaged, the Franxx decided to take advantage of the moment. The wounds of the Revisaur were bleeding blue blood and there was a rather unpleasant smell in the air, and if the parasites were not in the Franxx, they would certainly have felt it. Let's begin. Argenta shouted. Delphinium and Argenta knelt down, arching their backs forward. Chlorophytum and Janista stepped back and then accelerated, each step making a loud stomp and dust, and using their comrades' backs as a springboard, they jumped high into the air. Right above the head of the Revisaurus. Let's do it. Delphinium shouted, looking at the Franxx flying down. Chlorophytum and Janista, while flying down, fired at the Revisaurus head, shredding it almost completely. Ichigo, Goro. The rest is up to you. The landed Franxx shouted. Aha! Delphinium also stepped back and using Argenta's back as a springboard, she jumped high into the air. Having reached the peak, she quickly flew headfirst onto the giant, holding 2 swords in front of her. A second later, she flew into the black and blue's head. After this action, all the Franxx gathered again. Everyone had a slightly dissatisfied grimace and the monster machines were stained with blood. Looks like the core was not in the head. Ichigo said to the recovering Revizor. How can we defeat him? Argenta, what if we try to build? Chlorophytum was not allowed to finish the sentence by the Revizor, who, having recovered, let out a loud roar as if warning the parasites that the jokes were over. He opened his mouth wide and began to form some kind of translucent ball. This is bad. Argenta shouted. The ball exploded, creating a small earthquake, and the shock wave completely knocked out the Franxx. Now almost any equipment in this place did not work. He immobilized us. Goro said, wiping sweat from his forehead. Are we finished? Futoshi asked fearfully. Futoshi, don't push it. Zoroarm was indignant. Just look. Ikuno and Naomi, who had come out of the Franxx, said in a trembling voice. The rest also left the Franxx because they were of no use now. The paw of the monster was approaching them, and they could do nothing. Are we really going to die like this? But I haven't become an adult yet. I'm Zoroarm, I don't want to die like this. Everyone was depressed. The hand almost caught up with them, they in turn resigned themselves to death, but a second later their eyes widened in surprise. They clearly heard an increasing roar mixed with a whistle. In an instant, a blinding explosion was heard right in front of the parasites, and the shock wave almost blew them off the Franxx. Who is this? Zoroarm asked, peering into the dust column. It can't be. Ichigo said in surprise, adjusting her hair. She noticed the Franxx' completely red eyes and an oblong face, like an animal's. When the dust cleared, everyone finally saw Delginium sitting on one knee, holding two katanas in his hands. He was, like then, black with red stripes. He had a human build, but his face was shaped more like a fox's than ordinary Franxx. Look! Futoshi shouted, pointing somewhere to the side. When the parasites turned around, they noticed a huge, severed arm lying there. Wow, he's so strong. He chopped off an entire arm all by himself, and in a second, too. Kokoro was surprised at the blonde's abilities. He's on time. Ikuno responded. I am not very pleased to admit this, but he is an order of magnitude stronger than us. It seems to me that he is stronger than 02. Zoroarm said while examining Dalginium. Don't be surprised. Dr. Franxx's voice was heard from Dalginium, echoing across the sunny, midday plain. I could tell you what I want through your Franxxes, but they were completely disabled by the electromagnetic pulse that this Revizor emitted. So, seeing your situation, I decided to send Dalginium to help. You didn't like him, but now you will see that he can do more than just throw words around. To tell the truth, I didn't expect this Revizor to be so strong. That's all I wanted to tell you. After that, the voice died down and the last words echoed throughout the entire space, gradually disappearing. I see, we can only watch their fight. Goro said while looking through his glasses with an appraising glance at Dalginium. The others silently agreed with him. Get ready Nana, now you're going to see what he's capable of. Werner said, watching the action through the big screen with Nana and 02. So now we're going to see your power. 02 thought, enjoying her lollipop and looking at the screen with serious, green eyes. What are you planning this time, Mr. Franxx? Is this another experiment of yours? Nana glanced from the screen to the old man standing next to her. Dalginium slowly rose and got into a fighting stance, raising one katana behind his back and holding the other out in front of him. You can go free, I'll take care of him. Looking at the Revizor, the blonde said in a voice that was much lower than his own. What? Is he changing his voice? But why? Haha, Naomi, it's clear here. He's shy. Zoroarm said with a grin as if he caught me, but the blonde didn't pay any attention to him. The parasites didn't even have time to blink before Dalginium disappeared. They couldn't see him clearly, they only saw the red lights from the Revisor's weapons and himself flickering around. All the parasites' jaws almost met the doors of the Franxxes they were on from surprise. What? How can you be so fast at such a size? Zorome asked in shock. Is he really strong? Adjusting his glasses, Ikuno said. But if you think about it, now and then, he appeared almost instantly. Perhaps he is so fast that he overcomes the speed of sound, which is why that strange hum with a whistle comes from each time he appears. Goro expressed his guess. You are right, then we also heard this hum, and then a flash and the Revisor was defeated. Now the same thing happened. At first we heard a hum, and then a flash, an explosion, and a huge hand heading towards us lies on the ground. Even if so, Ichigo, how is it possible to overcome the speed of sound on such a massive object as Franxx? Naomi asked in bewilderment. Perhaps it is because of the power he possesses. Ichigo said without taking her eyes off the flashing red lights all over the Revisor. Is this his power? Looking through the screen with surprise and at the same time seriousness, 02 thought. This is not yet the full power of 006, but only a part of it. As if reading 02's thoughts, the old man answered. Meanwhile, the Revisor was roaring from Dalginium's strong, multiple and fast cuts. What did you just do? You knew it was regenerating, right? Ichigo asked Dalginium, who had landed near them. Unlike you, I can use my brain, so I was looking for the core and I found it. Found the core in such a giant? Naomi asked in surprise. Naruto, is that really you? Ichigo thought with some fear. Well, let's begin. Having said this, Dalginium suddenly rushed at the Revisor, moving now to the right, now to the left, thus dodging the tentacles. The black and red Franxx easily cut through the tentacles that still reached him. The Revisor was unable to stop such a fast and strong Franxx and raised his huge paw in the hopes of crushing the Franxx who posed a real threat to him, but as soon as it almost reached him, Dalginium abruptly changed direction and spun up the monster's leg at great speed, making cuts with two katanas. Wow, I've never seen anything like it. Yes, Kokoro, I agree with you. The fat man supported his partner. He's monstrously strong. Ichigo said with some trembling in her voice. Then that evening he played with us all the time. If he wanted, he could have laid us down in a second. Goro said, also watching what was happening like everyone else. Dalginium literally cut the giant's entire limb. The Revisor's leg was badly damaged by circular cuts across its entire area, but the monster's regeneration allowed it to recover quickly. Despite how good its regeneration was, it did not help the Revisor, since Naruto was already in the neck area, rapidly approaching the head, still thrusting two katanas into the Revisor. Dalginium was very fast. The Revisor barely tracked its movement, but did not have time to interfere with its tentacles. Dalginium had already reached the chin and then, accelerating even more, flew up. The Revisor raised its head, watching the Franxx, but this was exactly what Naruto needed. After doing a couple of somersaults in the air, he threw two katanas. They flew at such a monstrous speed that they made a kind of whistle when cutting the air. Neither the Revisor nor the parasites had time to see this. However, a second later, two katanas hit the Revisor right in the eyes. The monster closed his eyes in pain and let out a loud roar towards Dalginium flying at him. Franxx, in order to reduce air resistance, flew at him head down, pressing his hands to his body. Dalginium landed on the blinded Revisaurus's face. It seemed on him like a fly on a human face. Having done a somersault upon landing, it again tore along the face with incredible speed. The parasites had difficulty tracking it, but Werner, Nana and 02, who were on the plantation, saw all his actions as they were watching what was happening from his cabin, and everyone except the old man was surprised by Naruto's strength. Meanwhile, Dalginium, approaching the eyes, pulled out his swords and, having overcome the head, tore along the back like lightning. The black and blue giant tried to stop him again with tentacles, but for Dalginium they were like kunai in Naruto, completely useless. Franxx chopped them like some kind of pasta for soup. Having reached the center of the back, he jumped up with the same incredible speed, so high that the watching parasites completely lost sight of him, but after about 5 seconds they saw him again. Dalginium was flying down at the Revasor with his katanas outstretched in front of him. With a roar and a whistle, he flew into the Revasor, creating an explosion and a shock wave. So that's how he defeated all the Revasors. Zoroarm said. The dust cleared and the parasites saw Dalginium standing on his back. At the last moment, the Revasor strengthened its skin and Dalginium simply could not break through it. Franxx stood with his back turned to the back of the Revasor and therefore did not notice its rising tail. An unexpected, strong blow to the back and Dalginium flies head over heels on the ground, raising dust. Couldn't even he do it? Zoroarm asked in surprise. Hardly, the doctor said that he is not one of those who are so easy to defeat. The girl with the bob answered the question. But we would have died from such a blow. Kokoro objected in a quiet voice. We do, but not him. He is an order of magnitude stronger than us and in addition, he does not fight at full strength. Yes? And it seems to me that this is his limit and he is just pretending to be cool as always. Zoroarm objected with a grin. Zoroarm, are you doing this again? Is it okay that our lives depend on him now? The girl with 2 red ponytails cutely puffed out her cheeks and shouted at her comrade. Besides, he easily cuts off limbs of such a huge size. Ikuno supported him. Yes, you can hardly kill him with such a blow. Goro said, adjusting his glasses. And as if to confirm the parasite's words, Dalginium really stood up. The parasites were able to observe this as soon as the dust settled. Dalginium stood motionless and, starting from the very feet, some red stripes were rising up it. It looked like it was collecting the rest of its energy for something. What is he going to do? Miku asked, but did not receive an answer. Dalginium stood in a stance similar to that when athletes are about to run. Red stripes again went along the black Franxx, only this time from the head to the feet. They did not reach the end, but lingered on the calves. The ground suddenly shook slightly and some strange sound grew in the air. Dalginium was separated from the Revasor by about 200 meters, which seemed to give no chance to use maneuvers. A second and the ground in the place where the Franxx stood was pressed in and he disappeared with some kind of clap, leaving behind him circles of air. Literally at the same moment, flying under the Revasor, he found himself behind him. Taking advantage of the fact that the monster simply did not keep an eye on him, he cut off his tail and again headed for the center of the back. Wow, his speed! It's amazing! Nana said without hiding her surprise. 02 couldn't hide her surprise either. One old man was unperturbed, as if he saw this every day. Franxx approached the center of the back, but the Revasor took advantage of that second to jump and very quickly grabbed him by the legs with his back tentacles. Twisting him like some kind of toy, he threw him with incredible force. Dalginium hit the ground with a bang and before he could get up, the tentacles picked him up again and began to hit him on the ground over and over again, then threw him into the air and finished him off from above. Dalginium crashed into the ground with great speed. It seemed that he had lost, but no. Staggering a little and using 2 katanas as supports, he still got up. Yes, this is a fight on a completely different level. Futoshi said in surprise. He is fighting such a strong Revasor alone. The 4 of us could not defeat him, and he is trying to do it alone. Naomi's face at that moment depicted surprise mixed with fear. If this continues, then victory will be for us. Miku didn't have time to say anything before her face and the faces of all the parasites simply froze in surprise. The standing Dalginium was pierced through by a rather large creature resembling a worm. No. No. It can't be. Ichigo said in a trembling voice, covering her mouth with her hand in horror. Naruto couldn't handle it? Goro asked, picking up his fallen glasses, also with surprise and horror in his voice. I didn't even think that he would die, he was always showing off and just died like that. Zoroark, he fought to the last. He died to protect us. The red-haired girl said, turning to her partner. But he said that he would never give his life for us? As you can see, Futoshi, it seems that something changed his mind. Ikuno said barely audibly, looking at her feet. I just can't believe it. Can he really just die like that? Kokoro asked barely audibly in her sweet voice. I don't believe it either. Naomi said with a slight tremor in her voice, wiping away a tear. What should we do next? Looking glassily at his feet, the blonde in glasses asked. What are you talking about? Zoroark asked, arching his eyebrows. Look around, Naruto is dead, we are immobilized and far from the base. We won't have time to get to the plantation on foot and reinforcements won't have time to get here. And the Revizor is alive, and there are 2 of them. After Goro's monologue, there was an oppressive silence. Just admit it, we are doomed to die. The blonde broke the silence again. These words sounded like a bolt from the blue for the parasites. They echoed in everyone's head over and over again, leading the parasites to understand their helplessness. Doctor, what should we do now? It was one of the best Franxx. Without hiding her surprise and staring straight at the old man, Nana almost screamed. 02 was also shocked. She dropped her lollipop in surprise. Did he die? 02 remembered that just yesterday she was talking to him and today his life was cut short. She had observed people's deaths before and even taken lives herself, but for some reason the blonde's death had really affected her. She felt as if a piece of her soul had been torn out. Everything that was happening also made her think that the parasites' lives could end at any second. Doctor, why are you so calm? Your best parasite died and you are so calm? Nana asked in surprise. Nana, I have been studying him for 9 years now. I know what his power is capable of, so I can say with confidence that he is not dead. The old man answered with an unchanged, calm face. Kay, how did he not die? The girl asked, her eyes widening in surprise. The Franxx's body is no longer able to move. He should have died, but then how? Looking at the woman and the old man, the girl with the horns thought. How can he stay alive after such damage? As if reading 02's thoughts, the owner of the red hair asked. The answer lies in his strength. However, I don't need to explain. Soon you will see everything for yourself. The parasite's grieving was interrupted by a loud explosion and a large cloud of white smoke rising around Dalginium, completely blocking the view of it. What is it? Ichigo asked with the same surprised face. I don't know. The blonde man in glasses answered. Or maybe he just blew himself up? Zoroark asked with the same surprise. That sounds very much like the truth. The last measure to protect us. Zoroark, I'm surprised your brain came up with a normal guess. With a smirk, she decided to tease Comrade Miku, but he seemed to ignore her words. Doctor, did he really blow himself up? Besides, the image from the Franxx disappeared. The old man ignored the girl's question and stared at his feet. What's going on? What is he? Biting her pointed nails, thought the seated 02. 002 Now you've clearly found out why he's so valuable, haven't you? Turning to the girl, the old man asked, but she didn't answer. Goro's face suddenly changed to fear. He literally trembled with fear, which did not escape the gaze of his comrades. Goro, what's wrong with you? Ichigo was worried about him. This feeling. Just like tea, back then. What is this? What did you ask Goro? All the parasites. I remember this feeling. Goro again remembered that evening, those red eyes with elongated pupils glowing like 2 hot coals in the darkness, that feeling emanating from Naruto, that thirst for blood. What is this feeling? Naomi asked. Goro, answer. What is this feeling? I asked Mika the question again, but I still didn't get an answer. Goro fell to his knees and looked up. The parasites followed his example to find out the reason for their comrades' behavior. What they saw scared them very much. Their hearts started beating faster. Even though it was impossible to see the exact picture in the clouds of smoke, they still saw something. There was a large dark silhouette right next to them. It was 5 to 7 times larger than the Franxx, it was even a little larger than that Revisor. The parasites also noticed 2 huge red circles. The guys guessed that these were eyes. They were red with elongated pupils. What the hell is this? Zoroark couldn't stand it, but he still didn't get an answer. Everyone, as if hypnotized, peered into the clouds of smoke in the hope of getting a better look at this silhouette. While everyone was in shock, Ichigo realized that Werner and the others should see this, so she turned on the small camera that Dr. Werner himself had given her earlier. This camera filmed in good quality and transmitted the picture to that big screen. Suddenly, a strong wave of wind followed that almost blew away the parasites, but it completely dispersed the smoke. What the parasites saw simply took away their speech. Near them stood a huge metal creature of the same black color with red stripes in various places. Behind it, 9 completely black tails swayed as if in the wind. In the mouth area, something like teeth and fangs were more clearly visible. The eyes also underwent changes. Instead of completely red pupils with elongated black lines were clearly visible in them. The eyes looked like those of an animal and everything around was black. Only the outlines of the eyes were red, thereby showing where the eyes were. In general, one could say that this was a huge, metal Franxx with 9 tails, very similar in shape to a fox. This was also evidenced by the fact that the stripes on Naruto's cheeks were transferred to this Franxx. On both sides of the fox there were 3 red, thick stripes. What is this? Nana thought that this was a dream and she was about to wake up, but no, it was real. 02's face also expressed some kind of fear. She did not understand how it was possible to change form so dramatically and did not know if Naruto was alive there. The old man, seeing the surprised faces of the girls and the parasites through the screen, thought that he should explain. As I said, I have been studying him for 9 years. It was for this purpose that he was taken from the center. He has incredible power, but despite all the technology and research, we have no idea where it comes from or how he got it. This power is contained in him in the form of strange cells, which in turn are like a separate organism in him. We tried to extract them and transplant them into someone else, but nothing worked out for us. When extracted, these cells simply died. This power can help him in anger. It is quite easy to notice, his nails become sharper like his teeth, his eyes change color from blue to red with an elongated pupil, and all his physical parameters improve by 5 times. However, he cannot use it at will. This power awakens when he is very angry or dying. Thanks to this power, he is able to control the Franxx alone, and thanks to this, his Franxx is superior in strength to all the others. Sometimes there are moments when because of his anger he loses control of himself and his power takes over him. We made this Franxx especially for him, for his power. What you see now is the true form of his power. What are you talking about, Dr. Franxx? Nana asked, completely confused. In other words, the Franxx is a vessel for his power. In human form, even if he is completely overcome by rage, he will not be able to release all his power because he will simply die. When Naruto goes berserk, he changes like the rest of the Franxx, but there is still a difference. It lies in the fact that when he is dying or anger overcomes him, this power takes over him. It is released using the Franxx as a vessel and accordingly modifies it. Simply put, this is what his power looks like. This is not just a set of cells as we thought. This is a separate organism existing in his body. However, Despite the incredible power of the boundaries of which we have not yet discovered, when released to the fullest as now, it destroys his body. The body of Code 006 located in the Franxx all this time experiences incredibly strong overloads. After using this power to the fullest, he does not die because this power quickly heals him. What? That is, it kills him and then heals him? Nana asked in bewilderment. Exactly. It would seem that there is nothing to be afraid of, but frequent cycles of such severe damage and, as a result, accelerated regeneration begin to destroy his body. The more often he releases this power like now, the faster he will die. Even his power will not be able to do anything against this, although it tries to protect the owner from any physical injuries. In general, this is all that I managed to learn in 9 years of study. Franxx turned to 02 and looked at her with what seemed to 02 a strange look and then stared at the monitor again. Both the parasites and Nana and 02 simply couldn't wrap their heads around everything Werner had said. It's harder for him than for me, this power can even kill him. He can die all alone. 02 felt sorry for Naruto. He's always alone and is now experiencing incredible pain. She thought that she should help him and find her beloved, the irony of fate, grinning face with smiling eyes. She felt that they were very similar. Both lonely and endowed with power that they didn't even ask for. It seemed to her that they should stick together. Wow. That's all Zoroark could say after listening to Werner's story and looking at the nine-tailed one. So that's why he disappeared, or rather, why they took him away. Goro, who had calmed down, said in a quiet voice. I never thought he had such power. Stop, Goro, you obviously knew something about this. Right? Ichigo looked seriously at her comrade. I had a similar feeling. To now, back in the garden. That evening, when he was taken away for the first time, he came in exactly the same state as Dr. Franxx described. Red eyes and so on, and he emanated this unpleasant feeling that he has now. And you knew and kept quiet? Couldn't you have told us this right away? Ichigo closed her eyes and took a deep breath, as if calming down. Okay, now is not the time, we'll discuss this later. Ichigo was clearly unhappy that her comrade had hidden this from her for so many years. Suddenly, all the parasites twitched in fear, and the reason for this was the strong roar of the nine-tailed. After that, he took that worm with his hand and pulled it out from under the ground, tore it into 2 parts and broke the core. Following this, Nine Tails moved towards the huge Revisaur. They tied it up, not giving it the opportunity to move. The nine-tailed took advantage of this, came closer to the Revisaur and, taking its head with both hands, simply tore it into 2 parts. The parasites were shocked. He simply took and tore the head of a huge Revisaur, but the regeneration of this monster was simply amazing. He restored it almost in an instant. The nine-tailed stepped back. The Revisaur took advantage of the enemy's retreat and attempted to knock him down with his tail, but surprisingly this attempt was not successful. The nine-tailed stopped the tail by pinning it to the ground with his foot. Wow, this fight is on a completely different level. Zoroark said with some admiration. Yes. I agree, the parasites unanimously confirmed. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed one, taking advantage of the fact that the Revisaur was motionless and also very close to it, began to beat it furiously. He hit it on the head, back, torso, neck. Each of his blows became stronger and stronger. The speed of the blows also increased. Finally, when the Revisaur was a little dulled, the nine-tailed one, using one of its tails as a spear, tried to pierce the Revisaur's back in order to break the core. He might have succeeded, but the Revisaur strengthened the part where the attack was directed, so the tail simply ricocheted. At this rate, he won't be able to kill him. Ikuno said a little worriedly, and her comrade from Franxx, Naomi, supported her with a nod of her head. Yes, the speed of his regeneration is amazing. He is definitely the strongest of those we have met. Even Naruto had to go this far and he fights him on equal terms, which means that both he and the Revisor can win. The only question is how long it will last. If we believe Werner, he is now experiencing such pain that we can't even imagine. Rubbing his chin and slowly said Goro. Wah! The nine-tailed roared, swinging at the monster while transforming his hand into a sword. The Revisor quickly wrapped its tentacles around Dalginium's hand and then squeezed hard, stopping the blade just a centimeter in front of its face. Suddenly, tentacles appeared from its neck. They grouped together to form something like a battering ram that hit the nine-tailed with all its might right in the stomach. The blow was so strong that the nine-tailed fell and even did a couple of somersaults back, raising dust along the way. At such moments, the parasites had to only listen to the sounds of blows. Wow, he can transform his tentacles into whatever he wants? Miku asked, her eyes wide with surprise. It's bad if that's the case. Looking at their fight, it seems to me that Naruto is starting to give in to him. Slightly clenching her teeth from the escalating situation, Ichigo said barely audibly. Dr. Werner, you do understand that if this continues, Dalginium will be defeated. How can you be so calm? Nana, I know him better than anyone else. He is not the type of person who is capable of giving up. He would rather die or put everything on the line, but he will never give up. He has incredible stubbornness. No matter how many times you knock him down, he will get up again and again, no matter how hard it is for him. In this case, he may die, but he will never allow himself to be defeated. Franxx continued to watch what was happening through the screen with an unperturbed look. Never gives up, even ready to put his life on the line just to win. Now he is experiencing terrible pain but still does not give up. Is he really ready to die just to protect the 13th plantation? No, it is unlikely that he fights with such persistence just to protect the plantation. Surely he is fighting for something else. I thought you were just angry at everyone trying to seem cool, but it seems I was wrong. I don't know you at all. 02 thought while watching the fight. For some reason, she really did not want the blonde to die like this. Even just thinking about it made her feel somehow unpleasant in her soul. Dust rose into the air every now and then. The sounds of battle could be heard for many kilometers. It was already about 4 to 5 o'clock in the evening, but the battle still did not end. The nine-tailed attacked with all its ferocity. It was like some kind of wild beast driven only by the desire to kill. However, the Revisor was also not very good-natured and when the moment came, he beat his opponent quite hard. And now the nine-tailed lies on the ground and the Revisor pressed one foot on his chest, gradually adding strength. Another moment and even a crunch began to be heard. The nine-tailed, realizing that he could die, again transformed his hand into a sword and brought it straight to his leg, but to the great surprise of the parasites, the sword broke. The Revisor strengthened his leg to defend himself. Then the nine-tailed made a last attempt to get out and if it was not crowned with success, then he was a corpse. The beast grabbed this paw with all its tails. The Revisor, as if realizing what he wanted to do, instantly grabbed his throat with its tentacles, squeezing with incredible force. The nine-tailed, despite everything, attempts to interfere, he gathered his strength and pulled back all 9 tails, thereby finally moving the paw from his chest. The shift of the paw entailed a slight tilt of the Revisor forward, because he slightly lost his balance and it was at that moment that Dalginium hit him with all his might with his head. The Revisor stepped back with a loud stomp and roar and, without really having time to recover, received a kick to the head and then a knee to the chin. The nine-tails did not intend to stop there, so after the previous blow, he followed up with continuous punches to the face. Thanks to such a flurry of blows, the Revisor simply did not have time to fully recover. The nine-tails transformed his right hand into a blade. 2 would have been more effective, but unfortunately, the left blade was damaged. With the formed blade, the nine-tails pierced the Revisor through and through in the neck area. Having pulled out the blade, the nine-tails climbed on top of the Revisor and began to cover the head of the black and blue monster with a flurry of blows from the blade and fist. From all these actions, not a sound was heard, the ceasing rumble, trampling and roar. Dust rose into the air and then settled, but after some time the two giants raised it again with their fight. In this dust and rumble the nine-tailed hammered the head so hard that only blue mush remained of it, and because of the incessant blows it did not have time to regenerate. Yes, if they fought near the base, they would have smashed everything to pieces. Yes, Zorome, you're right, we're lucky that such a fight is taking place here and not there. Miku, what do you think? Will he be able to defeat this big guy? I don't know, they seem to be equal in strength. But indeed, Zorome and Miku are right. They have almost the same strength. As if this fight was planned by someone from the very beginning. What? Is that even possible? Revizors are stupid, aren't they? Zorome raised an eyebrow in surprise and scratched his chin. Zorome, you're not far from them. Miku decided to gloat again. And you didn't even move from your place, at least I moved away a little. Zorome said, crossing his arms over his chest with a victorious grin and closing his eyes. Oh, ha ha ha. Come on. Don't try to justify yourself. Just accept it. I know it's hard, but you have to. Miku didn't give up. Hee, how do you know how to do it? So I was comforting myself and it seemed to help. Zorome made a sarcastic remark in a fit of light laughter. Hey, maybe that's enough? It's not like we have such a carefree situation here. Ikuno interrupted the heated argument again, adjusting her glasses. Guys, that's enough already. Kokoro and Futoshi supported her. Oh, they're always like this. How do they even manage to pilot together? The owner of the green eyes with a square haircut asked with a slight smile on her face. Werner, you understand that at best they will have a draw. If we had called for reinforcements from the very beginning, they would have definitely been there by now, and even if they couldn't help, they would have at least evacuated the parasites. It's a miracle that no one has been hurt yet. No, don't worry, Nana. Code 006 still has an ace up his sleeve. But doctor, is it worth taking such a risk just to demonstrate his strength? No, you don't understand. I have no desire to demonstrate his strength. I just want to observe and see everything he's capable of. Although there is a small problem. He'll be able to fight like this for another 2 to 3 hours and then die. And are you really ready to risk your best parasite just to see his strength? Anyone who can't put everything they have on the line will never achieve their goal. But why leave 002 then? After all, if 006 dies, your experiment will not take place. If 006 dies, then I will recall 002. After this dialogue, both again stared at the screen. Unlike them, 02 had a very displeased face. She did not like it when they talked about her as an object for experiments, and she was also angry at Werner. After all, Naruto is experiencing real hell there, and it is only important to him that he shows his full strength, despite the fact that the longer the fight goes on, the worse Naruto is. Revizor released his tentacles again. Tentacles, I think that's what this thing is called. Sorry, I wrote it wrong all the time. Revizor tried to hold them back with the help of the approaching nine tails. The tentacles tied the legs and tails of the nine tails, but he simply cut them with the blade from his right hand. Coming closer, the nine tails swung this blade, wanting to strike, but an unexpected thing happened. Revizor took a step back a little and clamped his blade in his mouth. The next second, he bit it, thereby breaking it, and as a finishing move, he knocked the giant off his feet with his tail and also struck from above. Revisaurus tried to strike again, but this time the tailed one moved its head slightly to the side. Black Blue's blow hit the ground and not the head. Plus, due to the fact that the blow was very strong, the tail simply got stuck in the ground. Nine-Tailed immediately took advantage of this and kicked the Revisaurus. He fell on his side. The next second, Nine Tails grabbed him by the tail. Using his tails, the Nine-Tailed slightly threw his opponent. Revisaurus, finding himself in a dangerous position in front of his opponent, released tentacles that rushed straight at Dalginium's head. He quite epically intercepted them with his teeth and simply tore them out of his stomach. The next second, something grabbed him from behind. Nine-Tailed looked back and saw tentacles of this Revisaurus from under the ground. It turned out that the Revisaurus had deliberately exposed himself and the tentacles from his stomach were just bait while he in the noise, he let a couple more go from behind underground. Having tightly constrained the movements of the nine-tailed monster, he came closer and then stood on his hind legs like horses do. The Revisaur struck with both legs, literally slamming the poor guy into the ground. Naturally, he did not stop there and began to trample Dalginium into the ground like they did with Strelitzia. Well, that's it, now he's definitely going to die. Watching what was happening, Goro said barely audibly. Yes. Looks like it. Yeah. The fight was not bad, but alas, it was a failure. The guys agreed with the blonde guy in glasses. As soon as they said this, a hand appeared from the ground, and then a second one. Having crossed both arms in front of him, the nine-tailed stopped the blow of the Revisaur's paw and then, as a result of a long struggle, he still managed to push it away. What? He didn't die. Even after that? Zoroark was simply shocked. Having risen, the nine-tailed one fettered the movements of the Revisaur with its tails, just like he did then. Approaching the immobilized enemy, he plunged the blade into its throat. What is he going to do? Goro asked barely audibly. The answer followed immediately. The nine-tailed one took the back of the Revisaur with his other hand and then, apparently squeezing out the last of his strength, he lifted it above himself. The parasites, to put it mildly, were stunned by this. How? Naomi asked in a trembling voice. He is incredibly strong. Ikuno already said so. The nine-tailed one didn't stop there. Opening his mouth, he formed a red ball that became bigger and bigger. This was accompanied by a certain hum and wind, and the lighting around him slightly acquired a red tint from this. What is this? The parasites asked each other with surprised faces. What is this, Dr. Franxx? Nana, this is what I was waiting for. Having formed a rather large ball, he abruptly compressed it to an incredibly small size and then simply swallowed it, still holding the Revisaur above him. However, it began to swell from the inside. As if something was bursting out, and literally a second later, with a loud roar, a monstrously powerful red beam burst out of the nine-tailed's mouth, which pierced the giant in the stomach area and finally broke the core. The parasites could not say a word now, they simply could not squeeze out even a sound. Their surprise was so strong. The nine-tailed threw away the dead carcass of the Revisaur and shrank to its previous size. Wow, he won. Nana said with a hint of uncertainty. 02 also had an uncertain face. Dr. Franxx alone was calm the whole time, as if he knew how the battle would end. Meanwhile, Dalginium switched off and its mouth opened. Is he really alive? Ichigo asked, surprised and with a slight tremor in her voice. A blond man appeared from the open mouth. He could barely move his legs. Naruto was covered in cuts, burns and other bruises, and his suit was torn to the waist. Blood was flowing everywhere, and judging by the steam coming out of it, one could say that it was very hot there. Naruto barely walked 2 steps and then coughed up blood heavily and fell unconscious. It's good that at least he was on the open compartment of the Franxx and not on the ground, otherwise he would have definitely crashed from such a height. Send a team there. The little old cyborg commanded. Dr. Franxx? Yes, what about Nana? I was waiting for 002 to leave so I could ask you something. Werner looked questioningly at the red-haired girl in anticipation of the question. As soon as 006 arrived here, you decided to leave 002 to experiment with him. So what is your experiment? The girl asked without taking her green eyes off the screen. You've already seen 006 Rampage mode. I also told everyone that Code 006 experiences incredible overloads and only thanks to his strength remains alive. However, when he enters this mode, he actually loses almost complete control over himself. The goal of my experiment is to combine Code 006 and 002. Yes, I know. You've already said that, but why do you need to combine them? Besides, you have a whole experimental squad. By combining them both, we'll kill two birds with one stone, well, at least I hope so. If they pilot together, 002 won't have to kill a huge number of stamens. Plus, she'll be insurance. Insurance? I don't really understand you, Dr. Franxx. In case 006 enters this mode again, she will share the load with him and perhaps he will be able to completely subjugate this force. Dr. Franxx, you understand how risky this is? 002 may not be able to withstand this and will simply die. No, according to my calculations, it shouldn't. Code 006 has mixed blood, that is, 002's blood. Perhaps if they pilot together, they will synchronize and fit together like two pieces of a puzzle. It will be as if they become a single organism, sharing the load between the two. But Code 002 will experience terrible pain and she does not have the same regeneration as 006. Therefore, in order to heal wounds that take 1 to 2 days for 006 to heal, she will need a week or even a month. I think that maybe they will resonate and their powers will unite. Code 002 will have a part of 006's power and vice versa. Thanks to this, she will probably get the same ability to regenerate. But this is all not certain, you understand that without precise evidence you can't conduct such an experiment. They both could die. You yourself don't know what will happen. In a sense, you are right, Nana. Yes, I myself do not have the slightest idea of what might happen, I only have assumptions based on which I want to conduct this experiment. As I have already said, those who are not able to put everything on the line will never achieve their goal. Werner, this is not the case at all. Having lost 002 and 006 or at least one of them, the chances of defeating the Revizors will decrease by 50 to 70%. Do you want to risk putting the life of all mankind on the line? Isn't the price for the experiment too high? The doctor looked at the ceiling with an imperturbable face and then took a short breath and stared at the screen again. Nana. You are too talkative today. Did this fight really affect you that much? It is not the first time for Code 006 to fight like this. You could say he is used to it, so there is no need to feel sorry for him. Besides, with his regeneration, he will fully recover in 2 to 3 days. As soon as this happens, I will begin my experiment, but 002 should not know about this, just like 006. Is that clear? Nana? Yes, yes. The girl answered timidly, simply with shock on her face. After that, Werner stood for a couple of seconds silently staring at the screen, and then turned around and left. Naruto opened his eyes and saw 5 people standing in front of him. Kakashi-sensei, Tsunade, Sakura, Hinata and Shikamaru. Oh! You finally woke up. The man with a pineapple-like hairstyle said with a grin. Naruto jumped up abruptly and backed up to the headboard. Yes, you're a hero now, Naruto. You defeated pain single-handedly. Said the pink-haired schwa, ahem girl. Who are you, what am I doing here? The blonde asked in a cold and at the same time frightened tone. Oh, it looks like you got hit pretty hard somewhere. Hataki answered with a chuckle. You're in the Hidden Leaf Hospital now, and we are the shinobi of this village and your comrades. Yeah, I didn't expect you to have amnesia. Who? What? I didn't understand a word of what you just said. What is the Hidden Leaf? What is a shinobi? What are you even talking about? Ha ha ha. Nara couldn't hold back his laughter. Naruto, you're either playing really well trying to play us or pain really hit you hard. You. Naruto pointed at the modest girl in the purple and white sweater. I've already seen you. And, Naruto-kun. Do you really not remember anything? Hyuga asked in a timid and quiet voice. Meanwhile, Kakashi, Sakura and Shikamaru just laughed out loud. Hahaha, of course you've seen her already, just like all of us. We've known each other since the academy. Nara said again. Okay, what's the last thing you remember, Naruto? Senju asked. Calming everyone down. I lost control. But he seems to remember something after all, Tsunade herself. Putting her finger to her chin and thoughtfully looking somewhere to the side, the pink-haired Shku, Kunoichi said again. Looks like he didn't completely lose his memory. So what happened next? Dalginium transformed, becoming a vessel for my power. I did it to defeat the Revasor. After that, I don't remember anything else. Naruto spoke slowly and there was some apprehension in his voice. It was as if he didn't trust. Naruto, what did you just say? Nara asked in surprise. Looks like he's delirious and hasn't fully recovered. The ash-haired man added. Am I the only one who can't understand what kind of Franxx he was talking about and what is this anyway? Yes, Sakura, I can't understand what this is either. Some other Dalginium knows what it is. Looking at Naruto like he's a fool, Shikamaru said. However, everyone was looking at him like that now, only Hinata blushed and looked somewhere at the floor. I see, so I'm hallucinating again. I don't understand who you are, what I'm doing here, what the hell is going on? The blonde asked with growing tension. Okay, Sakura, Hinata and Shikamaru, leave the room. He's not himself, so you won't be able to talk now. Okay, Tsunade-sama. Let's go Hinata. Okay. All three left the room, now there were only 3 people in it. Kakashi-sensei, Tsunade, and Naruto. Well, I think I need to explain to you, said Tsunade walking up to the window, and Kakashi sat down on a chair taking out a book. Akatsuki, a criminal group hunting tailed beasts. They managed to catch almost all of them, only the 8-tailed one from Killer Bee from the hidden cloud and the 9-tailed one inside you remained. So my power is some kind of 9-tailed one? What kind of nonsense is she talking about? Looking at Hatake reading and then at Tsunade, the blue-eyed man thought. The leader of the Akatsuki himself, Pain. He came to Konoha in order to get the 9-tailed one inside you. He destroyed the village and almost captured you, but due to Hinata's intervention, you lost control and released 8 tails, but it seems Yamato still managed to suppress the power of the 9-tailed one. You are the only one who was able to defeat Pain. After your battle, Kakashi found you. You were lying in the forest unconscious, not far from the grave of Jiraiya, your mentor, whom Pain killed. At these words, Tsunade's voice trembled slightly. Well, do you remember anything? The blonde added. I didn't understand a thing from what you said. I don't remember it. I only remember what I told you earlier. Tsunade looked sternly at Naruto. Something is wrong with you, Senju said, crossing his arms over his huge chest. Yes, Tsunade herself also apparently noticed that this is not the same Naruto we knew. Even if he has a memory lapse, I have never heard of it affecting a person's character. It's really strange, Hatake thought to himself. Suddenly Tsunade came close to the blonde and, looking her brown eyes into his blue ones, clearly said. Come back. What? What do you mean? The blonde answered in confusion. You're a stranger here, come back. The blonde said in a monotonous voice, looking Naruto straight in the eyes. This situation was starting to scare him, it felt like he was in a horror movie. Meanwhile, the blonde with voluminous breasts approached the window again. When she walked away from him, Naruto noticed that the man with gray hair had disappeared. He simply wasn't in the room, as if he had simply evaporated. Where? He was just sitting here. Naruto asked, even more frightened. He didn't understand what was going on at all. Suddenly Tsunade turned around. Her body was the same, but her head. The head was that girl, Kaguya Otsutsuki. I'll take all the chakra, and you'll go where he did. Tsunade said in a cold tone with Kaguya's head. Then she stretched out her hand and a wooden rod appeared from it. What? Naruto quickly jumped out of bed and wanted to jump out the window, but it was too late. Looking at his stomach, he saw this rod sticking out of it and he himself was starting to fall apart just like in that dream. Kaguya with Tsunade's body laughed devilishly and added in the end, looking at the disintegrating poor guy with an arrogant look. Disappear, worthless one. Naruto opened his eyes and jumped out of bed. He was covered in sweat and breathing heavily. The blonde was covered in bandages and all the parasites including 002 were standing in front of him. Nana was there too. Looking to the left, Naruto saw an orange city outside a large window. What was that just now? The blonde asked himself mentally. Naruto, we came to visit you and thank you for saving us. Ichigo said with a good-natured smile. You lay here unconscious all day, so we visited you. They say you'll be fully recovered after tomorrow. Goro added. Yeah. Naruto said quietly, looking at his feet. Something's wrong with him. He jumped up so fast. What's happening to him? 02 and most of the parasites thought as she looked at the blonde with a serious look. Zoroark was reminded of that evening when he beat them up. When his hallucination appeared, he had the same face as now. Okay, you rest and we'll go. After Nana's words, everyone left the room and Naruto remained sitting, looking at his feet and trying not to go crazy from all this. Almost all the parasites gathered in front of the house. The only ones missing were Naruto, Hiro, and Mitsuru. Nana and Dr. Franxx stood in front of the parasites. So, we gathered you here to tell you something. The red-haired girl began. Yes, we have two pieces of news. First, for defeating that Revisor, Dad gave you a short rest. You will be able to go to a real beach. Now we stopped on the shore of a large lake. Hooray, a real one. I have only seen it in books. Zoroark cried joyfully. Oh, my God, Zoroark, don't yell so early in the morning. My head is hurting from you. Miku said with displeasure, making a hand-face gesture, and the others only looked at Zoroark in confirmation. That's all. Dr. Franxx finished, and then the three of them left the parasites. How is Naruto? Goro suddenly asked. He's not in the best condition yet and it looks like he's hallucinating. The girl with the bob said, looking at the floor. Hallucinations? Zoroark joined the conversation. Zoroark, you asked as if you knew something. Miku answered with a grin. Have you forgotten Miku already? Then don't you dare tell me anything about my intelligence, your own brain seems to have gone around the world. What? Miku said, looking at her teammate with displeasure and almost screaming in rage. Miku, Zoroark, calm down. Hearing Naomi's words, the red-haired girl and the boy seemed to calm down. That's right, Zoroark told me that when we fought Naruto, he almost defeated us and Zoroark was the only one left. Goro said, looking at all his comrades. Yes, yes. He seemed to say that Naruto then fell to his knees and said, Hinata. Kokoro spoke a little timidly. Maybe he has some kind of mental disorder or something like that. Mitsuru, I think you're wrong. He's acting normally. Of course, he doesn't recognize us as comrades and doesn't want to take us into account at all, but that's just his character. We don't know what he's been through in those years he's been absent. Ichigo, how do you explain his fits? Back then, in battle or in the hospital, when he was a child he muttered something like that in his sleep, plus that big Franxx, is he even human? Zoroark's words made everyone think a little. They really had no idea what was on his mind. Does it make any difference whether he's human or not? He treats someone differently just because he's not like you. If all people are like that, then you're no better than the trash that lies underfoot. Having said all this unexpectedly seriously for everyone, 02 turned around and left with some anger biting her nail. The parasites were a little surprised by such seriousness of 02 and did not know what to think. The door to the room where Naruto was suddenly opened. A girl with pink hair and red horns appeared on the threshold. She slowly walked to the blue-eyed man's bed and sat down on the edge, staring intently at Naruto. 02 seemed to be studying him and trying to understand what kind of person he was and what he was feeling. She herself felt that they were very similar. In these thoughts, 02 remembered that battle when Dalginium turned into something big with 9 tails. She also remembered the words of Dr. Franxx that when Naruto releases his power, he experiences severe overloads. The more often he does it, the faster he will die. Accordingly, 02 understood that another person was needed to pilot it to distribute the load, but since ordinary parasites are not able to pilot with him, she began to guess why she was brought. What are you doing here? Have you come to kill me? Well, go ahead. Naruto croaked barely audibly, opening his eyes with difficulty. 02 seemed to be brought out of some kind of trance by these words. No, I just want to know who you really are and what you're trying to achieve. The pink-haired girl answered in a somewhat caring tone. Ha, cough cough cough. Why should I cough tell you everything? Naruto spoke, coughing from severe injuries. He seemed to show with his whole appearance that he was having a hard time saying each word. However, 02 remained silent to this question, looking from the crippled blonde to the blanket. Naruto, in turn, looked out the window and, after a short pause, continued. What do you cough want from me? If you tell me honestly, maybe I'll tell you cough. Although I don't have any desire to cough tell. Naruto still continued to drill a blank look into the window. Maybe I'll have to pilot with you, so I'd like to know. The girl looked at Naruto again. I could tell you, but there's no need, cough. If we pilot together, then you'll find out everything yourself. You'll even know more about me than I do myself, cough cough. After these words, Naruto smiled for a second, then, making his face as before, added. Now, cough, go away. Naruto returned to his previous position and closed his eyes. 02, in turn, slowly stood up and left the blonde's room. What did he mean by saying, you will even know more about me than I do? Will I finally find out what happened to him, and also why can't I get rid of the feeling that I have met him somewhere, such a feeling that he is very close to me, but where does it come from? Thought 02, putting her index finger to her chin as she walked down the corridor. Yoo-hoo, come on, come on. Why are you so shy? We worked hard, so we deserve a rest. Zoroark shouted happily, standing waist-deep in water. The weather was quite warm now, almost ideal for swimming. The sun seemed brighter than ever and its rays warmed everything around quite well, so Ikuno and Naomi were sitting in the shade, or more precisely under an umbrella. Ikuno was reading some book and Naomi was just watching and enjoying what was happening. Take that, Miku. Zoroark sneaked up from behind and splashed his partner. The red-haired girl slightly shuddered when the cool water hit her sun-warmed skin. Oh, come on. Miku didn't need any persuasion to take a step back. She also began to raise the water with her hands towards her comrade. Ha ha ha, Goro, Futoshi. Help. Zoroark shouted joyfully, covering his hands from the water flying at him. Now, when the boys were frolicking and relaxing, it seemed like that terrible battle had never happened. Zoroark, you can't be fixed. Goro began to help Zoroark in this water battle with a grin. Hey, 2 against 1 is not fair. Miku muttered indignantly and immediately received a portion of cool water in the face. You got distracted, Miku. Who said that it was unfair? Goro just smiled at Zoroark's words. Suddenly, the boys felt cold water hitting them right in the back. 02 appeared from under the water behind them and splashed them in the back. What? How? That's so unfair. Zoro muttered, looking at the pink-haired girl with a displeased look. Wow, 02, you got in pretty well. Goro said, scratching the back of his head. Well, I saw what you were doing here and I couldn't resist. Smiling with the smile of a sly fox, the attractive girl said. That's it, Zoro, you're screwed. Now you're going to know. Miku didn't have time to finish speaking when she heard. Good. Everyone looked at the source of the scream and, to put it mildly, were very scared. Futoshi was running towards them and clearly not with good intentions. While Kokoro, Naomi and Ikuno were relaxing on the shore, the others started having water battles. A few seconds later, Futoshi ran up to the guys and jumped into the water, causing a wave to cover everyone who was standing there. Hey, Futoshi, who are you even on your side? Zoro, it looks like he's against all of us. Goro answered with a smile. I won, said Futoshi, who emerged, laughing slightly and scratching the back of his head. Oh, come on. I'm all wet and a little cold, I'll go to the shore. While Miku and 02 were leaving, Zoro suddenly blushed, which did not go unnoticed by his comrades. The next minute, while the girls decided to play ball, Zoro quickly took Goro and Futoshi to a secluded place. Zoro, what's wrong? He tried to find out from Goro the reason for such an action. You blushed. Overheated? Futoshi asked. No. Well, I don't know how to say it. Looking at his comrades, then at the ground, Zoro said all red. Tell it like it is, Zoro. Yes, we will definitely help. His friend supported their friend. After a couple of minutes of silence, Zoro finally decided. Well, haven't you noticed that the girls? Well, they are kind of beautiful? Zoro asked, blushing even more. What? Zoro, what's wrong? Goro himself blushed a little, but Futoshi couldn't say anything about it at all. Well, look. Nodding towards the girls, Zoro pointed. The friends listened to their friend and cast a close look at the girls. Their eyes were presented with a rather attractive appearance. The girls were playing ball, some of their bathing suits were wet and you could see a little of their body. The bathing suits also fit tightly, emphasizing the relief of their bodies. When the fair sex jumped, their chests swayed, attracting the boys' gaze. The same thing happened with their butts. They were quite toned and elastic and with each landing they swayed wonderfully. The boys liked this sight so much that they could hardly tear themselves away. All three were red with embarrassment. Well? Are you convinced? Yes. It's strange, I haven't noticed this before, but now it's as if I've opened my eyes. Yes, Goro, I agree with you. Futoshi added, whose nose was almost bleeding. And what do they usually do in such cases? Futoshi asked timidly, and Goro only supported his question with his facial expression. I once heard that 02 told the girls that in such cases the pistol and stamen can kiss. Kiss? What is it? Well, it's when the lips touch and you do something with your tongues. Goro, Zoro, don't you think that this is a little pro? Futoshi didn't have time to finish speaking and stared at Goro. He looked at Futoshi in bewilderment and then where he was looking. Slowly turning his head, he saw Zoro closing his eyes and reaching out to him with open lips and sticking out his tongue. Zoro, what are you doing? The guy in glasses asked, falling to the ground and even more bewildered. Let's try kissing. I wonder how nice it is that 02 talked about it like that. No, Zoro, don't, stop. Goro blushed more and more, but Zoro was already above him, still with his eyes closed and lips open. He backed away, but his friend crawled towards him in response. Futoshi was completely confused, he did not understand what was happening at all. Hey, Zorome, stop. I don't want to shove my tongue in your mouth. Having said this, Goro felt that his back was pressed against a stone, which meant that there was nowhere else to retreat. Zoro, let's all fight. Let's fight. No. I don't want to kiss you. You said yourself that it should be done with a woman. Zorome's friend's words did not stop him, and now his face was already a couple of centimeters from Goro. Zorome, take your tongue away, Zorome. You're drooling, wow. Goro started gagging at the sight of the tongue stretched out and approaching him with drooling tongue. Zorome had already touched Goro's cheek with his tongue, and he, in turn, was ready to puke everything to hell, but Naomi's voice stopped them. Guys! Everyone come here quickly. I found something here. Goro took advantage of this and got out from under Zorome in a second. Never, don't come near me with your tongue again, ugh. Goro stood and wiped his drooling cheek. Come on, I wanted to practice, what's wrong with that? Never, do you hear me? Never try to stick your tongue in me, you understand, Zorome. Goro's tone made it clear that he was very angry. Meanwhile, Futoshi had no idea what had happened. Futoshi. Yes, Goro. Don't tell the girls about this under any circumstances. Okay. Then let me tell you. Zorome. Did the sun burn your brains or something? Goro growled in anger, still rubbing his drooling cheek. In this state, they hurried to Naomi, who was calling them. The pistols and stamens ran up to Naomi. Look! She said, pointing. When the boys looked, they saw part of some buildings through the thickets. Without further ado, they went further into the thickets. As they went further and further, they noticed that these were ruined houses. Wow, they are very different from our plantations. Now there was pure and undisguised surprise in Zorome's voice. This is how people lived before the appearance of the Revizors. Ichigo noted. Most likely, people left their homes in panic. The short-haired man with glasses added. Meanwhile, the boys were already walking around these buildings. The further they went, the more of them there were. The houses were both practically intact and almost completely destroyed. Tree crowns hung over some of them, hiding them from the sun and casting shadows. Thanks to this, a pleasant coolness was felt. I think we should split up in twos and check everything here. What? Isn't it better for Ikuno to stick together? We don't even know what's here. Haha, our Zorome got scared. I expected that. Miku, if you don't have the ability to think, then don't interfere. Zorome said with a grin. Zorome, you're wrong. You wanted to say, if I don't have the ability to think, then it's better for me not to interfere and leave everything to Miku. He. Miku smiled quite sweetly, but still it was a mockery. Haha, to translate onto me what I myself said, you're the smartest. Miku blushed and began to boil. Why is she piloting with a smart me? This was the last straw. Miku pounced on Zorome, starting to strangle him. Zorome broke free and made a grab, knocking her to the ground. What? How can you raise a hand against a defenseless girl? Miku squeaked with displeasure, and at the same second, breaking free from the grip, she herself grabbed Zorome's neck with her legs and began to strangle him. Well? Do you understand, Zorome? The red-haired girl with ponytail said, grinning and squeezing his legs even harder. Wow, you're blushing. Am I really strangling you that much? Miku said, making a surprised face. She didn't know that the reason Zorome had blushed was not because she was strangling him, but because right now Zorome's face was half pressed against Miku's crotch. You're getting even redder. Okay, I'll let you go, otherwise you'll die and then I won't have anyone to pilot with. Zorome, Miku, calm down already. There's hardly anything dangerous here, otherwise they wouldn't have dropped us off here, so there's no need for a group walk. It's better if we split up, so we can study more. Adjusting his glasses, Goro said in one breath. Yes, I agree with Goro. Futoshi supported him. Me too. Me too. Yes, I agree. That's what I told you too. Yeah, I agree too. Everyone agreed with Goro's conclusions. Oh, what about Zoro? Kokoro asked shyly. Yeah, I'm also curious about him. Mitsuru added. Meanwhile, Zoro was still sitting motionless and very red. Heh, oops. I think I overdid it. The girl with ponytails answered, covering her light laughter with her hand. Okay, now I'll tell you who's going with whom. Ikuno interrupted the guys. So, Zoro and Goro, Futoshi and Mitsuru, Miku and Naomi, 02 and Ichigo, Kokoro and me. Does everyone agree? The girl asked, turning her head and adjusting her glasses. The guys just nodded, and Zoro had already walked away. Well, let's get going. The couples went their separate ways. Now the pair Goro and Zoro were walking, looking around and sometimes covering themselves with their hands from the sun that was falling on them in places. Zoro? What? What was that? Having caught up with Zoro, Goro asked. What are you talking about? The incident with Miku. Goro continued looking around. Zoro blushed again from this question. Even now, what happened to you then? Well, I kind of. Zoro, I won't tell anyone and I don't think I can. Well, kind of, when Mika knocked me down, I pressed my face into her crotch. For some reason, Goro blushed from what Zoro said. Okay, I get it. Both friends continued on their way, embarrassed, both of them were now feeling awkward. 02 and Ichigo walked in silence without saying a word. The girls looked at everything they could, going into dilapidated buildings and finding various things of previous residents there. What is this? Ichigo suddenly asked, stopping near a dusty poster where a guy and a girl were depicted kissing. 02 approached Ichigo, looked at the poster and grinned playfully. Don't you know? No. It's called a kiss. Slightly tilting her head to the side, 02 said with a small grin, looking straight at Ichigo. A kiss? Yes, this is what people do when they love each other. Ichigo remembered Goro's confession from these words. Suddenly 02 approached the girl and looking straight into her eyes with the same grin, putting her finger on her chin, asked. Do you have such a person? Well, not really, well like. Ichigo blushed at this question, she was embarrassed and had no idea what to say. At that moment, she was thinking about who she felt something similar towards. To be more precise, at that moment she was thinking about Hiro. I see. 02 tucked a strand of pink hair behind her ear and walked away from Ichigo. What? What is clear to you? Ichigo asked, even more embarrassed. Why do I feel like this? What is this? Why is she asking such questions? The girl thought in confusion. What about you, 02? Do you have such a person? Blowing dust off some statuette, Ichigo asked. No. After answering, 02 took pity on Ichigo, pretending to be looking at something. I don't need anyone except my beloved, he is the only thing I live for. Where are you, my beloved, will I be able to find you? The pink-haired girl was thinking in parallel with her fascinating occupation. Kokoro and Ikuno walked in silence. Kokoro, walk here for now, I'll check something now. As always, the girl in glasses said in her calm tone and went behind some ruins covered with vines. Wow, how many things they left here, almost everything is untouched. They seemed to be very scared when they left their homes. Suddenly, Kokoro's attention was drawn to a bookcase. I wonder what kind of books people read. Kokoro opened the bookcase, and as soon as she did, a book in a yellow cover fell out. Noticing this, Kokoro bent down to pick it up and saw a picture on the cover. It depicted two adults, apparently a man and a woman, and in the center was a child holding hands. Taking the book in her hands, Kokoro blew the dust off it and read the title. Creating a Family and Conceiving a Child. What is this? Kokoro opened the book and flipped through a few pages. Kokoro, did you find something? Ikuno asked as she arrived. Kokoro immediately closed the book and hid it behind her back. No, Ikuno. It's an ordinary trinket. The blonde answered in a sweet voice as always. Yes? Ikuno asked again, adjusting her glasses. Why, yes, honestly. If I find something unusual, I'll tell you right away. Kokoro wasn't particularly good at lying, but her sweet voice did the trick. Well, let's consider that I believed you. Let's move on. Although Ikuno pretended that everything was fine, she was uneasy about Kokoro's face. It was clearly visible on it that she was afraid of something, afraid that she would be exposed. Okay, let's go. The girls moved on, but Kokoro now stayed behind the whole time, which also made Ikuno a little nervous. The dark sky illuminated by the bright moon. A fire was visible on the beach, where various delicacies were being fried, as well as the guys gathered around it. Oh, if only there were more days like this. I liked those houses. How I would like to go there again. Closing his eyes from the pleasure of eating meat from a stick, Zorome said contentedly. The fire illuminated everyone around, which created a rather pleasant evening atmosphere. Yes, I agree. This day was quite good. Naomi added. Hey 02. Why aren't you really eating anything? Ichigo asked, holding out a stick with, such a white thing, I forgot what it's called, but I think you get the idea. 02. The pink-haired girl suddenly jerked sharply as if she was sleeping and was woken up. Huh? What? Help yourself. No, thanks Ichigo, I don't want any. 02, are you okay? Futoshi and Zorome asked. Yes. I just want to take a last swim. If something is bothering you, you can share it with us. The red-haired girls said while gobbling up their dinner. Okay. 02 stood up and went into the water with an empty face. What's wrong with her? Kokoro asked in a timid voice. She's probably tired or overheated in the sun. Goro answered. The guys continued to discuss the past day and have fun, while 02 stood waist-deep in the water, her tail of pink hair slowly swaying in the light breeze. She stared at the moon. It seemed like something was bothering her a lot. It was an earlier, cloudy morning. All the parasites were in a hurry somewhere and in a pretty good mood, all except 02. She looked very angry and dissatisfied. She changed especially much when Nana and Werner told her that she, along with all the parasites, had to go to the parasite breeding garden for an examination and some training. A couple of minutes later, the parasites gathered in the spacious and well-lit hangars where their Franxxes were located. The guys were standing together waiting for the order to occupy the Franxxes. 02 alone stood to the side with a nervous and dissatisfied expression, biting her nails. It is worth noting that her horns have grown a little. Lately she has been sad and angry and no one has a clue why. The guys could discuss her condition, but the fact that even their whispers would echo throughout the room did not allow this to happen. The parasites had already been on the road for several hours, although they had only covered half the distance. The cloudy sky let in some of the sun's rays, which cast barely noticeable shadows of the Franxx on the ground, and the sound of their jet propulsion carried for many kilometers. Hm. What is Goro? Noticing her partner's surprise, Ichigo asked. I noticed that 2 Franxx were missing today, namely Salfin and Dalginium. Yes, by the way, I noticed too. I added code 666 for my Franxx. Why were they removed then? There are several options, and the most plausible is that Hiro died and Naruto was recalled for some reason. Perhaps the wounds he received in battle turned out to be much more serious than Dr. Werner assumed. Goro, do you really believe that Hiro died? No, he can't die. Ichigo began to cry at the thought alone. He was unconscious for quite a long time, and if he died then Nana and Dr. Franxx might not have told us so as not to undermine morale. After all, this will directly affect the battles. As for Naruto, it is quite possible that he received very serious injuries. Ordinary parasites are not able to control Franxx alone due to the heavy load, and he controlled such a large Franxx alone. As Dr. Franxx said, he experienced a load much greater than ours, but despite this, he continued to fight and was even able to win. Goro finished his conclusion. If you think about it. He also used some strange thing at the end, well, thanks to which he won. Plus he lifted that giant right above himself. It must be hard. Miku shared her thoughts. Hiro. That parasite that piloted with me. He held up well, but I doubt he will survive. Thought 02 in Strelitzia, being behind everyone. In any case, I don't believe that Hiro died. And Naruto most likely simply refused to be in the 13th plantation with the excuse that we are good for nothing and he does not want to work with us, much less protect us. Yes, Ichigo, perhaps you are right, but that's what he said at the beginning. Didn't you notice that he changed a little? No, I think it's Goro. Well, I can't say for sure. Discussing this, they flew closer and closer to the garden. The sky was again covered with impenetrable clouds and snow was slowly appearing outside. The parasites of the 13th plantation were walking along the long-forgotten corridors. However, they were moving without 02, because upon arrival here, Nana took her for some kind of examination, and the guys themselves, by the way, were also heading for an examination. Wow, I can't even believe that we were like that. Yes, Zorom. I agree. Naomi answered, looking at the little parasites behind the glass of the rooms like everyone else. It seemed like it was so recently. Goro said, peering at the little parasites who were playing just like they once did. Goro, remember how we wanted to know where Naruto was? Oh, you mean that night? Yes. Then you hit your head on Zorom's bed and almost gave us away. Goro smiled a light and casual smile. Actually, it was just dark there, but then I adapted and saw everything perfectly. Yes. That's what I figured. Goro answered with the same smile. What kind of incident was this? Kokoro asked timidly, pressing her hands to her chest. Yes, you didn't tell us anything like that. Ichigo agreed with the blonde. Oh, Zorom. Were you hiding something else? Miku said displeasedly, drilling her comrade with a very unkind look. Goro, why didn't you tell us anything? Well, Ichigo, you know, I was going to tell you and everyone, but later. If I had told you this, then you could have done something wrong, and then any mistake could have made everything worse. Goro's words make sense. Adjusting her glasses, Ikuno agreed in the same calm tone. Oh well, Zorom. Live for now. Miku adjusted her red tails. By the way, haven't you hidden anything from us yet? Of course not, Ichigo. Although Goro answered like that, he himself remembered the incident when Naruto returned very late. His red eyes and some kind of evil aura emanating from him. He experienced the same thing in that battle when Dalginium turned into a nine-tailed. Well, I'll believe you. For now, but as the squad captain I should know, got it? Ichigo adjusted her bangs and looked at Goro with a very serious look, which showed that she was not joking. Then the parasites continued their way, examining the small parasites and remembering their time here. 02, this is a mandatory examination, said the red-haired girl, being in a half-visit. Opposite her, already on the street, stood 02, clearly in the mood for battle. The girl was surrounded by a squad of soldiers. And if I don't want to go through it? The owner of pink hair said with a displeased face, gritting her teeth. 02, we have already allowed you not to go through it for a long time, but now the time has come, so refusal will not be accepted. I said that I don't want to go through the examination. 02 already shouted, slightly bending her head forward and sticking out her horns. It seemed that her pupils seemed to give off a red color like those of animals. If you don't want to yourself, then I have no other choice. Nana warned in a calm tone, crossing her arms over her chest. No. 02 said even more angrily, clenching her teeth and clenching her fists. However, she was hurting herself, because her nails were digging into her skin. Blood was slowly trickling down her fingers, staining some areas of the snow blue. Nana gestured to the soldiers that they could act. One of the fighters rushed at 02, but at the same second he received a kick to the head. The second and third immediately attacked her, but both also received strong blows to the stomach and head. 02 decided to take the initiative and began to move herself, knocking out soldiers along the way. She did a somersault through someone and struck them in the neck from behind. She tripped someone and finished them off with a kick in the stomach while they were already lying down. She actively dealt with the soldiers one after another. The last three, realizing that they would not win in hand-to-hand combat, shot paralyzing darts at her. They hit 02 in the neck, left thigh, and left arm. 02 took a couple of steps and fell. The fighters immediately ran up and twisted her, burying her head in the cold snow. 02 looked angrily at the calm Nana, gritting his teeth and baring his fangs. It was a simple examination. Yes, thank God, nothing like that, agreed Futoshi and Goro. Good, now let's go where we were told. 02 is probably already there. After Ichigo's words, all the parasites again moved along the corridors to their destination. After a couple of minutes of walking, they came out into a spacious room. It looked like a round, white arena fenced with a small wall especially for spectators. Its height did not exceed half a meter. So now you will have a one-on-one sparring. This is done in order to evaluate your fighting skills and their application, which is certainly an important element in combat, and we will also find out who is more compatible with whom. All this should increase success in combat. The old man said to the parasite standing in front of him. What, a one-on-one fight? Mitsuru asked. Should we really fight against our comrades? Kokoro supported. This is just a little training that won't hurt you. We will stop the fight when we deem it necessary. You will also meet someone. You hardly expect to see him. The red-haired girl standing next to Mr. Werner said with a calm voice. Who will we meet? Zorome was impatient. I wonder who we might meet? Ikuno was as calm as always. Or maybe it was Dad who wanted to watch our training and personally came down. Zorome, that can't be. Naomi answered with her eyes closed. Okay, since you are looking forward to it, I think it's time to introduce him. After the old man's words, a door opened right in front of the parasites. It was clear that someone was walking along the dark corridor. Each of his steps echoed slightly. He was getting closer and closer. The parasites looked at this figure in the corridor with interest. They were terribly curious about who it was. A couple of seconds later, the step stopped and this figure was already standing in the light, and now the parasites could clearly see it. Words cannot describe how surprised they were. Everyone's jaw dropped. No, it can't be. Zorome said. Wow, I didn't expect it. Zorome's teammate had already confirmed. Futoshi, Kokoro, Naomi, Ikuno kept mumbling, but were very surprised. I didn't think it was him. Mitsuru said with his eyes wide open. Ichigo couldn't say anything at all, she was just crying. I can't believe it, hero. He woke up and returned to normal. Goro said in complete surprise. Isn't it too early for him to fight? He is quite ready and he also needs to remember his skills. He spent a lot of time unconscious. Werner answered Naomi's words. This is the parasite that piloted with me. That's right, I took most of his powers then. He was lucky that he survived. Looking at the blue-eyed boy, 02 thought, propping her face with her hand. Her gaze was still somehow angry and empty. Well then, he needs an easy opponent. Yes, I agree with Kokoro, he needs to remember his skills. Let me, as his partner, be his opponent. No, there is no need for that, we have already chosen an opponent for him. Opposite Hiro, the door also opened. A silhouette appeared in the corridor. A couple of seconds and this man in black clothes, in a hood and a mask was already standing opposite Hiro. Now the parasites were tormented by the question. Who else is this? Who is this? Zorom asked, pointing his finger in a surprised tone, but he never received an answer because at the moment the parasites were waiting for him to take off his mask, completely ignoring what was happening around him. The man in the mask stood opposite the blue-haired man absolutely motionless. Who are you? Hiro asked, but received no answer. The hooded man and Hiro stood in complete silence for several minutes. Then, unexpectedly for everyone, the stranger abruptly took off his hood and slowly took off his mask. Hiro was the most surprised. Naruto. You're back? Hiro asked in complete surprise. I think it's Hiro, huh? Naruto pointed his finger at 016, asking in a calm tone. Don't you remember me? It's absolutely unimportant. What are you talking about, Naruto? It makes no difference whether I remember you or not, right now I'm completely focused on the fight. Naruto continued speaking in a rather calm tone, looking Hiro straight in the eyes. Mr. Franxx, isn't it too much to immediately put Hiro as Naruto's opponent? The guys immediately remembered how he beat them all single-handedly, and then there was Hiro alone. No, everything is fine. Besides, Code 006 has not fully recovered from his wounds. I don't think it's fair. Naomi said, gritting her teeth. If Dr. Werner decided so, then it is necessary. Nana supported her. The guys simply had nothing to say to this. They understood that the argument would lead to nothing, but they still did not agree with the doctor's decision. They had no choice but to watch what was happening in indignation. This old man decided that if he could pilot with me for some time, then maybe it would suit him too? It is clear that Code 016 will not be able to pilot with him. What is the point of this fight then? 02 was thinking, still with an empty and sad face at the same time. Doesn't the doctor understand that Hiro has no chance? He'll beat him? Miku, like everyone else, didn't understand what Dr. Franxx wanted. Why did they immediately assign him such an opponent as soon as he recovered? Mitsuru? Kokoro touched Hiro's partner's shoulder. Kokoro? Or maybe Hiro became stronger and that's why they gave him such an opponent. No, Kokoro, he just recovered, he couldn't do it so quickly. Kokoro, Mitsuru and Futoshi continued to look with fear at Naruto, then at Hiro. They, like everyone else, remembered how cruel Naruto was in battle. Well, I guess I can start. Wait, Naruto. I have a lot of questions for you. However, Naruto was no longer listening to Hiro. A couple of seconds later, the blonde was next to the blue-eyed man. Fast. Hiro was very surprised by such speed. Naruto lunged with his knee at his opponent's stomach, but unexpectedly for everyone, Hiro dodged. What? He dodged. All the watching parasites were surprised. Wait, Naruto. Let's talk. Don't you understand that now is not the time for this? If you don't want to wake up in a ward, then I advise you to focus on the fight. Naruto again with incredible speed found himself behind Hiro. The blonde raised his hand to strike, but to everyone's surprise, Hiro dodged again. Okay, since we can't talk any other way, then good. Hiro made his face even more serious and got into a fighting stance. Naruto was next to him in a second and brought down a barrage of blows with both legs and hands. Hiro surprisingly dodged everyone. What, Hiro is dodging? Yes, Zorome, we are also in shock. Miku agreed. Keep it up, Hiro. Mitsuru shouted to his partner. Meanwhile, Naruto made a sweep, but Hiro jumped up and, doing a somersault, hit him in the neck with his palm. The blonde fell, rose sharply and turned around and struck him in the side, but the blue-eyed man blocked with both hands and then took his leg and simply threw him. Wow, he's on par with him. Futoshi said with his eyes wide open in surprise. Yes, you're right. It seems like he's not inferior to him. Ikuno said, adjusting her glasses. Naruto stood up and rushed at Hiro. Code 006 deflected the blonde's blow with his hand and hit him in the stomach with his free hand. Naruto winced a little in pain. Yes, Naruto hasn't fully recovered, otherwise he wouldn't be writhing in pain like that. Ichigo noted. 02 watched this fight, gritting her teeth and biting her nails, and her gaze seemed to be filled with anger. Naruto fell to one knee, which Hiro took advantage of. Sorry, Naruto. Hiro, with a sad face, kicked Naruto in the face with a roundhouse kick. The blonde, unable to withstand the blow, fell on his stomach, showing no signs of combat capability. Naruto, I didn't want this. Why? Hiro wiped away the tears that were coming out. Wow, he was able to defeat him? Miku asked in surprise. That's unexpected. Kokoro agreed. I thought he would lose. Phew, that was easy. I agree with you, Goro. Ichigo had a slight smile on his face. Are you serious? 02 looked at the parasites from under her brows. Oh, what are you talking about, 02? Naomi asked. Do you really think that someone who can withstand incredible stress will lose so easily? After 02's words, they looked at Naruto and were convinced of the truth of her words. Naruto slowly rose to his knees, spitting out blood. I haven't given up yet, Databeo. The blonde even said in a slightly angry tone. No one understood what Naruto had said last, but Hiro and Goro stood dumbfounded with wide eyes. They remembered very well how he had once said Databeo in childhood. Cough, cough, cough. Naruto was coughing up blood. He really hadn't fully recovered. I haven't given up yet. You'll have to put in a lot of effort to, chop me down. Naruto rose to his feet, wiping away the blood. Even if he's weakened, Hiro still has no chance. Don't say that, 02. Ichigo shouted. Hiro had not yet fully recovered from what Naruto had said and it became his fatal mistake because he had lowered his guard. Don't judge me. Naruto stretched out his hand towards Hiro and then, gathering his strength, in an instant he found himself next to his opponent. Hiro, who was in shock, did not have time to react and received a strong blow to the stomach with a knee and then an elbow to the back. That's all. Looking at Hiro lying and barely moving, Naruto said in an indifferent tone. Hiro felt severe pain in his back and stomach and also could not stop coughing up blood. No, it can't be. Tears welled up in Ichigo's eyes. Yes, I even believed that he would win. Goro said sadly. Is Hiro still alive? The last two blows were very strong. Mitsuru, he's alive. He's definitely alive. Kokoro supported. All this is unimportant. I need to find my beloved and also become a person and be with him. I don't care what happens to them. Without my beloved, I have no reason to live. 02 became even angrier from these thoughts and clenched her fists tighter, which did not escape Ikuno's eyes. Dr. Franxx, was it the right decision to put Hiro against Naruto? They are both very battered. Hiro is barely alive right now. Nana said to Werner in a quiet voice so that the parasites could not hear. I can understand your bewilderment, Nana, as well as the bewilderment of the others. Naruto is still weak now, and in the event of an unexpected attack by the Revizors, he will not withstand the load and the normal form of Dalginium. He needs a partner. So I am trying to find someone who can withstand the load with him. Code 006 held up pretty well, and I admit he is still first on the list of candidates. But is there no other way to find out? This is the easiest and fastest way, and we don't have much time. They can appear at any moment. Doctor, I, like those parasites, do not completely agree with your decision. What if one of them died? I would not have allowed that. Dr. Werner, I admire you as a scientist, but your methods often frighten me. Okay, Nana, I'll take your words into account. Werner looked at the ground. It seemed that he himself understood everything perfectly well, but he had no choice. Naruto stood and looked at Hiro, who was carried outside the makeshift arena where he was brought to his senses. I admit. Hiro, like the parasites, was surprised by Naruto's grin and words. I admit, you are stronger than them. After what was said, Naruto's grin disappeared and his face became serious and indifferent again. Well, you did well. Your next opponent is Code 002. A pink-haired girl with horns in a red, tight special suit landed in front of the blonde, doing a somersault over the fence. Has the doctor completely lost his mind? I agree, Zorome, Naruto is only in bad shape after the first fight. Is it really necessary to have a second fight right after the first? Futoshi, although he was rooting for Hiro, now he understood Naruto. What's the point? Goro adjusted his glasses and put his finger to his chin. Dr. Werner, is it worth putting an opponent like 002 against Code 006 when he's barely standing? I'll just tell you, Nana, that you, like everyone else, clearly underestimate him. I already thought I said that he has incredible stamina, although I have no idea where he gets it from. Don't worry, Nana, he won't die. I know that better than anyone else. Doctor, I think you've gone too far. No, Nana. I'm sure something will happen. The old man stared at Naruto, who still had traces of the previous fight. Meanwhile, the parasites, realizing that arguing was useless, simply watched in silence. Naruto, right? 02 asked, tilting her head slightly to the side. You could be my sweetheart. After these words, the pink-haired girl rushed towards the blonde. Naruto, seeing how she was swinging for a blow, prepared to counterattack, but 02 acted smarter. Her swing was false. He allowed her to do a somersault over the boy and attack from behind. Naruto managed to block the blow at the last moment. Quite a strong blow. The girl with horns did not lose her head and hit him with her hand, but even then the blonde dodged, intercepting her hand and throwing it far away from him. The girl, after doing a couple of somersaults, finally stopped and without the slightest delay rushed at the blonde. This time her speed was greater than the previous one, which made Naruto tense up a little because he was not in the best condition right now. Having gotten close to the blonde, she fell to her knees at the last moment and slid behind him. Naruto turned around expecting an attack from behind, but that was exactly what the girl needed. Knowing that the blonde would expect a blow either to the head or torso, she crouched down with the same speed and kicked him in the legs. The blonde dropped to his knees and 02, getting up, kicked him in the chin as if throwing him away. Wow, she's not inferior to him, no way. You see, Zorome, it's better not to quarrel with girls, otherwise I can beat you up even worse. The red-haired girl with ponytails threatened with a devilish smile. Zorome looked at his teammate, moved a little further away and stood next to Goro. Miku, maybe you shouldn't make fun of him like that, you're partners, after all, the pistol and Stamen. It will be hard for you to pilot in such a relationship. Miku only chuckled at Kokoro's words. While the parasites were chatting, Naruto rushed at 02, actively attacking her. It was clearly visible that he was putting his last strength into it. He attacked quickly, combining different styles and using both his arms and legs. Because the blows were fast, 02 had a hard time dodging, and counterattacking was out of the question now. She couldn't even move in his direction, so she had to retreat back. Despite how 02 didn't retreat, Naruto kept up with her, and after a couple of seconds, she hit the wall. Fast, is he really angry now? Literally at the last moment, 02 dodged and Naruto's blow hit the wall. A strong crack formed at the site of the blow and some pieces of the wall began to collapse, but the blonde's hand was also damaged. At the moment, it was bleeding. Wow, if such a blow had landed on her face, he would have definitely broken something. Watching carefully, Hiro noted. Goro? Huh? The parasite in glasses looked at 016. What about Naruto? He wasn't like this, was he? I don't know, when we first saw him, he was even worse. He even managed to beat us all up pretty good. After these words, Goro smiled slightly, scratching the back of his head. Wow, how long was I unconscious? He's changed so much, but why? Ha, ha. Hiro, and you're still the same. You keep asking questions. Ichigo smiled sweetly. She was incredibly happy that he was okay. 02 took advantage of Naruto's second delay due to the blow to the wall and slipped behind him. Finding herself behind him again, she thought about striking again, but when she turned around, the only thing she managed to see was the blonde's leg. He did a roundhouse kick. The blow was strong enough for 02 to fly back several meters. Naruto was standing slightly bent over. He was slightly out of breath and his fist was bleeding. Now he couldn't use his right hand. The girl barely got up. Sitting on her knees, she spat out blood. Dr. Werner, maybe we should stop. No Nana, it's too early. If such a blow hits her in the stomach, she will lose sooner. Why doesn't Dr. Franxx stop the fight? He can kill her. I agree with you, Naomi. Looking at the rising girl with horns, the chubby one answered. 02, having just gotten up, immediately saw Naruto in front of her. The blonde again began to shower her with a flurry of blows. It became more difficult for the girl to dodge. This was evident because she began to miss more and more blows. Each of them was very painful for her. Therefore, realizing that this could not continue, she chose the moment and, taking a great risk, blocked both of the blonde's hands while hitting him in the stomach with her knee and continued to attack without a second's delay. Her attacks were not like Naruto's. They were more feminine, or something. Her fight was like a dance. Naruto missed more and more attacks. With each missed blow, he lost his chance to block the next one and after a couple of minutes he turned into a punching bag. The blonde simply did not have the strength to not only counterattack, but even block the blows. Meanwhile, the girl did not stop and continued to strike. She hit all the targets, namely the neck, the place under the knees, the thighs. She also struck him in the stomach, but surprisingly almost did not hit him in the face. After a couple more minutes of such beatings, Naruto had already fallen to his knees with severe shortness of breath while coughing up blood. He was very tired, he no longer had the strength to do anything, but 02 still did not stop. After the last two strong kicks to the stomach and a palm to the neck, Naruto, covered in blood and abrasions, fell unconscious. 02 herself was barely standing on her feet, holding her stomach with one hand, the place where a fairly strong blow fell. She tried to get her breathing under control, but it did not work because sometimes she had to spit out blood. I can't believe my eyes. She won. Zorome, like everyone else, was simply in shock. I'm surprised. Adjusting her glasses, Ikuno said in a calm tone. How is this possible? Zoroark asked. He, like everyone else, thought that Naruto would still win. He lost? It's strange, then he was able to fight against all of us and now he lost. Ichigo, I think it's because of his condition. He still hasn't fully recovered. Although Goro understood this, he still thought that Naruto would win, albeit with difficulty. Something is wrong here. Hiro said, looking intently at Naruto. What do you want to say, Hiro? Was it necessary to bring it to this, now he has lost? No. Dr. Werner, he is already unconscious, even if he wakes up he will not have the strength to continue the fight. Nana, you still don't understand. That's not all. He hasn't shown his true strength. After the words of the old cyborg, everyone suddenly had a very unpleasant feeling. As if something dark was eating away at them from the inside and at the same time pressing like fear, not allowing them to move. Do you feel it? Kokoro asked, pressing her hands to her chest. What is it? Naomi asked fearfully. Of all the parasites, only Goro and Hiro understood what was happening. They remembered this feeling perfectly well and those red eyes were forever imprinted in their memories. 02 slowly began to leave, but she never got there. She just froze and couldn't move. It seemed to her as if some kind of darkness or something very unpleasant was squeezing her. I haven't given up yet, Dadabayo. I'll tear you into pieces. 02 barely turned her head and saw that Naruto had gotten up and was standing looking at the floor with his hands down in a slightly bent position. The unpleasant feeling became even stronger, as if it was burning her very soul. 02 was surprised when she looked at the blonde and found no signs of battle on him. There weren't even any small abrasions and the wound on his fist had also disappeared. Finally, the blonde raised his head. His whiskers on his cheeks became a little wider, his eyes turned red and his pupils stretched out. You could also notice small fangs and that his teeth became a little sharper. Is this really that power? Ichigo asked with a frightened look. It's very similar to the one we saw in battle. And those eyes, that night. Goro and Hiro were both shocked and scared. Is this that power? Zoroark asked, dumbfounded by what was happening. Even the eternally calm Ikuno was unable to hide her fear mixed with shock and surprise. Everyone felt something similar to the thirst for murder. That's exactly what I was talking about. I want him to fully master his power. Was it worth going so far for that? Yes, Nana, the end justifies the means. He and Code 002 will be the key to defeating the Revizors. KHKH. I will destroy, I will tear apart. It can't be, this is what he has to live with. Will he really kill me? I don't know if he can control himself. Naruto let out something like a scream mixed with a roar. The next second, he was rushing around the arena at incredible speed. It was impossible to see him. 02 turned to leave, but the blonde appeared in front of her and by some miracle she dodged his blow. His blow hit the floor, but the result amazed everyone. If then he hit the wall with all his might and only a crack remained, and his fist was badly damaged, now the entire floor was destroyed and a small crater formed at the place of his blow. What power! Mitsuru barely said. Everyone except Werner was afraid. Meanwhile, Naruto was again rushing around the arena and this time he was even faster. 02 would not have been able to block the next blow even if she wanted to. It hit her right in the side. The girl flew into the wall with incredible speed. She literally crashed into the wall of the arena. Somehow getting out, she received another blow and again aside. An ordinary parasite would have already died, but she still had regeneration, not as good as the blonde has now, but she had it. Despite this, she lay on her knees coughing up blood, her head was also bleeding. Her forehead was broken and the rim that was near her horns was broken. As soon as she got up at least on her knees, she received a strong blow to the back and flew into the wall again. Naruto was impossible to see, he was rushing so fast that only cracks remained after him. He'll kill her. Naomi said fearfully, covering her mouth with her hand. Of course, we didn't get along very well, but to kill her like that. I even feel sorry for her. Miku added also fearfully. The girl with horns was imprinted on the wall and fell. She was conscious, but had much less strength, her body ached and she was bleeding. 02 saw Naruto in the air and how he was quickly heading towards her. She understood that this blow would be her last. Is this really my end? I never became human. I'm sorry, I didn't find you. 02 closed her eyes in anticipation of that blow and ultimately her death. After sitting with her eyes closed for a couple of seconds, she realized that the blow was long gone, and opening her eyes, the pink-haired girl saw a blonde man frozen and breathing heavily above her. His fist was a centimeter from her face. Looking into his eyes, she saw the same blue eyes as the sea, his stripes became normal and his fangs disappeared. The girl couldn't say anything, she could only look in shock at the blonde who, judging by his appearance, had no strength left at all. So he collapsed exhausted on 02. She, in turn, simply looked in shock somewhere into the void. You see Nana, he can control her a little. The old man said calmly, as if nothing had happened. Doctor, your methods are too risky. The parasite stood in mute shock, not knowing what to say. Suddenly an alarm sounded in the room. The old man put his finger to his ear and then, obviously having listened to something, approached the parasites and said, 13th Squad, including code 016, 006 and 002, quickly head towards the Franxx. Several Category 2 Revizors have been noticed heading in this direction. Your task is to eliminate them before they reach the center. Having said this, the old man turned around and began to slowly leave. The parasites were in shock, because everything had happened so quickly and unexpectedly that they did not know what to do. Revizors? Yes, Zorome, are you deaf? The red-haired girl asked discontentedly. But what about Hiro, 02 and Naruto? Are they capable of fighting? Ichigo was clearly nervous, because all three were very exhausted. Yes. How will they fight? The blonde said in a timid voice. Perhaps he meant that since the category is not big, they can handle it. As always, Ikuno added in a calm tone. The old man who was leaving suddenly stopped and, turning his head slightly, added. Ahem, I almost forgot. Code 002 and 006 are piloting together in Strelitzia because Dalginium was badly damaged as a result of the last battle and is not fully repaired at the moment. What, Dr. Franxx, are you sure that they should be put like this, the two of them, without any training? Nana was a little worried. We have no choice. Having said this, the old cyborg looked at the floor a little thoughtfully and then continued moving together with the girl. I think now we don't have time to think and we should go quickly. With every minute of delay, they are getting closer. After the conclusion of the just recovered hero, the parasites hurried to the Franxxes, warning the sitting 02 with Naruto to catch up with them. I thought they would put me with him. Flashed through the pink-haired girl's head. Sorry. Suddenly a barely audible voice was heard. 02, in slight shock, raised Naruto. What did you just say? The girl asked, looking at the guy in surprise. Sorry. I didn't want to lose my temper and cause you so much harm. It wasn't part of my plans, I was just so angry. However, I especially didn't want to kill you. The blonde said coldly and in one breath, slightly wheezing, staring blankly at one point. He hadn't apologized before. Flashed through the girl's head again. Okay, since we're piloting together, then for a while you'll become my darling. 02 smiled playfully for the first time in several days. Ichigo, come on. Goro shouted. Yes. Delphinium jumped out and stuck two spear-like swords into the head of the Revisaurus. While the Franxx Ichigo and Goro were busy killing this Revisaurus, Argenta slid past them. "Come on, Miku, we'll kill more than everyone else and get praise from the Pope." Zorome shouted joyfully while inside the Franxx. "Zorome. It." His partner answered discontentedly. Argenta turned around and stuck her claws into the Revisaurus, after which it exploded. Without hesitation, Argenta immediately jumped on the next one, cutting it and breaking the core. "Zorome, be careful!" Goro shouted. Zorome and Miku looked up and saw a Revisaurus flying at them. It would have almost reached them, but in 1 second it was destroyed and stained the white and pink Franxx with blue blood. "What?" Miku asked in surprise. Turning around, the noisy parasites noticed Janista, who killed the Revisaur with a shot from her huge weapon. "Thank you, Futoshi, Kokoro." She thanked Miku. However, despite this, the Revisaurs continued to advance. "What should we do?" Kokoro asked timidly. "We'll crush them," Zorome said in a voice full of confidence. Just as Argenta was about to rush into battle, the parasites in Chlorophytum landed from above. Using the weapons in their hands, they began to shoot back the advancing monsters, greatly reducing their numbers. "Ikuno, Naomi, you're just in time." Futoshi felt some kind of support from his comrades, and this made him calmer. "Well, we couldn't leave you." Naomi's voice was heard. "Protect us while we reload." Ikuno was calm as always. "Yes. Okay. Okay. Well. So be it, just don't take away our glory." I think it's clear who said that here, face with tears of joy. While Chlorophytum was recharging, all the Franxxes were doing an excellent job. Everyone had excellent mutual understanding. They literally understood each other without words, which allowed them to use various combinations and at the same time quite well. It seemed that the whole area was painted blue. The once white snow in the area was covered with the blue blood of the Revisaurs. "Don't you find it suspicious that there are so many of them and they are all heading straight to the center? Ichigo, do you think they are smarter than we think and are now going to destroy future parasites?" "That's quite plausible." Ikuno agreed with her friend. "What's the difference? Let's just destroy them all, although no. We will do it and you don't interfere," Zorome said smugly. It seemed harmless, but little by little it began to irritate Zorome. At Futoshi's frightened cry, Argenta turned around and saw 3 Revisaurs flying at her. "What are you showing off for? We won't have time to fight them off." Miku was unhappy as always. She didn't really like her comrade's behavior, although she was the same. This time, Argenta was doomed, because no one would have had time to get to them in a second and help. Argenta didn't even know what to do when suddenly a dagger on a chain appeared and pierced all 3 Revisaurs right through to the cores. "What? Who is this? Wanted to take our glory?" Unexpectedly for everyone, a white and green Franxx flew out of the coniferous trees, pulling back that blade on the chain. It was Salfin, the Franxx of Hiro and Mitsuru. "I understand, Hiro, you just woke up, but that doesn't give you the right to take our glory," Zorome muttered discontentedly, which only caused the others to laugh. While the guys were rejoicing, 4 more Revisaurs came up behind Salfin. The green Franxx turned around without a second's delay and cut them down with a Reaper in an instant. "They fight well. We should not lag behind." "Yes." All the parasites agreed with Ichigo in unison. It seemed to inspire them and the parasites began to destroy the black and blue monsters even more diligently. No matter how they interfered or did, the entire squad had excellent mutual understanding. Everyone was like part of one mechanism. Thanks to their coordinated work, they dealt with the Revisaurs one after another. "It's strange, there are too many of them," Hiro noted. The coordinated work had been effective up to this point. The Franxx were surrounded by Revisaurs a little larger than the previous ones. The guys simply did not have time to fight back. The Revizors continued to push them back with each passing minute. Unexpectedly for everyone, an orange ring formed around the Franxx, and a moment later all the Revizors surrounding them were cut into two parts along with their cores. At one point, Strelitzia appeared before everyone in her true form. She seemed somehow majestic because of the sun that came out for a moment and illuminated her. Strelitzia. Ichigo said contentedly. Is it really 022? Kokoro couldn't believe that Naruto could pilot with someone. Amazing. Naomi shouted enthusiastically, and her partner just smiled with the corner of her lips and, as always, adjusted her glasses. The connection is still stable and good. Did you know that this would happen, Dr. Franxx? I guessed. The old man looked at the screen as if he expected a slightly different result. Meanwhile, in the snowy forest, the Franxx were fighting, and Strelitzia had joined them. To Naruto's surprise, he worked very well in tandem with 02. Strelitzia moved very quickly, delivering swift and deadly blows. Everyone was definitely fighting better than before, and this fight would only add to their experience. Come on, honey, more. We need to kill as many Revizors as possible. Then I'll become human. Strelitzia moved even faster and was killing Revizors with some kind of cruelty. The obviously outmatched monsters began to retreat, but Strelitzia didn't stop. She continued to catch up with the fleeing ones and kill them cruelly, piercing the already dead carcass with her spear several times. Strelitzia, that's it. They're retreating, stop it. Ichigo commanded as the squad captain, but Strelitzia seemed not to hear her order. 02, Naruto. What are you doing? Naomi shouted, but Strelitzia also ignored her. What's wrong with her? Zoroark asked his partner, but she did not answer him, because she herself did not know. Naruto, enough already. You are just wasting magmatic fuel in vain. Goro's words were also not heard. Strelitzia continued to rush from Revizor to Revizor shouting. More. I will kill them all. Delphinium tried to stop Strelitzia by flying up and grabbing her hands, but she simply pushed her away. They need to be stopped. Zoroark shouted. The Franxxes were just about to rush to help when Strelitzia herself began to slow down. Or rather, from the outside it looked as if something was holding back her movements, and that was partly true. Naruto was trying to stop 02 inside. Enough. I wouldn't mind killing a couple more, of course, but it won't lead to anything. The blonde was all sweaty and clearly weakened. The last battle was taking its toll. Darling, why are you doing this? Why are you stopping me? Don't you dare. 02 tried to twitch, but Naruto blocked her movements, not letting her control the Franxx. Don't bother me. I have to kill more of them, as many as possible. 02 let out something like a roar and tried to twitch again, but Naruto didn't let her do it. What's going on there? Miku asked with some excitement, and her face displayed pure surprise. Is it really something scary? The fattest parasite asked with a slight frightened grimace, but no answer was received. Dr. Franxx. Bad, the connection is getting worse. If this continues, Strelitzia will take that form. The old man didn't answer, but only continued to peer at the indicators, while simultaneously discussing something. Don't bother me, don't even think about it. 02's pupils were slightly red, her horns had become a little bigger, as well as her nails. Stop, you don't understand what you're doing. Don't tell me what to do. I have to kill as many Revizors as possible to become human and meet him again. You're just another one of my food. 02 screamed, she was furious. Before Naruto could say anything, time seemed to stop for him and the space around him turned black. 02 rose as a red silhouette from her body. Give me your life energy. All of it, without a trace. You, like many others, are just my food. This silhouette grabbed Naruto by the neck, causing him to lose consciousness. 02 opened her eyes, and at first she did not understand what was happening to her and where she was. She woke up at night, in a place somewhat similar to where they were on the beach. Only the houses were intact, people were walking along the streets, children were going into houses. Someone was going to a bar to have a drink with friends. Cats were sleeping peacefully on fences and trees as well as other animals. A rather quiet and peaceful atmosphere reigned. What is this place? His memory, subconscious? A pink-haired girl with horns in a red tight-fitting suit got up and began to look around. Suddenly she was drawn somewhere. A moment later she found herself in some dim room lit only by a couple of lights. In the center, on some stone, there was a red-haired girl with her legs spread to the side, and next to her stood a yellow-haired man putting his hand to his stomach. There was also a woman in a white suit and a hat. What? Is it pregnancy? I read about it. This girl is going to give birth to a child, but why is it in his subconscious? How is it connected? 02 did not understand anything at the moment and only continued to watch. Come on, Naruto. Come out quickly, and you, nine-tailed, stay there. Naruto? His name is Naruto too. Who are you? The girl thought, raising her finger to her chin, and only now did she notice that she was not noticed at all. She was like a ghost, an observer. However, the girl was not surprised by this, since she understood that this was Naruto's subconscious. She was distracted from other memories by a child's cry. Coming closer, 02 saw how this girl was brought a small yellow-haired child who did not stop crying. It's strange, I thought parasites were born differently. He's so small and defenseless. 02 stood and was touched by him. All this caused her to smile slightly, and for a second she even thought that she would like to have such a small child to raise and protect. Minato, you became a father. The woman said with a breathless smile. Thank you, Kushina. I became a father, I became a father. Minato repeated this several more times, which caused 02 to smile slightly and feel a little envious. She thought that it would be nice if she also had such a child from the one she loved with all her heart. Who gave her hope for a bright future. That he would be just as happy as Minato, and she would look at their child and smile just like this woman. She was distracted from her thoughts again. Who is this? 02 asked out loud, but no one heard or noticed her. Meanwhile, the woman who delivered the baby was lying dead on the floor, and a man in a black robe with a hood and a mask with only one hole under the eye appeared in front of Minato and Kushina. Minato, get away from her, or your child will die. Only now did 02 notice that the child was already in the hands of this man, and some sharp object of a strange shape, kunai, was held to his throat. He wants to kill such a small child? It's definitely that cute one who was piloting with me. They want to kill him? What is this anyway? His past? 02 had a lot of questions, and now she was overwhelmed with anger that this boy, that is Naruto, was just born and could die like this. If only she could do something. In a second, Minato was already in the air with this child, but on what Naruto was wrapped in there were some strange papers that began to sparkle. 02 watched with excitement to see what would happen next. This was probably the first time in her life that she was worried about someone, although a couple of minutes ago she wanted to kill him herself. Meanwhile, Naruto's father quickly threw off this veil and disappeared, and the rag itself began to explode. What could have happened to him? And this person, he disappeared? As if this is another world. There is nothing like this in ours. What is even going on here? The more 02 watched, the more confused she became. She noticed that as Minato and Naruto disappeared, this man in the mask approached the woman and took her and also disappeared. Moreover, it looked different than that of the blonde. If his disappearance was like a flash of lightning, then the disappearance of this guy in the mask looked like he was disappeared? What is this? Is this Naruto? But why is he here? 02 was completely confused. She nervously bit her nails trying to figure out all these questions. While she was thinking, she suddenly got carried away somewhere. Looking around, she realized that she was again on the street where the previous calm and peaceful life was, night. It seemed that nothing was bothering people, everyone was doing their own thing. Looking around more carefully, 02 noticed that man in the mask 4 meters away from herself, but without Kushina. He again? Where is that girl, what's wrong with her? The man in the mask touched the ground with one hand, saying, "Summoning technique." What 02 saw next surprised and frightened her quite a bit. It was a big, no, huge creature. Because of some fog or smoke, only a silhouette with red pupils was visible, as well as 9 huge tails swaying in the wind. 02 seemed to be speechless, she could not move from the spot and utter a word. A little later, when she finally came to her senses, she remembered that Naruto the Franxx looked almost the same. They are definitely somehow connected, because this is still his subconscious. 02 thought while Kyubi was destroying the village and people were screaming in horror, "It's Kyubi, nine-tailed, run." The screams of the inhabitants were heard everywhere. The huge creature did not spare anyone, destroying both children and women and everything in general. There were people in green vests, strange in 02's opinion, who tried to give at least some kind of resistance, but they died right there. It's scary to imagine what would happen if something like that attacked the plantations, not a single Franxx would cope. Why are my legs shaking? Am I scared? Literally half an hour later, the village was heavily destroyed, many dead bodies. Suddenly, 02 was transported to some mountain. Later, looking around, she noticed that she was standing on some stone faces. The man who was in the room. Next to 02 stood a blond man, but already in a white cloak that fluttered in the wind with an inscription on it that was incomprehensible to 02. Is he going to resist him? But how? Even I wouldn't be able to, Strelitzia's strength wouldn't be enough. Only Naruto could resist him. 02 barely turned her head. Although she was invisible and didn't receive any damage, she was afraid as if everything was different. She saw out of the corner of her eye how this creature, or as people called it, the Nine Tails, turned its head. "It seems you noticed me." Unlike the girl, the man was calm, his voice didn't waver. He wasn't shaking with fear. It was as if he didn't feel it at all. The Nine Tails let out a roar, but the man's face was calm, only his clothes and hair swayed in the wind. What is he doing? It looks the same as when Naruto lifted the Revizor above himself. The Nine Tails literally formed a dark purple ball in its mouth out of thin air. With each passing second, it became larger and larger. Having reached its peak, the Kyubi released it directly at the fourth. What? He's not running away. But how will he stop this without Franxx? The tailed beast's bomb was approaching at a rapid speed. The pink-haired girl turned away because she could not watch what would happen. She was expecting that there would be an explosion or something like that and everything would collapse and that man would die. Seconds passed, but what was expected did not happen. Turning around, the girl saw that the blond man stretched out his hands with some sharp object between them in front of him. When the time came to hit the bomb, this did not happen. He's disappearing, how? What is this man doing? The bomb, having reached the kunai, began to disappear somewhere and then disappeared altogether. What? What happened? Where did she go? Disappeared? What's going on here? Why is something like this in Naruto's subconscious? The more 02 saw, the less she understood what was going on. It seemed like some kind of delirium or a dream, but it all felt like reality. As if she herself was physically present there. Somewhere in the distance, an explosion thundered, which distracted the girl from her thoughts. What is that there? Is that really the bomb? How did it get there? Would that be such an explosion? What did that man do? Who is he? 02 thought, looking in shock at the blonde man who was still calm. Before she could understand anything, she was transported again, but not for long. She found herself in the forest and saw how that man confronted the masked man. They rushed at each other. The masked man was holding chains, and the blonde man threw a knife that seemed strange to 02. To her surprise, it passed through the masked man, who was about to grab the blonde man. Suddenly, he disappeared and appeared behind the masked man with a blue ball in his hand. He pinned the masked man to the ground with this ball with such force that a crater formed and the masked man was forced to retreat. What happened? How did he end up behind me? Who are these people? Maybe they were the ones who lived before the Revizors appeared, but then why is there a past in Naruto's subconscious? How is he connected to this? 02 still didn't understand what all this was about. She was being transferred again. A terrible picture was in front of her. The nine-tailed demon, all in some yellow chains, pierced the blonde and the girl who gave birth to a child with his claw and stopped literally millimeters away from that child. Blood slowly dripped onto his small body. 02 was in such shock that she couldn't say anything or even think anything. I'm sorry Naruto, I can't be with you. I so wanted to see you grow up. I wanted to see you go to the academy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry Naruto. Kushina's tears were flowing, followed by 02. Imagining the three of us as a family. I see nothing but a bright future. How I would like that. How I would like. Tears flowed down Kushina's cheeks, dripping onto the claw sticking out of her stomach. Her voice trembled, but not at all from pain. Naruto, I love you so much, I love you so much. A moment will pass for us and we will meet again. From this moment on, Naruto, your life will not be easy. You will suffer a lot, you will have to endure a lot of pain, but never give up. Grow strong, eat well, wash more often. And remember the 3 vices of a shinobi. First, put money from missions aside for later, do not spend it all at once. Second, do not get carried away with alcohol, only on weekends, do not abuse it, and third, find yourself a good girlfriend. Here I really don't know what to say because I myself am a girl, but try to find a girl like me. Kushina smiled through her tears. Listen to the teachers at the academy, study well. Make a lot of friends, no, not necessarily a lot, just a couple is enough, but those you really trust. 02 did not understand, but she cried from these words. She felt so sorry for this boy, and the girl's words touched her to the depths of her soul. How much I would like to tell you, but there is almost no time left. The tears did not stop flowing and her voice trembled so that it was difficult to speak. It was obvious that Kushina was very hurt by this. Each word brought her so much pain from the realization that she would never see this. Although Minato was calm throughout the whole time, even he could not stand it and shed a tear. Forgive Minato, I took your time too. Nothing, Naruto, I just wanted to say the same thing as your talkative mother. The blonde smiled slightly. We are ready. Good. The seal of the 8 elements. The 9-tailed fox began to suck the baby into its body. Fourth. The last thing the fox managed to scream. After that, the 2 bodies fell to the ground with huge holes in their stomachs. Minato died immediately, and Kushina was still alive for some time. 02's heart was breaking from the sight she saw. She had never seen anything sadder than this and she wanted to somehow help this boy with all her might. Then she moved very quickly through his memories, tears never leaving her snow-white face. Here she sees how he grows up. The villagers hate him. He is a hooligan, studies poorly and argues with teachers. 02 smiled slightly because he did exactly the opposite of what that girl said. Next, entering the academy, the Genin exam, the first missions, the mission in the land of waves, the Chunin exam, the battle with Kiba, the battle with Niji, the invasion of Orochimaru, the villages of Sand and Sound, the battle with Gaara, victory, the arrival of Jiraiya, the return of Tsunade, the departure of Sasuke, the pursuit of Sasuke, the battle with the Four Sound, Naruto's battle with Sasuke, the final departure of the Uchiha, attempts to find Sasuke, Naruto, and Jiraiya leaving for training, meeting Sasuke 3 years later in Orochimaru's lair, Naruto's arrival in Konoha, the mission to save Gaara, meeting Orochimaru on the bridge, victory of one member of Akatsuki, news of Jiraiya's death, study of the hermit mode, Pain's attack, battle with Pain, meeting with his father, victory over Pain, declaration of war, meeting Sasuke under the bridge, taming the nine-tailed fox, meeting his mother, being sent to the front, making friends with the nine-tailed fox, Madara's appearance and revealing the identity of the man in the mask, the resurrection of the ten-tailed fox. The appearance of the resurrected Kage, Niji's death, Naruto and Sasuke's death, Night Guy, meeting the Sage of the Six Paths, gaining new power, confronting Madara, Infinite Tsukuyomi, Kagaya's appearance, the battle against Kagaya, and the final episode where the memories end, Naruto's death from Kagaya's pin. All this flashed before Zero Two's eyes in literally a couple of minutes, and now she already knew his whole story. She even fell in love with him because now she seemed to understand everything and understood what he had gone through. Later, Kagaya will be defeated because Naruto managed to touch her. Sasuke will become a hero on par with the deceased Naruto. He will not be immediately, but will be respected in the village, and not only. Kakashi will take the post of Hokage. Sasuke and Sakura will have a daughter and a son, Sarada, and a son who was named in honor of the second hero of Konoha, Naruto. Hinata will be depressed for a long time and will live alone, remaining faithful to her first and last love until the end. Hyuga, like Uchiha and in general many, will often visit the grave of Uzumaki. Kakashi will become almost silent and emotions will rarely appear on his face since he lost almost everyone who was dear to him. Naruto and Sarada will want to become Hokage as Naruto once wanted to become one. They will ask their father and mother a lot what he was like and, inspired by his story, will want to become like him. After some time, when Sarada and Naruto turn 16 to 17 years old, their father will finally atone for all sins and Kakashi will pass on the title of Hokage to him, and he himself will retire. Sarada and Naruto will face many difficulties, including the Otsutsuki invasion, as well as the destruction of Konoha and a threat to the whole world. They will successfully overcome them together with their friends. At the age of 28, Naruto will become the 9th Hokage, the title will be passed on to him by Konohamaru. Kakashi, like many others, including Sasuke, Hinata, all 5 Kage, and many other shinobi will die during the destruction of Konoha in the battle with Otsutsuki. Sarada will awaken the strongest Manjikyu Sharingan, and then, taking her father's eyes, she will receive an eternal Manjikyu and become an advisor and personal super-strong shinobi to the Hokage, that is, Naruto. The Uchiha clan, like the Hyuga, will now be under threat of extinction. Sarada will be the last representative of her clan, and Hanabi her own. Sakura will grieve for a long time over the loss of Sasuke and the sparkle in her eyes will go out forever. She will try to support herself for the sake of her children, but in her soul she will really want to join her fallen comrades and reunite with the 7th team. After all, she is the only one from the 7th team to remain alive. Life will go on as usual, people will experience both pain and suffering, as well as love and kindness, but one thing is for sure, Naruto will forever leave his mark on history, albeit not as a Hokage, but as a hero who prevented, as in the future and his friend's son, the threat of extinction of humanity and put an end to the war. Strelitzia stood motionless in the middle of the coniferous trees and the snow that was everywhere. It seemed as if she had been turned off altogether. It was not very dark inside Strelitzia, but not light either. 2 bodies were slowly coming to their senses. This is you, right? That girl from the garden? This is you that I pulled out then, right? You are that girl with the book? In addition to seeing 02, they both also saw each other's past. 02 slowly turned her head. Drops of tears were running down her cheeks, and her face expressed surprise, joy, and sadness. Tell me, is it really you, right? My beloved. All this time I was looking, and you were so close. 02 spoke with difficulty, as if something was stopping her from speaking. And I almost killed you, my beloved. 02 wiped away her tears, but after these words she cried even harder. Yes, it is me, 02 Databeo. 02's face showed genuine surprise. It's really you. The girl said, smiling and wiping away her tears. Yes, thanks to you, I remembered everything. I will never forget you again. Do you hear, 02? Tears were treacherously welling up in Naruto's eyes. Darling. 02 couldn't take it anymore and threw herself at the blonde with hugs. How happy I am. 02 sobbed like a child. Yes, me too. Cough, 02, you. 02 immediately stopped hugging Naruto, looking at his neck, where there was something resembling a burn. Sorry. I hurt you. Forgive me. Cough, it's okay. The main thing is that now we will discuss everything and start living in a completely new way, do you hear, 02? We will definitely find a place for ourselves in this world and will always be together. The blonde barely said while the girl held his hand and looked down and just cried like a child. Everything started to go black in Naruto's eyes, his head started spinning and he passed out. 02 finally raised her head and noticed the unconscious blonde. Naruto, wake up. Please. The pink-haired girl clasped the blonde's face with her hands and begged in tears. Suddenly the compartment in the Franxx opened. The girl felt the street cold and the light that was so unusual now. Two silhouettes stood against it and only when they went inside did the girl realize that it was Ichigo and Goro. The young man remained standing in the passage, and the girl in glasses immediately rushed towards Naruto, throwing 02 aside. You almost killed him. Don't come closer. I won't let you kill him. Covering hers with the blonde's body, Ichigo said persistently and confidently, as befits a captain. No, I don't want to kill him. I just want to be with my love. No, I told you, I won't let you near him. The girl with the bob cut her off in a firm voice. But he's my love. No. That you'd kill him again? You're welcome, I won't let you do that. 02 looked down sadly. She realized what she had done and that everything that was happening was her fault. However, all she wanted was to be with her beloved, but she had deprived herself of this opportunity. Now they would not let her even one step closer to Naruto. People in black combat uniforms burst into the Franxx and grabbed the girl and took her away. People in white robes with a stretcher followed. Ichigo, like Goro, stood and watched as the unconscious Naruto was placed on a stretcher and carried out. This is my fault. I failed as a captain. I am not fit to be your captain, Goro hugged the poor girl, taking off her glasses and wiping them from tears, and then wiped his face. It's not true, this is not your fault. Do you hear, Ichigo? It is not your fault that everything happened this way and you are an excellent captain. Werner stood and watched everything that was happening at the plantation headquarters. His gaze was thoughtful. He looked as if not at the screen, but somewhere through it. I didn't expect that they would be able to return the memories. Well, maybe it's for the best. The old man turned around and slowly left. Since you intend to resist this hatred and bring peace, answer me. Asked the man in the black cloak with red clouds. Red hair, Rinnegan and piercings, everything emphasized his unusualness. I don't know. The blond man chained with black pins lowered his gaze, sadly looking at the ground. What? Where am I, Databeo? Who is this? The blonde man seemed to be watching from a first-person perspective, but he couldn't say anything, he couldn't control what he was saying. That's what I thought. Well, the capture of the nine-tailed is complete. Pain extended his hand towards the blonde man. Naruto looked him straight in the eyes, and as soon as Pain's pupils dilated, he began to pass out. Naruto, Naruto. No! The blonde opened his eyes from the screams. The first thing he saw was a pink-haired girl running towards him with tears in her clothes and burns. Behind her stood a brunette and looked at the blonde with some kind of shock, bewilderment and sadness. Naruto looked at himself, only now noticed that he had a wooden pin stuck in his stomach. And he himself was slowly falling apart. What is this Dedabayo? What kind of pin is in the stomach? The blonde wanted to say this, but alas, nothing came out. His mouth simply did not open, he was again like an observer. No, Naruto. I'll help you now. Wait. The girl put her hands on the guy, and at the same moment they shone with a green glow. Sakura. Enough, you know you can't help him. Sasuke said, clenching his fists, although he tried to hide his feelings, but his voice was trembling, and his face treacherously displayed everything he was feeling now. No, no, no. Sakura was sobbing, while half of the blonde's body had already turned to dust. Sakura. The brunette had already shouted, but the girl simply did not listen to him. Sakura did not give up trying to heal Naruto, although she understood that it was completely useless. Suddenly something touched her shoulder. It was a hand. She turned around and immediately ran into the Uchiha's purple eye with her gaze, then lost consciousness. Sasuke approached the blonde from whom at that moment only a small part of the body remained, from shoulders to head. I have long tried to break all ties with you. I wanted to kill you. I thought you were not able to understand me, the one who initially had nothing. How wrong I was. The Uchiha sat down next to the blonde. You're the only one who believed in me even after I became a renegade. The only one who didn't try to cut off all ties with me. I wanted to kill you, haha, and now you're dying in front of my eyes, and I realized that I didn't want this at all. Haha. Uchiha clenched his fists tighter and tighter. He slammed his hand hard on the ground. Only now I realized that you're the only one who understood me like no one else. We were both outcasts without friends or parents. We both saw the dark side of this pathetic village and rotten government. Uchiha could no longer hold back the tears that fell to the ground over and over again. Meanwhile, only Naruto's head remained, slowly disintegrating. Ironic, right? I wanted to finish you off by breaking all ties, I wanted to kill you, and now you're dying before my eyes, and I'll be alone, definitely alone now. I've lost everyone, my family, my acquaintances, my loved ones, and now my only best friend. How blind I was. I should have listened to you. We would have shared the pain together, it would have been much easier for both of us, and life would have become a little better. How late I realized this. Naruto, now I will become Hokage for you, and I will try to convey to people what you wanted. I will not allow anyone else to experience what you and I went through. I no longer want anyone to follow my path by choosing revenge. After all, if it were not for you, I would have finally gone into darkness, but not everyone has such friends, someone is completely alone. Naruto, I will become Hokage and change this world, I will remove all the rotten power because of which we suffered so much. I will never forget you and will not let others forget, the village will know you as a hero who saved the world. I will remember you until my death, because you, my only best friend. The owner of the Sharingan looked with a downcast gaze towards the blonde, but he had already completely disintegrated. Now I have no one left. Sasuke stood up and, taking the pink-haired girl unconscious in his arms and looking one last time in the direction where his friend had been lying a couple of minutes ago, headed towards the standing Kakashi and the tailed beasts, as well as the resurrected Minato and the Sage of the Six Paths. Naruto opened his eyes and jumped up abruptly, clutching his stomach. Seeing that there was no pin, and that it was not falling apart, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. What? What just happened? It was like I died. No, I definitely died, Dadabayo. Yes, that's right. It feels like I really experienced what I saw. Like I know those people and spent a lot of time with them, but how is that possible? Naruto felt a little weak and returned to a lying position. Did I really? Naruto was cut off from finishing his thought by Naomi entering. Oh, you're awake already? I'm so glad. Does anything hurt? I don't think so, just my neck. The blonde looked at his neck. There was something around it that looked like either a burn or signs of suffocation. He immediately remembered what had happened. Where's 02? I need to talk to her, Dadabayo. Naomi looked away from the bed. No, we won't let her get anywhere near you anymore. Okay, you rest. Having said this, Naomi smiled and immediately left the blonde. Naruto was still sitting holding his neck. What happened, Dadabayo? Naruto's gaze was empty. He looked as if through everything, completely immersed in his thoughts. Exactly, 02. She. That girl. The girl with the book. I must see her and discuss everything. I must. Naruto seemed to come to life again. Now his gaze was no longer empty. He was excited. Excited that he would no longer see 02. The girl to whom he had promised. Naruto looked around for a chance to escape. Oh, I can't get through the guys. How am I supposed to get out of here, Dadabayo? After these words, Naruto's gaze went upstairs, and then he glanced at his bed. Idea. Blondin smiled, hitting the edge of his fist against his palm, like Gray from Fairy Tale. The pink-haired girl sat with a sad and thoughtful look on the window, which was slightly open at the top. A light breeze, as if on purpose, blew into the room every now and then, slightly swaying the curtains and a strand of hair of the girl with horns. Huge scratches were visible all over the room. Looking at them, it was impossible to say that such a sweet girl left them. It looked like they were most likely owned by a large predator. There was a broken mirror on the floor. Darling, I finally found you, but, why? Arriving in these thoughts, the girl did not notice how she filed down her nails with her teeth, even biting her fingers where drops of blue blood were visible. I almost killed him. My dearest person. Maybe I really am a monster and I have no place among people and no place next to my beloved? 02, in a rush of these thoughts, bit her finger even harder, from which she even winced. No. The girl hit the glass so hard that something cracked with a characteristic cracking sound. On the first floor, the 13th squad, except for Naruto and 02, was sitting on the couch. They were discussing something heatedly under the rays of the setting sun, which left long shadows behind them, hinting at the imminent onset of night. I think she shouldn't get close to Naruto, Ichigo said with a serious face, crossing her arms and closing her eyes. Her voice was firm and decisive. This is probably the kind of voice that is typical of a captain. Yes, just a little more and she would have killed Naruto. He is certainly an unpleasant guy, but still a member of our squad. Zoroark, compared to you, he is an angel of God. What? Don't compare me to this weakling. I am much better. The short parasite smiled contentedly and, closing his eyes, raised his head slightly upwards. KHKH, what kind of? What? You yourself. Did you start it, and I'm also disgusting? How can I pilot with you? I ask myself the same question. How can I pilot with such a disgusting and arrogant shorty? Miku, pleased with her attack, raised her head and looked with one eye. Yes? Well, then pilot with Naruto. Zorome, Miku, please calm down. The blonde said in a gentle voice, raising her hands to her chest. Yes, Zorome. Now is not the time for your showdowns. You could have taken a while with this. Goro said, adjusting his glasses. What? She started it. I didn't. Ugh. Okay. Zorome turned away discontentedly, and his partner, in turn, grinned contentedly, counting this as her victory. Meanwhile, despite the squabble in the room where the parasites were comfortably seated, there was a serious atmosphere. This was also facilitated by the red-orange lighting left by the setting sun. I agree with Ichigo. They should not be allowed near each other. Where is the guarantee that this will not happen again? She simply used him and deceived the entire squad. The girl with wavy hair expressed her opinion. You know, here I would argue who is dangerous for whom. Naruto is no slouch either. He will kill whoever he wants. Yes, Futoshi is right here. Hiro looked thoughtfully out the window. All the parasites were in thought about what to do with these two, except for Ikuno, who silently watched everything, as well as Miku and Zorome, who turned away from each other and seemed not to follow the conversation at all. You know, maybe this is wrong? Mitsuru expressed doubts about the general opinion. What do you want to say? Ichigo looked at the guy with a serious look. Well, He wants to say that perhaps we have no right to decide whether they should see each other or not. Hiro interrupted his comrade. We are his comrades and we are worried about him, and besides, Ichigo, as the squad captain, is in some way responsible for everyone. If something happens to Naruto, then Ichigo will also bear some responsibility for it. Naomi firmly adhered to Ichigo's position, not wanting to give in to the doubts that arose in the two guys. That's true, but as Futoshi said, Naruto is far from weak. He surpasses our entire squad in strength. Goro, have you forgotten that 02 almost killed him? Ikuno finally spoke out with her usual calm look. That's right. 02 is the only one who can compete in strength with Naruto and, as recent events have shown, is quite capable of killing him. Even take the same sparring, then the fight between Naruto and 02 was the most fierce and they were not inferior to each other. Ichigo continued to insist on her own, examining all the guys. But this was only up to a certain point. Goro is right, Naruto has a strength that Dr. Werner values even more than the strength of 02. What do you want to say, Hiro? Kokoro, adjusting a strand of hair, asked her teammate. What do you suggest? Ichigo asked decisively. I think that they should still be allowed to meet and let them discuss everything themselves. They should figure it out themselves. No, I think they can't be left unattended, it's dangerous. The captain of the 13th Division nodded at Naomi's suggestion. Well, then let's just go with them. If you think about it, Goro has a point. Think? Zorome, when did you learn to think like that? You suddenly discovered this ability. Miku, you will never understand this. Because you have nothing to understand. What? Did you just call me that stupid? Well, you admit it yourself. Zorome smiled contentedly from the finally accomplished revenge, and Miku, on the contrary, was beside herself with rage and felt like she would burst like a balloon. Yes, they should be allowed to talk, but under our supervision. Then, if we are nearby, nothing will happen, right? What about Hiro, Goro, we can still go for it. Ichigo finally gave in. If they want, they can cripple us too. Naomi muttered discontentedly. What's decided then? Hiro straightened up slightly. The guys all slowly and unhurriedly began to rise from their seats to finally go to 02 and say their proposal. During the heated discussion, they did not even notice how the sun went down and the room began to get dark little by little, indicating that night was approaching. The girl was still sitting on the window gazing at the endless sky. 02 was worried that perhaps their meeting was the last and she would never see her beloved again. The girl was completely depressed. She had been looking for him for so long, but as soon as she found him, she immediately lost him. "Darling, how are you? Just wait. I want to tell you so much, but for some reason everyone is bothering me." "Why? Is this punishment for my selfish desires? But is it so bad to want to be close to the person dear to you? What is wrong with that?" "No, I deceived everyone, so this outcome is quite logical. I deserved it." The girl with horns looked with an empty gaze at the windowsill on which she was sitting. Looking out the window again, her gaze caught on a two-headed bird that was slowly flying past the garden of parasites. It circled around the trees and flew past the girl's window more than once. A male and a female who were born with only one wing and became one whole enjoyed freedom. Alone they could not fly, but only by uniting they were able to fly into the air. Sometimes two incomplete creatures can only find harmony and peace by uniting, supporting and helping each other, literally becoming one whole like this bird. 02 involuntarily looked at herself and associated herself with this bird. She is completely alone in this world and is not able to rise into the air, but only with him she finds a second wing. 02 watched the bird for a long time until it wanted to fly even further. She was rapidly moving away from the garden, but she was not destined to find freedom because she was initially in a cage. She herself did not understand it. The two-headed bird did not notice the glass dome and, trying to escape from the cage, crashed into the glass. For a short moment, 02's eyes widened slightly, but then her gaze again became the same. She seemed to have resigned herself to the fact that this was her fate and a punishment from which she could not escape. Meanwhile, along the dome straight to the ground a bloody trail stretched. Somewhere in the grass a bird was crawling somehow, leaving a red trail behind it. It crawled very slowly, using only one wing. In the collision, the male died, and it was he who was the one with the bloody trail. Without a pair, the female will no longer be able to rise into the air and her days are numbered. She will crawl and suffer until she dies. She won't survive without a male. Looking at the bird slowing down with every movement, the girl thought. So this is my fate, right? To crash and suffer for the rest of my life? Probably this is already many, because they were all initially just prey in a cage like me. Apparently, my beloved and I are not destined to soar forever in the sky, because the dome will not let us escape. Suddenly, 02 turned sharply towards the door. She was brought out of her thoughts by many approaching steps. The girl became a little wary, and in the meantime the steps became closer and closer until they were right next to the door. The door creaked open. 02, shall we go in? The captain's voice was heard with some disgust. The girl with horns got up from the windowsill and approached the door. The 13th squad appeared on the threshold. Anyway, we thought about it. We will let you see Naruto, but on one condition. What condition? 02 asked discontentedly. We must be there. The pink-haired girl remained silent. Do you agree? Yes. 02 said quietly, looking almost deadly at the floor. Take me to my beloved. The girl also quietly added. Okay. Ichigo still hadn't completely resigned herself to it and somewhere deep down she didn't want her to go to him. Many footsteps were heard along the white corridor. These footsteps belonged to the parasites of the 13th plantation who were walking in a tight formation, and only one girl in a red jacket stood out, walking behind everyone and lagging behind them a little. Finally, the guys reached the entrance to the room where Naruto was. Finally, I will see my beloved. Flashed through 02's mind. Hope appeared in her heart that maybe they would not crash like that bird. The door opened and the parasites entered the room. It was dark in it and only through the large window was the light of the dead city visible. 02's hope was immediately replaced by pain and disappointment. He was here honestly. Waving her hands, Naomi said. We are not deceiving you 02. A slightly excited Miku added. A sheet with a blanket was hooked to some kind of tube on the upper floor. He probably went to the garden. 02 We are not deceiving, he was here. He ran away and went to you, there are no other options. No matter what the parasites say, 02 no longer listened to them. Why? Why won't you let me see my loved one? I just want to talk. Slowly turning to the parasites, 02 growled a little. No, he really was here. You lied. You deceived me. 02 looked at them from under her forehead. Her gaze expressed hatred, anger, and fury. It seemed that her eyes even glowed a little with anger. The parasites, realizing that it was useless to say anything, gradually began to stare back. Fear and horror slowly appeared on their faces. If being human means being like you, I'd rather remain a monster forever. 02 growled even more angrily. I won't forgive, I won't forgive. I won't forgive. 02, we really don't. Goro didn't have time to finish speaking as the pink-haired girl quickly approached him and struck him with her hand. 02, listen to us. Ichigo said with a slight tremor in her voice, stopping 02's strike on Goro. The other parasites were scared. They understood perfectly well that they wouldn't be able to withstand 02 in a fight, and many of them unintentionally recalled that fight with Naruto, in which the entire squad lost to one person. The guys understood perfectly well that getting into a fight was useless, since it was simply pointless and they would only hurt themselves. The girl, meanwhile, quickly removed her hand, looking at the squad captain with some anger and hatred in her eyes. You again. Why do you always bother me? Do you like to act like a captain? As if you have everything at your disposal? They may be. 02 pointed at the parasites with her right hand. But not me. She growled the last words with such anger that Kokoro, Futoshi and Miku's legs began to buckle and shake from fear. I will deal with you and finally see my beloved. 02, you are crazy. Before Ichigo could finish speaking, she received a strong kick in the chest. The blow was so strong that for the first 5 seconds she could not even breathe, falling to the floor. Shut up. Shut up. Are you trying to say again that I am a monster, right? Crazy? That I have no place among people? You are annoying. 02 jumped up and, doing a somersault in the air, kicked Ichigo right in the stomach. The latter winced in pain. 02, enough. Goro ran towards the girl so that she wouldn't have time to finish off their captain. Enough. 02 turned towards Goro and hit him in the face with her hand, breaking his glasses. Don't bother me 02. Was furious and she literally shouted these words. Goro fell to the ground and never got up, having lost consciousness. And now you. 02 looked at Ichigo, but the latter was gone. While the pink-haired girl was distracted by Goro, she managed to get up. The girl with horns turned back and was immediately hit in the face. I've had enough of this beating. I won't allow it anymore, otherwise what kind of parasite am I? How will Dad recognize me then if I can't protect my friends, let alone the plantation? Zorome. His partner said in surprise. 02, having fallen, quickly got up and immediately noticed Ichigo cowering near Kokoro. You can't run away forever. The owner of pink hair said again through gritted teeth. 02, having gotten up, rushed towards Ichigo, simultaneously dodging Miku's blow with a somersault and knocking out the Futoshi standing next to her with a blow to the neck with her elbow. Ichigo, raising her head, saw only how 02 swung her leg to strike. No. Stop. Kokoro screamed with tears welling up in her eyes. Literally a second later the girl's body fell from such a blow. Kokoro, why? Ichigo barely spoke in shock. The blonde's body lay unconscious. Ugh, how you irritate. 02, rolling and dodging Ichigo's lunge, she hit her in the stomach with her knee, and when she bent over in pain, 02 knocked out Ichigo with the same blow that knocked out Kokoro, striking him on the head. Zorome, Miku, Hiro, Naomi, Ikuno, Mitsuru stood in shock. 02, we understand how you feel, but we really wanted you and Naruto to talk. We didn't deceive you. Before Hiro could finish speaking, he received a blow to the neck and fell unconscious. I don't believe a single word you say. 02 turned her head sharply to Mika and Mitsuru, who were standing nearby, and looked so hard that the first one's legs started shaking even more. They might have said something, but they were too afraid to even breathe. The girl knocked out Mitsuru with a jump and immediately swung to hit Mika, but her blow was blocked again. I won't let Mika get beaten up. She irritates me sometimes, but I won't let anyone hit her. 02 looked into Zorome's eyes so hard that his expression changed slightly. Then, when you challenged Naruto, you said the same thing, right? Zorome, remembering that day, lost his vigilance a little, which 02 took advantage of. She quickly crouched down and knocked him out with a kick to the chin. Love for a partner is not even close to my love for my beloved. Don't call him that. Naomi suddenly rushed at the owner of green eyes, which greatly surprised the remaining comrades. Naomi. I will never, under any circumstances, allow Naruto to be with someone like you. 02 was even a little surprised by these words of Naomi. Thanks to this, Naomi was able to strike 02 in the legs. The girl sat down on one knee and Naomi swung her hand to strike. 02 immediately intercepted it and blocked her other hand. Gotcha. Naomi said with a grin. The girl bent down and from behind her back appeared Miku's blow, which hit 02 in the face. The pink-haired girl fell, quickly got up and wiped the blood from her nose. KKH, how annoying you are. Don't bother me. 02 had just gotten up, but then Ikuno flew into her, caught her head between her legs, spun around and threw it. Wow, Ikuno. You've never shown anything like that before. The partners looked at the girl in glasses in surprise. Since that fight, I realized how weak we are and trained a lot, said Ikuno, who stood up and took a fighting stance. 02, without further ado, did the same. I trained with the expectation that if Naruto was threatened, would be able to defeat him, which means I would definitely defeat you. Ikuno said with utmost seriousness, adjusting a strand of hair. Beloved? Naomi winced when 02 mentioned Naruto like that again. You can't beat him. You think so? He didn't fight you even at half strength. Even back then, at the parasite breeding complex, he didn't fight me at full strength during the sparring, but at the end, I couldn't do anything against him. Ikuno rushed at 02 without further ado. Running close enough, she made a swing that her opponent easily dodged, but it was a false swing. Ikuno quickly ducked and slid behind her. Stopping and leaning on both hands, she did a spinning leg sweep. 02 managed to react and dodged, doing a backflip, almost hitting Ikuno in the face with her foot. Wow, Ikuno never showed anything like that. Naomi muttered in surprise. Dashed it, we can't even help. We'll just get in the way. Miku said, dissatisfied with her weakness. Ikuno threw herself at her opponent, jumping right in front of her. 02 dodged a kick from the air to the side, intercepting it with her hands and throwing it at the glass. However, it was quite durable and did not give a single crack. Ikuno only saw 02's blow when she raised her head and dodged it at the last moment. The pink-haired one, having hit the glass, did not lose her head and hit 02 in the stomach with her knee. Ikuno winced a little in pain, but quickly recovered and knocked 02 off her feet with a flip. Without hesitation, she tried to finish her off, but without success. The pink-haired one dodged and managed to get up and delivered a blow to Ikuno that passed a couple of centimeters from her face, knocking off her glasses. 02 did not stop and continued to attack, but Ikuno dodged and managed to pick up her glasses. As soon as she put them on, she immediately lunged and hit 02 in the chest quite well, from which she almost fell to the floor, losing her balance, but restored it by stepping back doing a backflip. As soon as 02 landed, Ikuno ran up to her, preparing to attack. "Wow, Ikuno. I didn't expect that from her," Miku said with undisguised surprise on her face. Naomi was also shocked. Meanwhile, 02 and Ikuno exchanged blows and attacks. Their movements became faster and faster that the teammates were already starting to get confused about who hit whom. The exchange of blows was interrupted when 02, fainting with her hand, turned around and kicked Ikuno in the stomach so hard that she flew into the glass, even though she was fighting near the exit, which was 10 meters from the glass. "Ikuno!" Naomi screamed in despair. As soon as she turned her head, she did not notice Miku nearby. Looking straight ahead, she saw 02 holding the red-haired girl by the throat. The girl with ponytails was desperately struggling, but there was less and less air. Her movements slowed down. She began to feel dizzy from lack of air, her eyes slowly closed. After a couple of seconds of such strangulation, 02 threw the unconscious girl to the floor. Naomi looked in horror. The girl's heart was pounding hard, she literally felt the blood circulating through her. The fear was so strong that she could not move. Meanwhile, 02 quickly approached her, but unexpectedly Ikuno flew into her legs. There were traces of blood on her face, her hair was disheveled, and her glasses were slightly cracked. "I am your opponent." Without losing her seriousness, Ikuno said. "Ugh. 02 is clearly tired of her. How pathetic I am. I'm standing here and can't do anything. I can't even move while everyone is protecting their comrades knowing that they won't win, and I'm just afraid. What kind of parasite am I? But, I don't want Naruto to leave with her. She's not the one he needs. No matter how scared I am, I have to do at least something, but I can't move. What should I do? What should I do?" Ikuno was gradually overcome by fear, she was increasingly in a panic. While Naomi was trying to make up her mind, 02 continued to fight with Ikuno and the latter was already out of breath. "How stubborn you are, why do you need my beloved so much?" "Me? That's where you were wrong. I'm not interested in him." Ikuno rushed at 02, maneuvering to prevent her from concentrating. The pink-haired girl did a somersault over her, which Ikuno did not expect, but still managed to react. Stopping abruptly, she turned around to strike, but she herself received a kick in the face. Jumping back, doing a somersault, she sharply did a sweep, but the girl with horn simply did a cartwheel over her leg, simultaneously kicking her right in the back of the head and landing behind Ikuno. While the latter came to her senses and turned around, she received a strong blow to the face. So strong that it broke her glasses into pieces and threw her into the glass for the umpteenth time, but the blow was too strong and even such thick and durable glass cracked. 02 stood motionless, adjusting the curls of her pink hair. Blood flowed down her face and reached her chin in drops and dripped onto the floor. The girl sighed and looked at Naomi. "Before I knock you out, answer me a question. Why do you need my beloved?" "Don't call him that," Naomi unexpectedly shouted. "I won't give him to anyone, he's the only thing I have. So answer me, why?" "No. It's none of your business." Naomi turned away slightly, and a blush appeared on her cheeks, but perhaps this was a fatal mistake. Turning her head, she noticed 02 next to her, who with deft movements knocked her to the ground. However, the pink-haired girl was distracted by someone's out of breath. She turned towards the door and her eyes widened in surprise and tears involuntarily appeared. Aha ha ha aha, finally I found you. Lu. 02 did not have time to finish speaking and turned around. She was distracted by the sound of cracking glass. Turning around, she saw how the glass cracked and the unconscious Ikuno fell out. Don't expect much in terms of quality. As I warned, the quality of this chapter will be worse than the last two. There was a ringing silence for a couple of seconds. Naruto looked at the window, then at 02. It seemed he didn't know what to say. The slightly frightened and wary eyes of the pink-haired girl looked at him. 02 was worried that Naruto would now hate her. She had been looking for him for so long, but as soon as she found him, she lost him again forever. 02 could not and did not want to put up with such thoughts. My beloved, I ho. 02 did not have time to finish speaking as the blonde rushed past her to the window. Ikuno. Naruto looked down at the girl lying in blood. Darling, they were in my way, but I didn't want to. If only they had let me see you. 02. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when Naruto called her name with such a serious name. Could it be that I will lose him again? Such thoughts, as luck would have it, kept creeping into her head more and more often, giving her no peace. You shouldn't have done this to them and to Ikuno Databayo. The blonde said in the same tone, looking somewhere down. The girl's heart beat faster and faster from these words. She just wanted to fall out, to fail, but just to avoid it and not hear what she least wants to hear. Darling, I didn't kill her, really. I just wanted to see you. They were in my way. Didn't kill her? So she jumped out of the window herself? Naruto glanced at the pink-haired girl with horns with his blue eyes. No, but it's her fault. If she hadn't resisted so much, none of this would have happened. 02 said, plucking up her courage, as evidenced by her slightly loud voice. 02, I know very well that it would have been within your power to restrain yourself. Why did you have to hurt them? You could have just left. I would have found you anyway. The girl looked at her feet in confusion, which were starting to buckle from such excitement and stress. Does he hate me? Will he say that I'm a monster? Will he reject me? No. I don't want that. I don't want to hear it from my beloved, but he will definitely say it. After all, I killed everyone, and Ikuno too. Why did everything turn out this way? Her heart was pounding furiously, her legs felt like they were chained to the ground, and a lump got stuck in her throat, preventing her from saying anything. 02 You. A monster? A monster? I don't belong among people? Please, darling, don't say that. The girl herself didn't notice how tears were welling up in her eyes. The rest of her strength left her and she collapsed to the floor. Her eyes opened in even greater surprise. She didn't fall to the floor, Naruto managed to catch her. The blonde gently hugged the girl with one hand around the waist and the other around the head. 02, I don't want to lose you either. I finally remembered everything and I don't want to forget you again. Naruto said this in a gentle and kind tone, slowly stroking the girl's head, tears welling up on her face. Loved. The only thing 02 said, burying her face in the blonde's shoulder. Naruto pressed her to himself a little tighter. I will never leave you, 02. You will not suffer alone anymore. Saying this, the blonde involuntarily remembered their first meeting when the girl, then still a little scared girl, defended the most precious book for herself with all her might. She was completely alone every day. The girl suffered, but there was no one to help her and no one wanted to. For 02, everything changed dramatically when she first met Naruto. Walking with him, she finally distracted herself from this unpleasant feeling. 02 was not alone for the first time in a long time. At that moment, she experienced more with Naruto than in her entire life spent in the parasite breeding complex, and it was then that she found a meaning in life. The girl with red skin wanted to stay with Naruto forever because it was with him that she felt like not an instrument or a model for experiments, but just a girl, a child. Naomi, who was not finished off by 02, felt something unpleasant burning inside her from the sight of their reunion. Why did he even choose her now? What happened between them? What did I expect? I never had a chance. Goro, he probably feels the same as I do now. Thinking more and more about this, that unpleasant feeling unexpectedly began to retreat a little for the girl in parallel with how consciousness left her. Darling, but I beat the 13th squad. Won't you say that I'm a monster? They are all unconscious, and Ikuno is dead. They are very dear to you. Raising her head and expectantly looking into the blonde's eyes, the girl asked barely audibly. At that moment, 02 herself probably did not understand why she decided to ask. The blonde smiled slightly to the girl's surprise. I can't blame you for what I did myself, Dadabayo. I also beat them up pretty badly, but unlike you, it was just like that. I don't know why I behaved like that and why I even agreed to fight. Now, of course, I would never do it, but then. I don't even remember what I was thinking then, what motivated me. After a short pause and looking into the girl's eyes, the blonde continued. 02, Even during our first meeting, I didn't consider you a monster, and I don't consider you a monster now. You're the same person as everyone else, and in some moments even more humane. If I considered you a monster, then I would hardly have gone to save you. Naruto smiled slightly again, looking into the girl's tear-stained eyes, from which something warm emanated. Darling, I'm so glad that I met you. 02 finally smiled, but Naruto's grimace froze in horror. Looking at the girl, he saw far from 02 in front of him. In front of him was a black-haired girl. Her lavender eyes looked at him just as kindly as 02 looked at him. She was covered in blood, her clothes were torn. And, Naruto-kun. I've always chased you. I always dreamed that one day I could walk next to you. Again, ugh. Naruto fell to the floor clutching his head. The pain was many times stronger than even that night. Me. Darling, what's wrong with you? The pink-haired girl asked fearfully, bending over to the blonde. Ugh, how painful. Hinata, don't. The pain was so strong that it simply seemed to tear the blonde's head apart. As if thousands of needles were piercing him from the inside over and over again. Darling. 02 was seriously scared. She had heard from parasites that code 006 has hallucinations, but when she saw it in real life, she was convinced herself how painful it was for the blonde. Naruto was fidgeting on the floor, clutching his head and tightly squeezing his eyes shut, but it was no use. Nothing was helping him. He couldn't stand her for a second, but she, as luck would have it, only got stronger. 02 carefully took the blonde's face with both hands. Darling, look at me, please. Naruto somehow opened his eyes and tried to focus his vision on the girl. I'm here. Everything is fine. Darling. The girl looked at the poor guy with concern. Cough, I can't. I can't stand this. Naruto's eyes darted in different directions, his breathing increased. Darling, it's me. Please. The girl looked with frightened eyes at the blonde man who was in terrible agony. She was confused and didn't know what to do. She simply couldn't help in any way, but she couldn't watch her loved one suffer either. Please. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes, running down her cheeks and dripping onto the blonde man's face. Naruto's eyes started running even faster, his breathing also intensified more strongly. For a couple of seconds, somehow focusing my gaze on the girl, he said the code 006, after which he stopped twitching, and his eyes closed. Naruto. Beloved. The girl, unable to hold back her tears, pressed her head to the blonde man. Why, you said that you wouldn't leave me. The girl repeated over and over, sobbing. While 02 was grieving, she didn't even notice how the door to the ward opened and 10 fighters in black uniforms ran in. 3 of them grabbed the girl, but she didn't even resist. Her gaze was empty. 02 was immediately taken away from the ward. One of the remaining ones went to the edge of the broken window, and then looked down and quickly examined the entire ward. Mr. Franxx, the ward of code 006 has been destroyed. The window has been broken, the body of code 196 was found lying downstairs, the rest of the parasites of the 13th squad are unconscious. The condition of code 196 is unknown, presumably dead. Apparently a fight broke out here between code 002 and the parasites of the 13th squad. Also code 006, his condition is also still unknown. I see. Leave the parasites of the 13th squad for hospitalization of the 13th plantation, and bring code 006 to me. I found out what I wanted and his stay here is over. Yes. The squad quickly picked everyone up and freed the ward. In front of the big screen stood a little old man. Franxx was thinking about something and seemed to be looking into nowhere. Then he looked down at the floor and thought about something else, chuckled softly, and put his finger to his ear. An image of Nana and Hachi appeared on the big screen. Mr. Franxx, said the man with the shaved head firmly. Doctor, did something happen? The owner of the red hair added. Ahem, well, I thought about something and made a decision. The old cyborg fell silent for a couple of seconds, but then continued. I sent code 006 and 002 here in order to study code 006 as much as possible, as well as his chances of piloting with code 002. This experiment is quite controversial. On the one hand, I learned even more than I wanted, but on the other hand, some things did not work out. I rethought some things and decided that from tomorrow, code 002 will leave the 13th plantation and will be sent together with the 9th to the Great Gorge, and code 006 has already left the 13th plantation. The 13th squad no longer requires protection, accordingly, the need for both code 006 and 002 disappears. The details of everything that happened will still be conveyed to you. Perhaps that's all. The old man disconnected. Hachi, what was that? Why did Dr. Werner decide to recall 006 and 002? Is it true that we can protect the plantation relying only on the 13th squad? Hachi did not answer, looking at the orange screen. Suddenly the door opened and a woman in a white robe and a high headdress ran in. What is it? Hachi asked, turning around. The 13th squad. What's wrong with them? Nana asked more worriedly. Everyone is in a serious condition. What? So that's what Mr. Franxx meant. I think the 006 and 002 codes are involved. The old man looked at the screen for a bit, turned around and slowly began to leave the room. Will it work for you now that you've remembered everything? Maybe I made a mistake 10 years ago. Quietly muttering under his breath, Mr. Franxx left. The orange screen went out and the room plunged into darkness. A space station in the shape of a triangle was slowly rotating around the Earth's orbit. In the very center sat a couple of people in similar outfits as the Pope, who, by the way, was also sitting among them. The time has come, we can't delay. One of them said in a stern and slow voice. We must capture the Great Gorge at any cost. The second one added. Their voices echoed slightly. Well, then let's send her there. The Pope himself, who looked smaller than the others, joined the conversation. There is nothing left at all. Wait, it will be better if that parasite goes there too. Are you talking about code 006? Turning around, they noticed Werner slowly approaching. Yes. The Pope answered briefly. I think this is a bad idea. He has not recovered yet, and if he goes there, there will be no sense. Raising his head to the Pope and the others, the old man said. We are closer to our goal than ever, there is no time to hesitate. We must use everything we have, regardless of the losses. It is too late to retreat. One of them spoke up, raising his tone a little. Dr. Franxx did not answer, but only stared at Dad, waiting for a final answer. The situation has changed, send the two of them there. Do you think anything will come of this? I repeat, code 006 is not yet ready to fight. If you are counting on their teamwork, you will not see it. Werner spoke slowly and calmly, without lowering his head. When we came so close to the goal, we have no other choice. Your task is only to follow our will. Already almost shouting, the one who initially disagreed with Werner's answer spoke up. The doctor stood for a while. And then chuckled and turned around without further ado, slowly walking away from them further and further. I hope you understand what is at stake. Dad said after the old man who was leaving. The blonde slowly walked through the white space. It was not a room or a street, just a white void in which there was nothing. The blonde kept walking and walking, slowly moving his legs and not raising his head. Ha ha ha. The young man shuddered when he heard this frightening and somehow sinister laughter, but still his body began to treacherously lead him to the source of this laughter. Ha 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 ha. It was repeated over and over again. The blonde was shaking a little, his eyes more and more reflecting fear and horror. The laughter he heard could be compared to the laughter of some serial killer. Ho ho ho. Flashed right next to the blonde's ear. In fear, he turned around, but there was no one. Turning back, he noticed that everything had suddenly become dark and only the light at the end was barely visible. It was towards it that the young man, not knowing why, decided to move. Ha ha ha. The laughter was getting louder and clearer. The blonde was even more frightened by the fact that his body was just leading him to the light at the end of the tunnel, where the laughter was coming from, judging by the sound. Ah ha ha ha. The blonde shuddered every time he heard this laughter repeating over and over again. Each time his body was doused with a lightning discharge. Meanwhile, the light was getting brighter and brighter. The young man slowly moved his legs until everything became white again, but to his regret, he now saw the source of this ominous laughter. Right in front of him stood a young man exactly the same age as him, also a blonde, but his clothes were fundamentally different from what he was used to seeing. The second blonde was dressed in an orange and black uniform. The top was unbuttoned and you could also see a mesh t-shirt. K, who are you, Databeo? Ha ha ha, don't you recognize him? The voice of the second blonde was somehow unnatural, otherworldly. Ha, or maybe so. The face of the young man depicted horror when the interlocutor opposite slowly raised his head. His heart began to pound wildly, throwing his body into heat, then into cold. His legs seemed to lose all strength at the same second and the blonde simply collapsed, unable to stand anymore. You? Who are you? Me? Smiling like a predatory beast and pointing at himself with his thumb, the blonde asked again. I am Naruto Uzumaki, but who are you? Smiling even more ominously and sparkling his black eyes in which red pupils were visible, the blonde asked again. What? It's me, I am Naruto Dat. You? Naruto asked with the same smile. You, ha ha ha, you are a fake and always will be, but you know, I had fun having fun with these idiots both here and there. Naruto slowly approached and sat down next to the frightened blonde who was unable to answer anything. Come on, what's with that face? Cheer up, cheer up. We had so much fun, remember? Ha ha ha. Naruto laughed loudly and ominously, clapping the sitting blonde on the shoulder. Oh, I didn't calculate my strength. Naruto was thrown back about 10 meters from his clap. What? What's going on? Who is this? Me? But. What the hell? Cuckoo. Naruto turned around and saw a blonde who suddenly appeared in front of him, with black eyes and an ominous smile that never left his face. Something creepy was blowing. Thought you remembered everything and got rid of me? Ha ha ha. Surprised, you came up with this nonsense yourself, and believed it yourself. Bravo, bravo. Naruto clapped his hands ostentatiously. Yeah, and you don't seem to change. Both there and here. Although honestly, I had a lot of fun there when he lost control of his power. I wish I could go back to those days. Come on, why are you so quiet? The blonde asked, slightly tilting his head and feigning surprise. I don't understand what you're talking about. Naruto with blue eyes cried out in fear. His heart was beating faster and faster, and his limbs were shaking with fear, which did not hide from Naruto opposite. Are you afraid of me? Ha 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 ha. And you were braver before, it's a pity. Naruto slightly lifted the blonde's face with his palm. And remember our last fight, the ending is simply divine. And why? Because in the end you released me. Oh, this can only be compared to when you lost control of your power. It was wonderful. And do you remember how we almost killed that pink-haired girl, but because of that tree idiot, we only wounded her? Oh, I got it wrong. How will you remember this, ahahaha? What? He's talking about 02? But when did I manage to databeo? Dark Naruto stood up and continued circling the frightened blonde with the same smirking smile. I wonder who I am. I am you. I know more about you than you can imagine. But you know, you're such a boring and uninteresting conversationalist. There was a slight disappointment in Dark Naruto's voice. Yes, I didn't think I'd say this, but I liked the past you more. So brave, so cheerful. You even hugged me. It's so idiotic, but funny, ahahaha. If only those days could be returned, or at least your stay on the plantation before piloting with this girl. You know, I can't understand one thing, how? How did she manage it? And even got so far. If only she had a little more and she would have reached me. Having finished circling, the blonde stopped and looked at Naruto with annoyance. Are you going to keep quiet like this? Have you swallowed your tongue? Naruto was still shaking, he himself did not understand why he was so afraid of him. Well? Dark Naruto leaned over the blonde. Are you even here? Dark Naruto waved his hands and snapped his fingers in front of the blonde's eyes, who seemed to have forgotten how to breathe from fear. I thought I'd at least chat, but you're not a very interesting conversationalist. The last you were much bolder. What happened to you? Have you really changed so much? I'm still the same. Ha 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 ha. Dark Naruto burst into laughter, occasionally glancing at Naruto. You should see yourself now, ha 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 ha. As if a cat is taking a. Ah ha 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 ha. The blonde even squatted down, unable to hold back his laughter. Ah ha ha ha, ah ha ha, yeah. The smile slowly fell from his face, and the laughter stopped. Okay, I'll go. I hope you'll be braver next time, because you know, one-sided dialogues don't appeal to me. Dark Naruto slowly rose and also slowly began to move away from the frightened blonde. As he moved away, the space around him became darker and darker until it became completely black. Somewhere in the distance, Naruto was surrounded by white light. He turned to the frightened blonde once again and, returning to himself his previous evil grin, added. We will meet again and very soon. Much faster than you can imagine. Ahahahahaha. Dark Naruto, still laughing, turned around and continued to move away from the blonde. Almost out of sight, he demonstratively raised his right hand up. The blonde noticed this, as evidenced by his face, which now displayed surprise instead of fear and horror. Dark Naruto snapped his fingers. His click in the blink of an eye echoed loudly throughout the space. Aha aha aha. Naruto jumped out of bed abruptly, all in a sweat. It was dark in his room. Only a thin strip of light penetrated through a small crack in the unclosed window. Cough, let go, me. Naruto looked ahead, his hand tightly squeezing the neck of the girl who entered. Her clothes were the same as the ones who lived inside the plantation. Oh, sorry Databeo. The blonde hurried to remove his hand. He continued to sit motionless on the bed, breathing heavily and wiping sweat from his forehead. Cough, cough, phew. Having restored her breathing, she finally became serious. Mr. Werner said that you should dress in a special uniform and head to Dalginium. Having said this without any emotion, the girl left Naruto. The blonde still didn't understand what it was. Who was this? The following was clearly etched into his memory. We will meet again and very soon. Much faster than you can imagine. Ahahaha. What? What did he mean? I don't understand anything anymore. Naruto grabbed his head with both hands, staring at his feet. So, today you will go to the Great Gorge. This is a very important task that the Pope himself assigned. The future of all mankind depends on its outcome. The red-haired girl said in a firm voice to the squad that lined up in front of her. Also on the way to the gorge is the 26th plantation. Werner sent the 9th there as well. This time, you will have to work together. The short-haired guy added in a voice that was even firmer than the girl's. It turns out that we can meet them there too. Putting a finger to his chin, he thought about Code 016. Despite it, most of the parasites of the 13th squad were clearly not in the mood. Oh, and one more thing. Your partner is alive and is currently undergoing treatment. Is that true? Nana? Ichigo asked in surprise. And surprisingly, she got off with only a slight dislocation and a broken couple of ribs. Alive, I'm so happy. Wiping away tears with a smile on her face, the cute blonde shared her emotions. Despite such good news, the rest of the parasites were still in a bad mood. This was clearly visible on their faces. Well, we can't delay. After Hachi gave the command, the parasites scattered to their Franxx. Ugh. Nana grabbed her head. Her face reflected a grimace of pain. Hachi's hand touched her in support, to which she only gave him a fleeting glance over her shoulder. Ichigo? Huh? You do understand that there we can quite possibly meet both Naruto and 02. The head of the 13th division did not answer, but only clenched her teeth. Ichigo, we are now in the same Franxx and I feel the same as you. Goro waited a second, after which he added. If we cross paths with her, we must not kill her or engage in battle with her. I refuse. Ichigo shouted decisively and in a tone befitting a captain. Ichigo, you understand that it is not her fault? So she beat us, almost killed Ikyun and yet she is not guilty? Is that what you want to tell me, Goro? Ichigo looked angrily over her shoulder at the Sokomondanik with a look that made him feel uneasy. He did not say anything else and in such an environment they continued on their way to the gorge. Hiro, what are you going to do? Mitsuru was curious how he would smooth over this conflict. Oh, what are you talking about? I'm talking about Ichigo and 02. She won't leave her alone. Yeah, you're probably right about that. 02 crippled the 13th squad and almost killed Ikyun. Ichigo's anger is understandable. But, you're not going to put up with it like that, are you? What will you do if a fight breaks out between them? You know, Mitsuru, I myself can't really answer this question. On the one hand, I'll have to intervene. Still, 02 seems good to me, and everything she did then was for Naruto's sake. I don't know what happened between them, but I don't want to blame myself for not allowing these two to reunite. I don't want to see a sad, depressed, or even cold Naruto. I like him the way he is. A little stupid, hee, kind and always ready to help his friends. That's how I remember him, and if breaking his connection with 02 means losing him forever, then I won't allow it at any cost. However, on the other hand, Ichigo is also close to me. I wouldn't want to go against her. I also understand that it's impossible to completely justify what 02 did, and to some extent, Ichigo is right too. Now I'm just torn apart by these thoughts. I understand that their clash most likely inevitable, but I really wouldn't want that. I hope to the last that everything can be settled peacefully, but if it does happen, I won't spare myself to prevent the worst outcome and disagreements between my teammates. Both the guys and Naruto are equally dear to me. That's probably what I think. Hiro looked thoughtfully at Delphinium, who was flying right in front of them. Heh, I didn't expect another answer from you. Smiling, Mitsuru glanced at Hiro over his shoulder, and then completely focused on the task. Well, before the 13th arrive, let's deal with these creatures. With a slight smile, the young man with light-colored hair said in a strict but soft voice. He was a parasite from the so-called 9th of another of Werner's squads. The Franxx of the 9th were different from both the 13th and everyone else. They also looked like a person, but they were mostly completely white and only here and there were stripes visible. The white-green Franxx in their special formation began to quickly eliminate the Revizors one by one, gradually approaching the dark dome that was in the very center. Yes, Mr. Werner's special squad is simply amazing. Was heard from one of the Franxx of the 26th squad. Don't be distracted, our goal is to accept the fight and protect the 26th plantation. Another member of the 26th squad commanded, completely focusing on the enemy. Yes. After this, their Franxx began to surround the Revizors one after another, immobilizing them and quickly eliminating them by spinning in a circle. Here it is. The turning point of history. Today the fate of the whole world will be decided. It was heard from one of the sages of the EIP who were on the station hovering around the Earth in space. A new era of humanity will come, a free era. The second one added. I hope they will cope. What the whole world will be like depends entirely on them and their decision. The little old man who sat in the center and was called Papa by people added. So, your task is that dome over there. You need to eliminate the Revizors and destroy it. Said the red-haired girl, closely watching what was happening on the huge monitor. What? Suddenly, Zorome's loud voice was heard, deafening her teammates. Even Nana covered her ears. There are simply countless of them. How are we supposed to do this? Zorome. I almost went deaf. His teammate, who was with him in the Franxx, was indignant. The rest just made a displeased look. Sorry, but I didn't think of that. That's how it is. Miku answered, closing her eyes and with a clearly satisfied face. I didn't realize that if you lose your hearing in addition to your brain, then it's the same as piloting alone. With a grin, Zorome proudly threw a taunt towards his teammate. What? A second loud scream was heard, but from Miku, the parasites again wrinkled their faces and covered their ears, and Nana grabbed her head with her hands. Because of disagreements within the Franxx, Argenta stopped and then continued moving again. They are as always. Kokoro said quietly. Guys, calm down. Have you forgotten that this task was entrusted to us by the Pope himself and the fate of the whole world is at stake? Ichigo said in the typical manner of a commander. As soon as Zorome heard Papa, he immediately forgot about all the disagreements, and his face depicted pride and joy. Miku just looked at her teammate like an idiot. Exactly, if we show ourselves well, then Papa will see my success. Zorome was noticeably inspired, which could be seen by his satisfied face. He was already blissfully imagining Dad telling him, Ho ho, Zorome, you are the best parasite and are ready to become an adult. I will shake your hand because you are a hero and ruled the Franxx alone because Miku is so little use that she is almost non-existent. In my opinion, you are the best parasite and therefore you will now live with me. Just grab the ball. Zorome. Zorome. What? The voice of his teammate quickly brought him out of such blissful thoughts. Why are you yelling? You always ruin the most interesting part. Zorome muttered discontentedly. Miku wanted to answer something, but Naomi interrupted her. Look. She pointed somewhere at the dome. The parasites did not understand anything at first, but after looking closely they saw the red and white Franxx in rampage mode. Strelitzia quickly moved near the dome and destroyed the Revizors in batches, which surprised even the 9th. Not bad, but this form is simply disgusting. Someone from the 9th shared his opinion. It seems to have devoured its pilot. Again. The parasite with blonde hair added. GH. Ichigo's expression instantly changed. Ichigo, calm down. Remember what we discussed? Goro tried to reason with the captain of the 13th Division before things went too far. I will not forgive her for this. After these words, Franxx, Goro and Ichigo quickly rushed forward, greatly overtaking his teammates. Goro, what happened? Hero, Ichigo can't hold back. That's it. What I didn't want most of all happened. What should we do now? Futoshi asked with some trembling in his voice. Well, it's obvious that we should follow them. Zorome answered with a voice full of confidence. Yes, she always helps us and takes care of the division, but who will help and take care of her? Only us. Wow, Miku, I didn't know you could say something so smart. Shut up, Zorome. When we finish, you'll get it from me. Yeah, I'm afraid. The Franxx of the 13th Plantation rushed after the commander, destroying the Revizors along the way, which attracted the attention of everyone else. This is Werner's special squad, the 13th, interesting. The blonde said with a slight smile. Argenta dug her claws into the head of the Revisaurus, and then cut it in two with her other hand. Come on. Janista jumped out from behind and destroyed the core with a precise shot. Janista and Argenta turned around and saw that 3 more large Revisauruses were rushing at them, but before they could do anything, they were instantly pierced by a blade on a chain. Landing near his comrades, Salfin pulled the Reaper back. Come on guys, we need to catch up with Ichigo. TCH, you're giving orders. Miku and I wanted to say the same thing ourselves. Okay. Hiro said, smiling slightly. Meanwhile, Ichigo's Franxx were rapidly approaching Strelitzia. Janista is behind. Franxx turned around and managed to dodge the Revisaur that flew at him at the last second. Argenta kicked it to the side, but it didn't slow it down much because the next second it was flying at Janista again. Black Franxx put his gun out to shoot, but the Revisaur ran at him in zigzags, which made aiming much more difficult. The Revisaur had almost reached Janista when Argenta's claws appeared right out of its head. She grabbed its head with one hand and stuck the other into its back, lifting it off the ground, and Janista finally fired. Thank you Zorome, Miku. Kokoro's kind voice was heard. Hee, come on. We're cool, of course, but you're not bad either. We need to get going, otherwise we won't make it. After Futoshi's words, both Franxx quickly continued on their way. They fight strangely somehow. No order or discipline, but there is something in it. Although we can't understand them. The blonde-haired parasite from the 9th looked in the direction where Janista and Argenta had recently been. 5 Revisaurs were running towards Strelitzia. She quickly ran over the heads of 4, grabbed the throat of the 5th with her teeth and simply tore it out, and then pierced the 2 that wanted to attack her from behind with her tail. Rah! The roar of the red and white Franxx was heard. She quickly dodged the attack of 2 more, and then, grabbing one by the leg, pulled him towards herself, as a result of which he fell, giving Strelitzia the opportunity to instantly pierce his core with her tail. The remaining of the 5 attackers, while Strelitzia was finishing him off, grabbed her by the leg and threw her into the wall of the dome with a turn. Strelitzia let out a loud roar and, standing on all fours, looping, rushed at this Revisaur with great speed, destroying the rest along the way. Franxx, in a frenzy mode, jumped out and landed right on the one who threw her into the wall. With 2 paws she grabbed the limbs of this Revisaur and began to simply tear out pieces of his own flesh with her teeth, meanwhile letting out a roar and delivering numerous blows with her tail. She's creepy. Why does Mr. Franxx treat her like that? The 26S stopped for a second and looked at Strelitzia's bestial face, which was all covered in blue blood. Be careful. A Revisaur suddenly jumped out and with a quick movement of its claw cut off the head of one of the Franxxes of the 26S. Let's destroy him. Strelitzia stood and seemed to be examining the area and the huge crowds of black and blue creatures when suddenly she was attracted by a cry from above. Null Twoa. Raising her head, she received a strong blow from Delphinium. You will answer for everything. The landed Franxx shouted. To which Strelitzia responded only with a strong howl mixed with a roar, and after a couple of seconds both rushed at each other. Both Franxx rushed towards each other so quickly that it took them literally a couple of seconds to get closer. Ichigo, that's enough. It's better to talk normally later. You won't solve anything with this. You're suggesting that I leave it as is, and Goro? I care about my comrades and I'm not going to tolerate this. You should have realized by now that she doesn't understand talking. I'm not going to sit and just watch our comrades get maimed one after another. As captain of the 13th squad, I can't allow myself to do this. So don't bother me, Goro. I won't stop. Goro adjusted his glasses and only looked sadly at the back of his teammate. Okay. What? Ichigo turned to Goro in surprise. Okay, I'll help you and I won't resist, but just not for long. As soon as you start crossing over, I'll stop you. Ichigo smiled at her friend's words. She even felt somehow lighter and freer in her soul. Thank you. Ichigo said softly, slowly turning away. Goro, what's wrong with Ichigo? Try to stop her. Goro? Goro, can you hear me? Ugh. No matter how hard Hiro tried, neither Goro nor Ichigo answered him or anyone else. Delphinium used her turbines and accelerated 3 times more, thereby flying into Strelitzia from her feet, but she ducked and dodged, and then followed a blow with a spear from her tail. Delphinium managed to react and parried it with a spear in her right hand. Strelitzia turned sharply and ran at Franxx Ichigo in zigzags. Having approached closely, she grabbed Delphinium's legs trying to knock her to the ground, but she in turn tried to hit Strelitzia's head with spears. Perhaps she would have succeeded if another Franxx had been in Strelitzia's place, but 02 was here and she managed to dodge without letting go of Delphinium's legs. Null 2. Delphinium screamed loudly and raised 2 spears and tried to plunge them into Strelitzia's head, but she finally let go of her leg and jumped away from the red and white Franxx. The sound of metal grinding and rumbling echoed throughout the area, greatly attracting the attention of others. What's going on there? One of the 9th asked, but never received an answer. Kokoro, we need to push harder, otherwise we won't make it in time. Yes, I understand. Janista was racing at her limit, just like Argenta. Hiro, what's going on there? Nana was worried about what was happening because it was jeopardizing the entire mission. Nana, we'll fix it now. Salfin ran at full speed, spinning his Reaper and destroying the Revisaurs one by one. There are so many of them, they're slowing down so much. However, they could already hear the rumble and repeated explosions mixed with the grinding of metal from afar. Hiro, how are we going to stop them if they don't even want to listen to us? I don't know yet, Mitsuru. That's it. She finally let go of her legs. Now I can attack calmly. Ichigo thought, and in connection with this, she relaxed her vigilance a little, which 02 took advantage of. She stuck her tail into Delphinium's leg. What? That's it. Strelitzia jerked her tail sharply and finally knocked Delphinium down. Rah! Letting out a loud roar, she jumped on top of Delphinium and blocked all of his limbs with her own. Her tail with a spear quickly headed for Delphinium's head while she herself grabbed his throat. Is that all? I lost? Did I really overestimate myself? But how? A sharp sound of a gunshot was heard, and then the ringing characteristic of it. What? Not far from Delphinium. The tip of Strelitzia's tail fell. Phew, we made it. Futoshi said, calming down while wiping his forehead. If we were a little late, she would have killed her. Zorome said with a tense face. Janista shot off Strelitzia's tail, but she still did not let go of Delphinium's neck, trying to gnaw and tear it apart. In every movement of Strelitzia, one could see an irresistible rage. Miku, Zorome, come on. Kokoro shouted as Argenta appeared from behind and, clinging to Strelitzia's head with her claws, pulled her back. Guys, let's calm down. Kokoro, who was in Janista, said in the same timid voice. Yes, it's useless. Neither Goro nor Ichigo are answering. Meanwhile, Delphinium quickly jumped to her feet and immediately rushed at Strelitzia using her turbo boosters. The former did not have time to react and received a strong blow to the face from the legs. If she had a tail, she would have been able to counterattack, but unfortunately for Strelitzia, Janista shot it off. Ichigo, stop already. Miku shouted from Argenta, but the latter seemed not to listen to her. While Strelitzia was getting up, she received a strong blow to the head from Delphinium, from which she was again thrown onto her back, and a loud clang of metal was heard throughout the area, echoing further and further. Ichigo, watch out! Zorome shouted, after which she ducked and a Revizor jumped out from behind her, but before he could do anything, he immediately flew apart into a pile of shreds and splashes of blue blood from the shot. Phew, we just made it in time. Kokoro's soft voice was heard from Janista. So while these two are sorting things out, all we can do is cover for them. Are you ready, Miku? I wanted to ask you the same thing, Zorome. But the parasite ignored this barb and asked a similar question to his teammates in Janista, to which they responded with agreement. And where has Hiro disappeared to? We'll have to guard Goro and Ichigo until he arrives. Wow, how many Revizors will we kill then? It turns out that Papa will notice us too. What are we waiting for then? Zorome was already eager to fight and Miku didn't hold him back for long. Strelitzia's eye was already knocked out after that blow and you could even see what was inside. I'm not done yet. You will answer in full for what you did to my comrades. Delphinium jumped high into the sky, and then, putting one leg down, she quickly flew at Strelitzia, but at the last moment she managed to turn over on her side and dodge. Delphinium kicked the ground with all her might, which caused another loud roar, and a lot of dust rose into the air, which reduced visibility to a minimum. I can't see anything. Having said this, Ichigo and Delphinium only managed to notice the light of Strelitzia's eye for a second, but this was not enough to do anything. A moment later, she loses her balance and falls. Not having time to get up, she receives a blow to the head, and then another and another. Strelitzia literally slams Delphinium's head. Everyone could hear periodic blows on the metal every now and then, and each time they became stronger and stronger. Janista and Argenta could try to help, but the onslaught of the Revizors was too huge to be distracted even for a couple of seconds. Do you think I'll let you beat me like this again? Not this time. Delphinium, with her last strength, stuck two spears into Strelitzia's front paws and, using accelerators, slowly began to rise. It was not easy for her at all, but in the end she rose, tearing off Strelitzia's front paws. That's all. Delphinium took a fighting stance and pressed her feet hard into the ground, preparing to deliver the final blow to Strelitzia. She fell on her knees, her head hitting the ground because now there was no support in the form of her front paws. What's it like when the same thing is done to you? You probably haven't gotten that in a long time. Null 2. Delphinium swung her hand with the spear and rushed it towards her opponent as fast as possible. Stop, Ichigo, you're already crossing the line. This is unnecessary. Goro tried to pull the control handles back to at least slow her down, but nothing worked. No, Ichigo. Stop. Ichigo simply didn't hear Goro, and after a short time her spear still struck the Franxx's head through and through. What? Goro was simply stunned and Ichigo turned to him with the same face. How? I didn't want it to be like this. Argenta and Janista, who had turned around, were no less shocked. Ichigo, what have you done? Zoroark barely squeezed out. I made it. Naruto, he wouldn't pee. Wouldn't have forgiven this. I couldn't drink Ina, otherwise. Delphinium's spear pierced Salfin's head and stopped a few centimeters from Strelitzia's head, who still couldn't get up, and she had very little strength left to continue fighting at the same pace. Mitsuru died instantly as the spear took off his head and most of his body, and Hiro only the lower half. Salfin was covered in blood inside, and Hiro spat out more and more blood with every word he said. Goro. Ichigo got down in tears and hugged her comrade while he sat in complete shock. What should I do? Ichigo buried her face in Goro and burst into loud sobs. Hiro, how is that possible? You just... Zoroark looked at Salfin's bloody upper body in shock. All the moments with Hiro flashed through his head. How they first met at the parasite breeding complex, how they played together, how they met Naruto, how they went to the cafeteria together, joked, talked, their reconnaissance operation at night when he hit his forehead on the bed, and he told him to be quiet. He remembered how they were together at the parasite initiation ceremony. All these moments flashed through his head one after another, forcing him to remember all the warmest and most wonderful moments with Hiro. Zoroark continued to look at Salfin with a shocked look, and tears flowed down his cheeks like a stream, dripping onto his feet and echoing throughout the Franxx's cabin. The breathing and the sound of punishing tears were the only thing that broke the ringing silence. Miku didn't need to say anything, because she felt all the same emotions as he did because she was connected to him. She, like Zoroark, also had tears flowing. Guys. It was becoming harder and harder for Hiro to speak. He put his last strength into each word, spitting out a fair amount of blood. Please. I want you. You were one squad. All of you and Naruto with Zero. Two of you too. I want that. My blood and Mitsuru's blood was the last to spill. Blood in our B squad. Aha. Live, in harmony. Itchy. Go. Ichigo in the Franxx's cabin with a tear-stained face turned towards Hiro. It hurt her to watch and even more painfully to realize that it was because of her that her comrade was dying such a terrible death. It was she who killed him. Go, don't blame yourself for what? What happened? I did what? I had to, this is my choice. In this, there is no your fault. I was happy to be with you in the same squad. Hiro smiled faintly. He, like Zoroark, had all the memories associated with the 13th squad flashing through his mind, but at the same time the realization came that it was all over. It ended like this. With a choice, a difficult choice that Hiro had to make. He did not regret either what happened or what had been happening all this time. Cough, now. Hiro's gaze dimmed and there were no more signs of life in it, and his head bowed down. Ichigo burst into loud sobs and buried her face in Goro's chest, but he was in no hurry to hug her back. The roar of a falling green-white Franxx was heard in the area. All members of the 13th squad were in shock. Strelitzia no longer moved, Delphinium completely switched off. Revizors and rather large ones appeared from all sides. "We need to help them," said one of the 9. "We won't be able to get there that fast," said the young man with blonde hair. "It looks like it will all end here." Staring at one point, Zoroark said barely audibly. Miku watched as a Revizor twice as big as them jumped on their Franxx and there were about 10 more of the same size who rushed at the rest of the Franxx. Delphinium fell to the ground and a large Revizor stood on top of her, aiming its horn at her head. "This is exactly the death I deserved," Ichigo said quietly. A growing roar was heard in the sky. This hum became louder and louder, but in the heat of battle neither the parasites nor the Revizors heard it. Suddenly it stopped, but only for a second because then a whistle approaching the ground was heard, and then a powerful bang and a huge shock wave that knocked everyone off their feet within a radius of 200 meters. Ichigo had already closed her eyes, but when she opened them she saw that the Revizor that was going to destroy her was lying dead and all torn apart. The same thing happened with other monsters nearby, and in the place where Dalginium landed the earth was scorched and there was a persistent smell of burning mixed with the blood of the Revizors in the air. "Is that really it?" Ichigo and Goro looked in the direction where there was a loud roar, but because of the dust that still didn't settle, it was impossible to see what happened there. Show off. Zoroark made an offended face and turned away. Well, Mr. Werner's parasite," the blonde from the 9th said with a slight smile and barely audibly. "Parasite 006 was sent to you." Suddenly, Hachi's voice was heard in the cabins of all the Franxx. He came. Goro even became a little inspired, but remembering what had happened before, he again fell. He understood that if Naruto found out and especially saw, then he would be very upset and what would happen next was difficult to predict. After all, Hiro was Naruto's first friend. It was from their meeting that everything began. Thanks to Hiro, he himself met Naruto. Dalginium stood up quickly and pulled out 2 katanas from behind his back with the characteristic sound of metal rubbing against each other. Putting them out to the sides, he rushed at great speed towards the disabled Delphinium and the also disabled Strelitzia. Along the way, he chopped down many Revizors. His speed and strength surprised even the 9th. What? Goro looked in shock at the loud roars that were getting closer and closer. Goro, don't tell me that he... Ichigo wiped away her tears with her hand and looked with a frightened and shocked look, now at Goro, now at the sounds of heavy footsteps. Soon she began to see the approaching black and red Franxx. Goro, don't tell me he wants us. It looks like that. Naruto is going to kill us. Meanwhile, Dalginium, having cut down another Revizor, threw its horn like a throwing knife towards where Delphinium was sitting, but it was sharply parried by the pink-white Franxx. What? Has Naruto completely lost his mind? Do you want to kill Ichigo? Zoroark shouted throughout the Franxx. The parasites guarding Ichigo did not notice how Naruto threw the carcass of a Revizor into the air, which landed right on them. What is this? Kokoro, Futoshi, don't move. Franxx, Miku and Zoroark looked around, but did not move. It looks like a curtain. Goro noted as he peered into the blue cloud of steam from the blood of the Revizor mixed with raised dust. Miku, be careful. Ichigo screamed, but it was too late. At that very moment, Dalginium slid to Argenta's feet and knocked her off her feet with a powerful blow. Oh, yeah, She only managed to shout to Mika, and meanwhile Dalginium quickly headed towards Delphinium. Kokoro, right now. I get it. Janista fired a shot, like Gabby did to Eren, but Dalginium easily dodged it and was already one step away from Ichigo's Franxx. Naruto, stop. I'll explain everything. Please. Goro screamed as loud as he could, causing Ichigo to look at him in surprise. I didn't think I was so dear to him. He protects me even after what I did. A tear rolled down Ichigo's cheek and time seemed to stop for her the moment she turned her head and saw two huge blades heading towards them straight from the blue mist. This is my retribution. I will bear responsibility for my actions as the captain of the 13th Division. Ichigo closed it and already felt how the huge blade simply tore her to shreds, similar to how she tore Hiro and Mitsuru. The loud clang of metal and a strong roar brought her to her senses. Looking in front of her, the girl saw that the blade was blocked at the last moment by Janista. Futoshi. Kokoro, why? Why are you protecting me? Ichigo screamed in tears, not noticing that they had blocked only one katana, and in the blue cloud no one noticed how the second one was rapidly rushing towards Delphinium's head. A roar was heard again, which made the parasites turn to the side. The second blade, with great effort, was blocked by Argenta. Phew, we made it. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Miku muttered with ease and joy. Zoroarm? Goro looked at his comrade Franxx in surprise. As soon as that idiot knocked us down, I immediately understood what he wanted to do and headed towards you. Actually, it was me who told you that he had two swords and only after that did you rush towards the guys. What? Miku shouldn't take credit for my achievements in such epic moments. What achievements? Once we get out of the Franxx, I'll show you. Yeah. Jitich, that's it. Miku, Zoroarm. As soon as the comrades turned around at the commander's shout, their Franxx was pierced by the same sword they had blocked. Goro and Ichigo looked at the falling pink and white Franxx in shock. Well. Why? Why do you always sort things out at such inappropriate moments? Turning away, Goro shouted, taking off his glasses to wipe away his tears. 02, maybe she lied a lot, but she wasn't a bad person. She just wanted to see me. And you? Ichigo, can you still call yourself the commander of the 13th squad, Databayo? You're destroying your own squad with your own hands, and for what reason? Just because everything isn't going the way you want it to? What nonsense! Why can't I or anyone else act based on their feelings and their views? Why should parasites die because of your selfish feelings and views? Your own teammates. I can't come to terms with this and I won't forgive you for Hiro's death, Mitsuru. Do you hear me, Databayo? Dalginium's scream echoed throughout the area. Ichigo knew what to answer to code 006 because she realized that everything he said was true. Even though it was hard for her to admit it. Well, I will do the same as you. Based on my feelings, I will do what I consider necessary and right. Dalginium suddenly jumped into the air and the parasites lost him due to the blue steam and dust. It looks like this is the end. Dalginium landed back with a loud thud, and at the same time the clanking of metal was heard for a second. How? How is that possible? Futoshi squeezed out, almost crying. Hiro, Mitsuru, Zoroarm, Miku, and now them too. Kokoro was as stunned as her teammate. Delphinium's head fell with a loud crash to the ground, and Franxx fell on his back in the other direction near Argenta, where Zoroarm and Miku were unconscious. What untalented people. Where is Werner looking? Said the blond man, covered in blood from the 9th. Meanwhile, Nana and Hachi were watching this on the plantation. Their faces showed that they were clearly not happy with this turn of events. Half of the 13th squad was dead. Of the living, only Kokoro, Futoshi, Naomi and Ikyun remained. How is that possible? Hiro. Why? The blonde repeated in tears over and over again, being in some dark space. Ha ha ha. From somewhere in the distance, an evil laugh was heard echoing throughout the entire space, distracting Naruto. That's right, you're weak, that's why they all die. An exact clone of him came out in front of Naruto, but only with black eyes with red pupils inside. You? I've already seen you, Databayo. The blonde with blue eyes said in surprise. Aha, that's right. As I said, we will meet again. Dark Naruto slowly walked around the original and put his hand on his shoulder from behind. You can't live without me, can you? Ahaha. We both know that all that power that amazes all these idiots is my merit, but this is not arrogance. No, no, no. Dark Naruto stood up smiling and walked around the second blonde and squatted in front of him. I am grateful to you with all my heart. After all, when we were together, it was fun. I have to give you credit for that. However, smiling, he looked somewhere up. This is not enough for me. And you won't be able to win without me. Now you are in a delicate situation when all you can do is accept me. Ahahaha, isn't it funny? Either these people will kill you, or you will have to come to terms with what you rejected so much. What are you talking about, Databayo? Oh, and you are bolder this time. That makes me happy. Dark Naruto smiled ominously and continued. Do you really think that after you killed half of the squad you will be left alone? Pahaha, you are an idiot like everywhere else. Your naivety is carried across worlds with you. Pahaha. Naruto, realizing the truth of his words, lowered his head and looked down. Well. What's wrong with you? Where is the old you that never gives up and dreams of becoming a Hokage? Oh, I got it slightly mixed up, paha. Naruto with dark eyes roughly grabbed the chin of the blonde with blue eyes with his hand and lifted his face so that they looked into each other's eyes. You constantly reject me. Even despite all the help. It's a shame, you know. You're lying, you just want to suppress me again. Naruto shouted. Fahaha, okay, I got it. However, you need me. Without me, all your power is just an empty phrase. Yes, you are superior to ordinary, what do they call them there? Parasites, I think. But now you can't cope without me. You are not able to control the true power in your body and are not even able to use it. Fahahaha God, what a weakling you are. Dark Naruto lightly hit him with his palm on one cheek, and then on the other. Whether I am disgusting to you or not, it doesn't matter. Now you just have to accept me, otherwise you have no chance of anything except death. The blonde extended his hand, looking with his black eyes at the other Naruto. Naruto's eyes in Dalginium suddenly flashed scarlet red. The pupil took on a bestial form, and the stripes on his cheeks became wider and more reaching the neck area. Dalginium pierced Delphinium's head with a sword. Futoshi covered his mouth with his hands, and Kokoro dropped the controls and cried. They had to see this horror again. Ichigo's head was half pierced, and Goro's right arm and slightly right side of his body were torn off, but this was enough to understand that he would not survive. Quickly drawing his sword, he grabbed 02 from the Strelitzia and rushed towards the dome. Meanwhile, the 9th were already dead, and the 13th plantation was pierced. The blow hit Hachi and Naknu, but Naomi remained alive, and Ikyun was still in the hospital ward. 02 slowly opened her eyes while in the dark Dalginium. Love. She felt a terrifying aura and met the eyes she never wanted to see again. Now she understood that just like then, it wasn't Naruto in front of her. Using full power destroys this body, but your regeneration can prevent that. That's why I took you. The blonde turned away. Ugh, you. 02 wanted to rush at him, but against her will, she sat down at the controls. In the dark space she sat all alone and saw nothing. Ha ha ha. Now you've been brought here too. Yes? 02 raised her head to the source of the sound and saw Naruto with black eyes approaching her through this emptiness. Let my beloved go. With a grimace of rage, she rushed at him trying to strike, but he, without even taking his hands out of his pockets, simply kicked her away. Fahaha, I'm afraid this is impossible. Or rather, no, perhaps, but I don't want to. Fahaha. The blonde slowly approached the girl and stood in front of her while she was kneeling. Last time, you almost got to me. Last time? 02 was still looking angrily at the one in front of her. Yeah, you learned a lot about this idiot. 02 remembered how she penetrated his memory. Oh, I remembered, huh? Who are you? Looking from under her forehead, 02 hissed. Me? Ha ha ha, I'm Naruto. What an idiotic question. You're not Naruto, you're not my favorite. Stop talking nonsense. That's right, I'm not your favorite, as you say, but I'm Naruto. When you were watching his memories, didn't you find anything strange? Naruto paused, looking the girl in the eyes. I see that you understand what I'm talking about. Right? The blonde smiled, looking at her. I'm him. His subconscious. His other half, which he hides. In another world, he accepted me, but in this one, he flatly refuses. If he had memory, everything would be much simpler. Looking to the side for a second and then at 02, Naruto laughed. Fahaha, that's right. You don't even understand what I'm talking about. You see, Naruto is dead. True, in another world. Energy is capable of traveling through space, time, and even dimensions. Just as we ended up here, after we die in this world, we will end up somewhere else. The downside is that we have to start all over again because this idiot doesn't remember anything, fahaha. Naruto scratched his head. Just like here, the WIRM can travel through worlds and dimensions. Any energy can do that. WIRM? Yes, alien invaders. But how would you know about them, fahaha? Then how would you know about them? Naruto began to slowly walk in circles around her. Because they are energy without a physical vessel like a body. But it doesn't matter. You'll just help me defeat them. What? I don't. Before 02 could finish speaking, Dark Naruto grabbed her by the throat and said smiling. And I'm not asking. Dalginium released a strange sphere and simply smashed the dome from which a strange blue girl appeared. Turning to 02 and smiling ominously, he said. She'll figure this out. There's only one last step left. This is where your strength will be needed. The girl tried to resist, but she couldn't. Dalginium crouched down. His entire body began to glow red, and his face transformed into a half-female one, but the other half remained the same in the form of a black fox. There was a sharp bang and a shock wave that knocked down both the Revizors and the WIRM robots within a kilometer radius. Dalginium flew through space at an incredible speed, cutting all the enemies with his katanas. There were so many of them that one katana simply broke, but the enemies continued to advance. Help, otherwise yours, as you say, beloved will also die. I had a good time, so who knows, maybe I'll give him back control. Faea. The girl saw how the blonde's body in Franxx began to be covered in black stripes that diverged to his very feet. Continuing to fly and fight off enemies, Franxx transformed. His legs fell off, and his face became completely female, but he retained his black color. That's all. Franxx began to accumulate a huge amount of energy, forming a giant sphere. 02, this is our last attack Databeo. The girl's eyes widened and a tear rolled down her cheek. She realized that she could move, but she was more pleased that she no longer felt that aura. Yes, my love. The girl smiled and rushed to the guy. Their lips met in a kiss. We will always be together, said the girl, pressing her forehead to the blonde. There was a monstrous explosion. It instantly erased all the WIRMs and destroyed all life for many kilometers. Fortunately, The planet Earth was very far away and only small echoes of this explosion would reach it only after hundreds of years. The Franxx from such an explosion was simply torn into many pieces that are now drifting in space. Who knows, maybe they will meet again in another world. Hello. Oh, Kokoro, Naomi and Ikkun have arrived. Two girls entered one of the houses that stood near the others, but only abandoned ones. There were a lot of bodies of both WIRMS and Revizors in the area. Come in. Kokoro called with her timid voice, inviting them into the cozy house with a gesture. Here. Everything is somehow different. Ikkun noticed, adjusting her glasses. Well, we decided to try to do it the way people once lived before us. There are a lot of magazines and pictures here. So we did it all based on them. For some reason, I like this more than our rooms in the plantations. Wow, this is so neo. Mommy, when is it time to eat? Dad and I have stomachs rumbling already. Naomi was not allowed to finish when a girl of about 5 years old suddenly ran out of another room. Kokoro, Futoshi, you have. Ikkun was clearly surprised no less than Naomi. Once, when our whole squad was walking along the beach, I found one book and there. In general, it was said that people did not always live in plantations and once they had, as they called it, families and children. This process was described. In general, I. Seeing how Kokoro was embarrassed to talk about this, Naomi and Ikkun interrupted her. Okay, you don't have to tell. Naomi smiled understandingly. Well, since you came in, let's all eat together. And it's already evening, where are you going? Naomi and Ikkun nodded at Futoshi's suggestion and sat down at the table with the little girl. Meanwhile, Kokoro brought a lot of different dishes, previously unknown to the guys. Quite a pleasant smell. Quietly adjusting her glasses, Ikkun said. Kokoro, when did you learn to do this? Hihi, my mommy is the best. Suddenly, a little girl joined the conversation, smiling at Naomi. Well, you see, I found a lot of strange books that also describe different types of food and how to cook them. Besides, Futoshi just loves it when I cook. Kokoro smiled slightly. What's this girl's name? You didn't give her a code, did you? Ikkun looked at her with interest. Her name is Ichigo. Smiling and stroking her daughter's head in a soft voice, Kokoro. Naomi said, and Ikkun, like Futoshi, slightly changed in expression, remembering that day. How many years have passed already? Ikkun said, looking at the food. 12. Futoshi answered with the same expression. Ichigo looked at everyone with confusion, wondering why they suddenly became so sad. We should all get together in the evening and just eat, chat about different things. How I would like that. Smiling slightly and wiping away the coming tears, Naomi said. Yes, so that we would never know about the existence of Revizors, WIRMS, and live like people lived before us. We would gather together. Have fun, play ball. He, I can already imagine how Zorome would start bragging about how great he is at hitting the ball. Futoshi muttered with a smile and slightly whimpering. Goro, Miku, Zorome, Hiro, Mitsuru, 02, Naruto, Ichigo. They are so missed. Mommy, but I'm here. The daughter hugged her mother and everyone smiled, and it was already night outside the window. Somewhere on the ruins of one of the plantations stood a blue-haired girl with black horns. On her face, while she looked at the only small house with the light on, there was a slight, barely noticeable smile. This is how people used to live. Thinking about this, she slowly descended into a huge cave, closing the entrance behind her. Meanwhile, two small objects similar to meteorites were flying towards the Earth. They were flying slowly and were about to enter the Earth's atmosphere. Small lights were blinking on both of them. They themselves looked black and burnt, but it was clear that they were something metallic. On one of them, a barely noticeable inscription was visible, "Made in Plantation 13." Who knows, maybe these are rescue capsules. That's the end of the story.